Drink.
Alcohol. Beer.
What?
Cowboy.
Serve. Confused.
Go next.
Lost. You don't know this?
Monkey.
They're never.
Gunners.
Sheriff.
Coffee. Stool. Coffee.
Time is up.
Bitch.
Okay, yeah, that was great. That was great. But you have to riddle me this. How do you not know what a kebab is?
You don't know? Dude.
No, it wasn't kebab. It was kebab.
Good news is you now hold the record. Eight. Yeah.
Who was the second?
Are we the first team?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured.
Are you serious?
Initiatives.
Thank you for joining me. Next team is Team Canada.
They stink.
Yeah, they're gonna
Okay,
be.
how many do you think they're gonna get?
5. Yeah.
5? All right, I'll see you guys at the next one.
Alright,
Go Team USA.
Bye.
Bye.
No, knocked out.
Knocked out?
Yeah, knocked
out. Who's been knocked out? Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella, and today's special guest to open up PNC is Team Finland. Hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello. We are going to play Never Have I Ever. The goal is get rid of one teammate to fold all 5 fingers. So the one that folds all 5 fingers first, we have to give them a penalty. Should we do like a post-chicken ceremony, or what are you guys thinking?
Nothing.
Nothing. Maybe I should just designate like a TikTok dance for you to do.
No.
And you have to do one with me.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah. All right. Well, shall we start? With you first, Corexy.
Never have I ever been to China.
Okay, coach down 1. All right.
Never have I ever broken any gaming gear.
Oh, okay. If you have broken gaming gear. Okay.
I don't think I've broken anything.
He's lying. Never have I ever had sushi.
Sushi. You've never had sushi?
I have.
You have not?
I'm allergic to fish.
Oh. Okay, my condolences.
Never have I ever been knocked out. Knocked out.
Knocked out?
Yeah, knocked
Oh,
out.
who's been knocked out?
Me.
Oh. What?
Never have I ever drank alcohol.
That's a lie, right? That's not a lie?
That's not a lie. I mean, I tasted, but never drank.
So you drank.
Okay, never. I case. Never have I ever drank like bottle of alcohol or something.
You have 1.
0.
0.
I lost.
So I guess we have to have 2 penalties. That's
Push-up
fine.
challenge.
Decide. Do you guys want to do push-ups now, or do you want to do it like post-chicken?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, I will be hunting you guys down for it. All right. Thank you for joining me, and we'll see you at the next one too. Bye.
A new way to play Rondo, smoke that interacts with the map, and some balance adjustments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.1 patch report. First up, there's a new way to dive into Rondo, with the Blue Zone rule set available through Arcade Labs. The action starts immediately, with the first zone shown on the map right at drop for all 64 players to fight over. There's also an increased loot and vehicle spawn rate to help you gear up faster. But be careful, there's no wait time for blue zones, and blue zone damage is increased. You won't have any special zones to worry about, but you'll still have to fight for every inch in this fast-paced take on the map. Can you beat out the other challengers to secure that chicken dinner? Next up, we've made some changes to make smoke more realistic. As we mentioned in the 2026 roadmap, smoke is now interactive and can be displaced by explosions and other physical collisions, such as vehicles, care package landings, and more. No longer will smoke be the ultimate cover. You'll have to utilize strategy to make the most of it or fight against it. We've made a few balance changes this patch as well. The SLR has gotten some improvements. We've rebalanced the blue zone a bit, and healing items have seen some adjustments to weight and cast time. You can find out more about these changes in the patch notes. There's also a new rank season. Racing mode added to UGC mode. Intense Battle Royale can now take place on Haven, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.1 is here. So grab up some rebalanced gear, drop into a faster-paced Rondo, and don't wait around for the smoke to clear. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Drunk.
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down game time with Bella, and with me is Team Canada. Woo! Do you guys know would you like to sing your national anthem for us?
Good. We can do it.
Can you do it?
Got it.
This is an opening.
Sure,
All right.
familiar with.
Thank you for sharing that beautiful moment with us. Today, we will be playing charades. And who would be our charader then? Is that your choice, or?
No, I'm being forced to.
Oh, okay. Team USA, quote unquote, said Team Canada will suck. They will get 5.
Oh wow.
That's
yeah,
insane.
they don't know Shin Boy. He's got the moves. 3, 2, 1, go.
Deodorant. Body spray. Perfume.
Ooh.
You're drunk. You're drinking beer. Sloshed. Soju.
Beer. Drinking.
Yeah, you get 2 passes.
Oh wow.
What the heck?
Window washing. Miming.
Miming, yeah, that's good.
Chugging.
Drinking.
Drinking. Drinking water.
Thirsty. Next.
Chip. Okay. Pretty
Cowboy,
spot on.
Western,
Yeah.
cowboy. Surfing.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Damn, that was quick.
Spaghetti. Eating.
Cereal.
Noodles.
Yeah. Thumbs up.
Kebab.
Kebab.
It's impossible.
Why are you using a spoon?
That can't be real. Huh? Damn.
Guys, I hate to break it to you, but Team USA was right.
Yeah, we
That
still
was
got
5.
Yeah, it's
Well,
unfortunate. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, Team Canada. Wave the pink bye, Team Canada.
พับจีสำหรับผมคือน้ำแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าแบบคนเราก็ต้องกินน้ำใช่ไหมครับทุกวันส่วนผมก็เล่นแบบต้องเล่นพับจีทุกวันสวัสดีครับผมเบลมอสนะครับจากทีมฟูเซนครับ
2025 champion Fusen
ตอนนั้นผมกับทีมรู้สึกมันดีใจมากครับมันทุกอย่างมันถูกปลดล็อกออกมาจากตัวเองแล้วก็ทุกคนก็กระโดดดีใจกอดกันครับก็ตอนที่ได้รับรางวัล MVP ตอนแรกก็ไม่ได้คิดว่าจะเป็นผมเองครับแต่ว่าหลังจากที่เขาได้ประกาศขึ้นเวทีก็ว่าเป็นเวลมอสเป็นผมก็ดีใจมากๆครับแล้วก็ภูมิใจกับตัวเองมากๆครับนิสัยของผมเป็นเด็กแบบไม่ค่อยออกไปเล่นกับใครส่วนแบบว่าเล่นแต่กับเกมอยู่ที่บ้านก็รู้จักเกม PUBG ครั้งแรกจากสตรีมเมอร์ในไทยที่เล่นเกม PUBG ในตอนนั้นครับแล้วก็ทุกคนเล่นกันเยอะมากเลยก็ทำให้ผมอยากลองเล่นเกมนี้ดูบ้างครับถ้าเป็นในช่วงตอนปิดเทอมก็เล่นเยอะมากๆครับแบบ10ชั่วโมงหรือว่า12ชั่วโมงเนี่ยแต่ว่าถ้าสมมุติเป็นวันที่เปิดเทอมไปเรียนปกติก็เล่นประมาณ 6-8 ชั่วโมงครับที่แบบทำการแข่งขันในช่วงเริ่มต้นได้ดีครับทำให้แบบทีม The Head Gaming สนใจที่จะชวนผมไปเล่นให้กับทีมแต่ว่าเนื่องจากตอนนั้นมันมีกฎที่ต้องอายุเกิน18 ปีถึงจะสามารถแข่งได้แล้วตอนนั้นผมยังอายุไม่ถึงก็เลยได้เป็นตัวสำรองก่อนครับใช่ไม่ได้บอกครับเขาก็แค่รู้ว่าแบบเราเล่นเกมเฉยๆที่ไม่บอกเพราะว่าในตอนเริ่มก็ยังไม่ได้มั่นใจว่าแบบเราจะทำมันจะทำได้ดีไหมแบบว่ามันจะเป็นอาชีพได้จริงๆไหมครับตอนที่เขารู้แบบทั้งหมดเลยว่าเรากำลังทำอะไรอยู่อะไรเงี้ยก็คือตอนที่ได้เชิญไปเกาหลีนะครับตอน PGIS
To leave the rubber on the road, let's go with game number 1.
ตอนนั้นเขางงครับเขาตกใจว่าแบบเอ้าเหรอแบบว่าได้ไปเกาหลีได้ยังไงแบบจะไปยังไงแล้วแบบว่าใครเป็นคนพาไปหรือว่าแบบต้องจ่ายตังค์ต้องอะไรอย่างนี้ไหม ก็หลังจากที่เป็นโปรเกมเมอร์ก็เคยมีช่วงเวลาที่อยากยอมแพ้อยู่หลายครั้งครับก็ในช่วงนั้นผมได้พักการเล่นเกมไปช่วงหนึ่งครับทำให้ผมมีเวลาคิดทบทวนตัวเองมากขึ้นแล้วก็ทำให้ผมคิดว่าตัวเองยังพอมีความสามารถในการที่จะแข่งขันอยู่ก็เลยกลับมาลองแข่งขันอีกครั้งครับ
Yeah. shot นะความปากขึ้นไกลน้องเหลือ4 ต่อ
ก็ถ้ามีความสุขที่สุดในชีวิตก็เป็น PGC 2025 เลยครับ
with Porsche key inside yeah
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับที่ได้เห็นแบบรถ Porsche ครั้งแรก เพราะว่าด้วยตัวผมที่ยังไม่เคยมีรถแบบเป็นของตัวเองด้วยครับก็พอได้เห็นPorscheแล้วก็รู้สึกว่ามันดูดีไปหมดทุกอย่างทั้งภายนอกแล้วก็ภายในครับก็รู้สึกว่าชีวิตเปลี่ยนแปลงไปนิดหน่อยครับมีคนที่รู้จักเรามากขึ้นมีคนรู้จักแบบเราเยอะเพิ่มเยอะขึ้นแล้วก็มีสถานะการเงินที่ดีขึ้นด้วยครับผมสามารถกินอะไรที่ผมอยากกินแล้วแบบไม่เครียดมั้งครับก็ผมคิดว่าทั้งหมดที่เป็นผมตอนนี้ก็คือมาจาก PUBG ครับ PUBG ทำให้ผมมีเบมอสทำให้ผมเป็นเบมอสทุกวันนี้ภูมิใจกับตัวเองครับเพราะว่าPNC ครั้งนี้ผมถือว่าเป็น PNC ครั้งแรกของตัวเองด้วยครับก็มันมีความหมายกับผมมากครับเพราะว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งเป้าหมายที่ผมอยากทำนอกจากการเป็นแชมป์ PNC 2025ครับก็เป้าหมายของผมครั้งนี้ก็คืออยากให้คนไทยสนุกกับการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ที่สุดครับ PNC ครั้งนี้ไทยแลนด์จะขึ้นสู่จุดสูงสุดครับ
We're gonna have a sit-down talk time with Team Denmark. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Bella.
Hi, good to see you. Well, let's talk some business. What makes your team so strong here at PNC 2026?
It's all Beamy.
It's all
It's
Beamy?
all about him.
Yeah, you guys have used the phrase the star player.
If he doesn't perform, then it's just all on him.
Yeah, the pressure doesn't get to you?
Whichever.
Nah. It's nice to see some new faces here at PNC. How has your experience been? Are you excited for PNC?
We're excited. Got Beamy. Of course, we're excited. We're gonna win. So it's pretty free. We're winning this year.
Out of the many teams that we have here, do you have your eyes on any specific team?
Absolutely stomping on Norway.
Norway. Norway.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player on the team then?
It's gotta be James. Like, he's been on the scene for so long.
Nixon, if you weren't a PUBG player, what would you be? This is like a really random but personal question.
I'm actually already educated.
Okay.
I'm a carpenter.
Okay, love that.
So,
Yeah.
But PUBG it is.
Be me.
I mean, like if this didn't work, I would probably just have kept studying like electrical engineering that I was doing before.
Okay. What would be your goal for this PNC?
To make Martin smile.
To make Coach Avenger smile. That was fun. Thank you for joining me, Team Denmark. Okay, thank you. Kom nu. Kom nu. Hello, everyone, or should I say hola, everyone. Well, welcome to another sit-down talk time with Bella, and today's guest is Team Argentina. Hello, everyone. Hello. What would you say makes Team Argentina strong against this year's lobby?
I think that we played before, like it's been the same roster forever. We also played before in our team, so
Yeah, just easy.
Yeah, it's
the normal works. Would you guys say that you have any kind of rivals in the lobby, like a nation versus nation?
Brazil, of course.
Yeah. Well, they're waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting in finals.
What would you be if you weren't a PUBG gamer? That's been the hottest question.
No one knows. I don't know. Jobless, probably.
Jobless? That's a first. Okay, unemployed. We got
Yeah.
that. All right.
I don't know. Maybe a dentist, I think.
A dentist?
Yeah.
You said you don't know about a dentist. That's like, you were thinking about it. And what about you, Emmy?
For me, I was going to be a football player, so
Football player?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or something IT related, I don't know.
Yeah, I assume that you'll be enjoying the World Cup.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, currently. And lastly, what about you, Pipa?
Streaming or homeless?
We got jobless, but
homeless.
homeless. It's like, oh, wow.
That's worse.
All right, well, best of luck to you guys for today.
Thank you.
네.
Bye.
Gracias.
Bye.
Bye.
(9년이라는) 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
Everyone, welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello.
Hello, hello.
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 What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
Yes.
And here we are.
We know you guys as PUBG, the gamers side, right? But let's see what you guys would be if you weren't a professional gamer.
If I weren't a gamer, I would probably be a businessman.
What kind of business?
That's a good question. Maybe a tailoring shop.
All right, I can see that. Well, what about you, James?
Probably be a businessman. Tailoring shop, maybe.
So creative here.
I would be the boss of the tailoring business.
Ben?
I'll be the tailor.
You be the tailor, the actual. All right, thank you. Can you teach me a Norwegian greeting or like a bye?
Ha det bra.
Ha det bra?
Yeah, it's like goodbye.
Ha det bra. Wait,
Ha det bra.
okay. Ha det bra.
Ha det bra.
Hi guys, it's Bella here, and I'm going to play some games with Team Germany. Hello guys.
What's up?
Woo-hoo. As you can see, these group of men have very good posture. Good to see you guys, and I'm gonna be standing tall so that I can blend right in. Who is going to be the Schrader of the group?
That's me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Koho, join me up here, and we can get started. 1 minute 30.
Easy.
Easy. That's what they all say. 3, 2, 1, go.
Skip.
Oh, what?
Deodorant. Parfum.
Wine.
Wow.
Altamira.
What is that?
Coffee. Wolf. Gentleman.
What?
Dancing. Singer. Singing. Rapper. Cheerleader.
Are you guys connected?
Singer?
Opera singer.
Cowboy. Bodybuilder.
Model.
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 Catwalk.
Similar. Where?
Fashion show.
Yes.
Oh.
Beer.
Surfing.
We're back.
Kebab.
Oh, time's up. You got it.
Sausage.
Yes. Sausage. 11? Oh, clapped. It's almost like you and it's Chris. You guys share like a neural link.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We both have half a brain, so it kind of works.
Beer was the easiest.
Germany is
Oh, yeah. There is no prize, just a fun time. It's nice meeting you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We are going to be talking some business with Team Australia. Ta-da. What are your? Can you sing us a verse from your anthem?
I can speak it to you.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, we're young, wild, and free.
Young, wild, and free Team Australia. Hello, good to see you.
It's not it.
What the? Okay. I'm just gonna. Just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. But, okay.
She said
Okay. I bought it. Quite an intro. What are you guys bringing to PNC 2026?
I reckon we've lowered our expectation. But that could work in the long run. I think this could actually help be in our favor. I don't think if I was a neutral watcher, I wouldn't expect us to be a favorite.
Just a humble approach.
Yeah, exactly.
Underdog story. I wanted to hear how Team Australia, what would you be if you weren't a pro gamer? Starting with Luke.
Lost.
You look like a professor right now, though, with the
Maybe
sun
a teacher,
beaming.
yeah.
Teacher Luke. What about you?
Maybe like
Flood?
a sports coach.
You would be a sports coach. What kind of sports?
Water polo.
Water polo.
Yeah, I've been playing for since I was 12.
He's flexing. What about Monty?
No, I'm not flexing. I've got no clue, honestly.
You'd just be a sick lad.
You'd be a farmer.
I'd be a sick.
I can see you being a carrot farmer, though.
Okay, nice. Cool. Because I'm a range. She just called me a carrot, everyone.
What should we expect from you this year?
Definitely better than last year.
Yeah, better than last year. Anything else is
Yeah, anything else is a failure.
How do you say bye? In
Bye.
Aussie way.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Yep.
Dance. Gangnam Style.
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella, and with me today is Team Turkey. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you all. Who would like to be the Schrader? Celtic?
Yeah, okay.
Let's see if Team Turkey can bypass Team USA. 1, 2, 3, go.
Parfum. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Drink. Water.
You got this. Yeah, think.
Alcohol.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Dance. Gangnam Style. Yeah, horse.
Oh, Celtic's trying.
Cowboy. Yes.
Okay.
Change.
Okay, skip.
What does it mean, sausage?
Maybe we'll give you a free one, yeah. Oh.
Gift. Gentleman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Angel, no?
Well, time is up.
Swim.
Time is up. No, yeah, time is up. But can you guys guess?
No.
No, you give up? Okay. That was a very interesting. But you're the first team to get gentleman correct.
Yeah.
You guys got 4 right. Well, the sausage was very funny too. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Was it good? All right. Thank you for joining me, Turkey A. And
Thank you.
To the next level.
Hello everyone, welcome to another Game Time with Bella, and I finally meet the team that I've been waiting for. It's Team Brazil! Bella! Hello guys, good to see you. Welcome back to Korea. For some of you, who is going to be the charade? Okay, Sparking the man. 3, 2, 1, start!
Torcida.
Uh-oh.
Engasgado. Coral. Cowboy.
This is the loudest trader ever.
Desfile.
Drinking.
Cerveja.
Okay. Sparking is getting closer.
It's Chris.
It's Chris. Who said it's Chris?
Music porra é essa?
Caralho, velho.
Okay,
Você pode pular e fala pra bala.
Não, ele pulou. Skate, snowboard, surf.
Oh, time up.
Perfume. He forgot.
Okay, I didn't know I could skip.
I said 2 passes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Entendi.
We need a remake. Era salsicha, mano. O que a Alemanha come, mano? Ela só come salsicha.
Alemanha come salsicha,
velho. Eu apontando pra cá e comendo o bagulho, mano. Salsicha. O que eu tô comendo aqui, mano?
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, Germany eating. What? They only eat sausages.
That was very fun. I surely had a lot of fun watching you guys communicate, and I think you guys have great teamwork.
I forgot I could pass.
Okay.
I'm angry.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
ready for battle. Here's my southern slang, I speak it every day. I'm trying to get it poppin' each and every way. It's one nation, under goons. Michael just ripping all these cats down in there on the roofs. Rules, 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 rules.
Keep going. All right. Go, go. Here we go.
In this second, cutting through the static cage, pure adrenaline. I'm the master of the maze. Breathing in, watching how the world turns cold. I need the timing. I'm flying slow.
The blue zone's closing in. Eyes front. Don't stop anything. We are taking that ultimate chicken dinner tonight.
In this vacuum, cutting through the static haze, pure adrenaline. I'm a master of the maze. Watching how the world takes cold. I need the timing. I'm flying
Everybody say rebel. One more shot, rebel. To the limit, just rebel. 3, 4, 5 times rebel. Rebel. Let's go. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Don't hold back. Keep it all to us. I know you can. Keep on pushing. Make him scream and shout. Everybody sing, get louder and stronger, make it higher. Say yeah, oh, yeah, oh, say yeah, hey, yeah, oh, hey, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, say yeah, hey, hey. Everybody say rebel, one more shot, rebel, to the limit, just rebel, 3, 4, 5 times rebel, rebel. Everybody say rebel, go hard, rebel, do or die, just rebel, hands up now, let's go. Hey, 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 hey. All right, everybody, come on, come on, come on. Woo! it's your time. Let's shake the world tonight. We can go even harder. I wanna hear every single voice. Let's rev it up. Everybody say rev up.
Rev up.
One more shot, rev up.
Rev up.
To the limit, just rev up.
Rev
3,
up.
4, 5 times rev up. Rev up. Everybody say rev up.
Rev up.
Go hard, rev up.
Rev
To
up.
the down, just rev up.
Rev up.
Finally, let's go. How are you feeling today? Are you ready for better? Alright, it's time to take the podium. 1, 2,
1, 2, 3, let's go!
I could fill your cup. You know my river won't evaporate. This world we still appreciate.
everybody, let's stomp your feet. Let's make the floor shake.
I know that we'll be safe and sound. We're safe and sound. We're safe and sound. We're safe and sound. The sky is falling down. I know that we'll be safe and sound. We're safe and sound. We're safe and sound. Even if the sky is falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound. We're safe and sound.
Are you guys having fun tonight? 여러분 즐거우신가요? 저희는 EDM 브라스 팀 디퍼라고 합니다. The first up, 춘철 on the trombone, and Summer on the trumpet, and keeping sounds. And my name is Jay-Z, and our DJ, Kasia. Here we go! This is it. This is it. This is it. Let's go. Are you ready? It's about to go down. Are you ready? It's about to go down. Are you ready? It's about to go down.
Stop! Let's go!
Listen to the sound. This is the moment of throne. Show them who they own the throne. And lock in. Focus every single energy left in your body.
One, two, three, come on!
This is our very last track. 여러분 이제 마지막 곡이에요. 다시 한번 다 같이 make some noise. Thank you for everything. 여러분 지금까지 공연 즐겨주셔서 너무 감사드리고요. 저희는 EDM 브라스 팀 디퍼였습니다. ready? Let's count down for last game. 시작 준비됐어?
Okay, let's go.
All right, let's go. Everybody put your hands up and raise your all fingers. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Are you ready? Keep on, come on.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
3년이라는 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 펍지 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
펍지라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
펍지의 다음 이야기
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
One more day of PNC 2026 here, live from Seoul, South Korea in the Jangchung Arena, and we have got Brazil at number 1, flying high, but every single one of those players signing their names below the potential trophy are challenging to try and subvert that. Yes, we have 15 other teams in the chase here against Brazil. Only a few will be able to potentially catch up as we are ready to get things rolling. My name is Kalaris, I've got Matchup, I've got Mar Power, I've got Gibson. We are fighting fit, ready to go. Unfortunately, we might not be able to quite follow up the saxophone escapades we just witnessed, but we will damn well try here, Matrim. It's going to be a good day of games.
Dude, I actually really enjoyed that. It was kind of cool to get something different. I know we've been getting a lot of like beatboxing and dancing and big performances, but just having somebody come in with some instruments, trying to blow down the house, fine with it. It was pretty fun for like a pre-show to get everything started. A good way to get hype because, like you said, we got Brazil up at the top, but while there is a 20-point differential, the other teams back behind them could potentially catch up.
Yeah, of course, in second place, South Korea, who said, yeah, 20 points, just one game. However, they haven't even got 20 points in the game yet here, Mark, so they're going to have to even step up further than they already have, despite the 80 points in second place.
Yeah, they are going to need to a big game if they do want to make that statement true, should we say. But I think it's going to come down to the first couple of games. It's going to be down to Brazil. If they can stay alive, then that's key. And actually for Brazil, if the wins are spread again across other teams and we see that kind of point divided out, again, it plays in Brazil's favour. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys can bring to the table for the final 5 matches.
How many horses do you think are going to be able to be in this one towards the end, Gibson? Do you think Brazil's going to be able to hold on to that lead, or do you think that one of these other horses can catch up?
There's plenty of teams in with a chance, but this is as hostile an environment as I think Brazil will ever come across in PUBG. Like, you're going into the final day with the home nation right behind you. All I'm going to say is if Korea start today strong, this venue is going to pop off.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right here. Here's the 16 teams that are going to be participating here throughout the day. They already have across the last 2 days. There's been some moves here and there. We always thought coming into this that Ukraine was going to be massive. They're only in 8th place right now. Neutral team, who didn't look as kind of strong in that survival stage, as we take a look at the prize pool as well, is now up in 4th. So technically, they're one of the horses in the race here, Matrim.
Yeah, that one kind of caught me off guard, but not the biggest of surprise whenever we see neutral trying to creep their way up just a bit. Thailand, of course, also inside the race with Denmark, as we still have that spattering of teams all very close to that 60 to 70 point line. We still even kind of have Germany and Argentina hanging around 57 points that could kind of jump up standings by quite a bit. And you can see that there is a ton of money on the table, but we are going to be starting off everything on Erangel, then moving through Miramar, Tego, Rondo, and then ending it all back on Erangel.
The double Erangel will be exciting because so far, Mark, our Erangels have been interesting.
I wonder what you're going to end that on. Interesting is light, I would say, for Erangel. Yeah. And look, for me, the zones have been very water heavy, and have the teams adapted to obviously the zone and how obviously the early shifts are working their way in. Don't think so, especially with that map. So yes, it's going to go out with a bang, I think, today.
I think it's going to be very exciting if Brazil can hold on to this lead. They started off strong, and if they're able to end strong here, what a tournament it will have been for Brazil. Coming in directly into this grand final, but they did alongside the likes of Korea, China, Thailand, the top positions here. So there's a big reason why, Gibson, these teams have been able to show a stellar performance in this grand final.
Yeah, but it's just the stat line for Brazil. Like, look at the consistency level. 67 kills more than everybody else. The placement points up at 33, and barely won anything. And oh no, look at the poor Danes crying on the side. And I don't know if that's tears of joy, you know, at the fact that they only have to work with Avenger one more day, or whether it's sadness at the fact that they're sitting in 6th. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, it's a good question, considering the fact that Denmark, as much as, you know, they've not been able to attain like a podium spot just yet, 67 points ain't half bad, right? They're still in the potential. If they have a banger day, and we've seen the likes of Beanie looking amazing as well here, Matrim, they could quite easily be able to jump up high.
Yeah, I wouldn't cry too much yet. The issue that they have to deal with is that Brazil has just got that lead on them, but a chase for second place, I wouldn't say is out of the world on this one, and this is a squad that can really come up in a big way. Now, whenever we look at everything that's going on right back behind Brazil, of course, we've got to take a look at Korea. Had a big come up. These guys have been taking a lot of the chicken dinners, but not so many kill points.
No, very much so space control heavy, coming in on like quieter sides of circles and being able to exploit what was going on. As I said, Gibson, when I looked at that Rondo game, I was convinced so early on, likewise a lot of us were, that they were going to win that game. It did come down to the wire though, with Spaceman being a little bit cheeky.
You called it an 18-minute victory lap at one point because of how well placed they were, and to be fair, had China made a different decision, they could have lost. Like, I was watching that whole play and going, are Korea trying to lose here? Like, they separated, they gave so many 1v1s, it was insane to me. But look, they got the win, even though I think they ended up second in points in that game.
As we take a look back at some of these moments here from Korea, looking to try and attain their third PNC title. And again, you know, when it comes to this urban ending that you see, Mark, as well, it could go awry in moments like this. It gets a little bit tense in these urban finishes, but Korea manages to hold on.
Yeah, they hold on obviously just before. This is the point where Tony obviously had the opportunity to put him down, but didn't. And obviously that played a result in them getting that victory. So there's very small margins when it comes down to urban endings, but Korea able to get the win. I'm interested and intrigued to see if they can close the gap. I'd put them up there, but I think some teams behind South Korea might actually leapfrog them now.
Oh, okay. So do you have any kind of thoughts? Do you think China's going to be one of those, Mark, to be able to leapfrog alongside other teams?
Yeah, look, trying to be my first point. I'd actually look for a team neutral as well. Thailand had a good one game yesterday, and as much as, again, as I said on day number one, they were in my fantasy, they were my kind of pick for it. But I do think China has the capability. You can't underestimate it. 1 3 of 17 game in, plus you insert Spaceman, which went and knocked someone and sending them to space anyway. I think these guys have got the capabilities to actually maybe dig a bit deep, get that big win that's needed, and close that gap. But again, how do they deal with Brazil? It's going to come down to that question.
They increased their average points day on day from day number 1 to day 2. It didn't look amazing in day 1, but day 2, they got themselves 2 second places, which could have potentially materialized and a little bit more, Gibson. But looking further afield here for and their highlights, and as they do sit, one thing that's been very important is they are just utilizing the 17 gaming playbook, right? And from that should sit them in at least podium, surely.
Yeah, whenever you've got a core of a team that play together week in, week out, it's going to give you the advantage, and that's the play style you're going to run with. And I think at times they're probably going to be very disappointed with how games played out. I think this game in particular, they're really annoyed at Vard. Like, Vard ruined their day in this one when he came up from that shack after dodging about 40 different nades. But you're talking about their point average being like 8.8 yesterday. Brazil's worst game, all PNC, has been a 4-pointer. Like, they are not going down without a fight. They're picking up points. Like, that's why Brazil are still ahead of both of these teams.
I feel like we haven't seen as much from Tian Tian as we may have hoped for, especially after PGS 1, 2, and 3, right? When he joined 17 Gaming. So hopefully maybe Tian Tian pop-off would be strong. Top performance by a map. It is all podium flags for this one so far, even though there's been no chicken dinners here for Brazil on Erangel Matrim. I still think that they've been able to hold down at least 2 battlegrounds. That's going to sit you in good stead for today.
I mean, they're holding an average of 10 points per game right now. We're at a straight 100% or 100 points even across the 10 so far. So they're holding a just metric ahead of everybody else. 67 kills is ridiculous, and by comparison to anything else that's going on, what second highest I believe is USA at 46 right now. There's a whole bunch of other 43s and whatnot that's hiding in the middle of it. But yeah, these guys are just absolutely popping off. BL has just been a great component working alongside with Sparking to really net a lot. But Kickstart for USA has been absolutely popping off.
Surely there's no way anybody reaches Sparking if these are the numbers. What is that? That's actually ludicrous. Well, of course, he was an EWC MVP back on TSM in 2024, so not too much surprise that he gets back on another international stage here, Mark, and is able to pop off.
Yeah, even got mentioned yesterday. It'd be a shame just to have the one and done for him the year. They guys got to dig deep for the second half of the main PUBG circuit, right? But when he's on LAN, he's performing. I think we all had the question if Brazil was good for a couple of a few maps where they get a win, good amount of points, but they started day one so strong. Let's tune in, actually listen to what Sparky's got to say.
The last day of PNC 2026 has come, and I am here to talk with Brazil's Sparking once again. Did you know, Sparking, that you are basically in the lead for the MVP title?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like I talk to you the most this PNC. How are you enjoying all these interviews for being so great on all 3 days so far?
It feels good to, you know, being considered the MVP in the run for the MVP. And it feels good to be doing interviews because, you know, it's a good sign. Yeah. But getting the MVP in this tournament, it's really great. It's one of the most biggest achievements you can get in PUBG. But all I really want is a trophy. And if I could, I would change all my kills to make sure I would get the trophy.
I mean, your form right now is flawless. I think this definitely is the prime of sparking that we've seen throughout all the PNCs that you've attended. But we have to talk about China and Korea. They are right behind you. What are your thoughts on that?
So China and Korea, you know, they are really good teams. There's nothing you can say bad about them. And I think it's time just to look to ourselves and work with the advantage we have starting the day. And I believe if we keep doing what we have been doing on these last 10 matches, we can assure that we're going to be the champion.
Okay, lastly, will we see a ceremony from Team Brazil if you guys win?
Of course. You'll see the greatest ceremony ever on PUBG Esports. I promise you that.
Okay, I'm super excited for that. Thank you, Sparky, and best of luck to you for PNC. Last day.
Well, good luck to anybody trying to catch up to Sparking. 30 kills at the moment, the closest being Kickstart and Pippa with 18 apiece. That is a monstrous performance so far, Gibson. That I'm surprised there's no Korean or Chinese players kind of in the mix there in that top 5, actually.
Really? Like, you think about how Brazil plays, it's no surprise they have somebody up on the top of the kill feed because they're all action. The surprise for me is the fact that he has more kills than some of these teams have, which is nuts after 2 days. He's been insane, and I spoke to him a few months ago about Brazil in particular, and he said one of the reasons why he thinks Brazil this year and last year are better than previous iterations is they're not trying to one-up each other anymore. He said old Brazil teams were like, oh, well, I want to do better than Sparking. I want to do better than Gizera. Now it is, we are Brazil, we're a collective, we're a team, and we're going to do well. Like, you heard what he said. He would trade all of his kills just for the PNC trophy.
Yeah, I think we've seen actually quite a lot of that across a lot of these teams this year, right? Whereas, you know, previous iterations in PNC, yeah, you just get your, in inverted commas, all-stars of teams. But then guess what? Hey, there's a lot of egos there across all those all-stars. It seems like a lot of these teams now are far more cohesive and far more gelled together. And you can be gelled together over in the game as well with PUBG Fantasy that's going on. You can't change your team anymore, though. As now you're going to have to have locked in and be good to go. I think, Gibson, you're really high on the rankings, no?
Just ahead of Mark. I think both of us are in the top 1%, and I think there's like 100 points between me and the top in the world, but it's just so hard. Like, I think this weekend is so much harder than it was during the week. Like, the survival stage was far easier to pick a team.
Yeah, the budgets are getting difficult. There's some very, very pricey teams here, Mark, to try and kind of hone down. And did you make any changes today, or?
Yeah, look, obviously the big change for me, I had to figure out how I could get China in. Again, I'm sort of looking at that horse. I was between them and Team USA.
Okay.
I do want to, again, Kicks outstanding when it comes to performance. Actually, as a whole, that team has been kind of climbing that leaderboard, and they are in a position. So I was in these two minds of actually, do I go for a Team USA, or do I kind of back maybe one of those top teams? Korea, too expensive. China, I could work it out, and I got down to 0 of my budget left.
Damn. All right, makes sense. Fair. Me and Matrim here still kind of straggling a little bit, but we'll try for the catch up today, even though there's a lot of overlap in our teams, I suppose. So, but there is the drop event going on, as well as the fan cheers as well. No doubt, Matrim, China is going to continue to be #1 forever and forever in those fan cheers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just twice what Vietnam's got going for them. Vietnam's been a bit quiet this event so far, but there's still a pop-off for them. Korea, of course, going to be the follow-up back behind that. Then it gets a lot more equalized across the board. Ukraine and Neutral just neck and neck. I mean, I do want to take 1 second and talk about the... Well, actually, no, I think that we got something else that we've got planned.
It does. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was going to say, my eyes on this event, I want to go back to Sparking real fast. Sparking is a very emotional player, and I know for his history, specifically across like the Americas, and whenever we look at the internationals, there's been a lot of calls from fans and stuff like that saying that sometimes he gets a little bit too loose on the last day. It gets like the pressure starts to build up. There's a lot for him. This is a big opportunity for Sparking because him and the rest of the team have a massive point lead right now that they can work with. Whenever we look at the top 8 fraggers, 3 of them are Brazilians. So even if Sparking falters a little bit, that's going to take some of the weight off of his shoulders. I'm curious, if we see Brazil actually walk away with this could be a whole new level for Sparking to really cement in for himself and then kind of get rid of I guess, the demons that are lurking in the background, because you will hear it enough, time and time again. Oh, well, he always falters on day 3. He always gets nervous on day 3. He doesn't know how to close it out. If we see Sparking and the rest of Brazil hold this down, it could be an entirely different Sparking, which will be terrifying.
I think that's an exciting potential, and I think it'll be really mean so much to them if they can take it. That said, though, for me, all the way down to 6, there's potential for these teams to be able to pop off on a single day and be able to challenge those top spots. Gentlemen, thank you. It is time to get day number 3 of PNC 2026 well underway. One team will become the champion once again here of PNC.
Desde que eu me conheço por gente, eu sempre gostei de jogar, sempre amei jogar. Quando eu tinha 1, 2 anos de idade, eu jogava jogos de tiro no colo do meu pai, no computador.
Whenever I was a kid, I liked to go outside a lot, and then whenever I would come inside, I would play on my Xbox.
5살 때부터 PC 게임을 접해가지고 그때부터 PC방도 다니고 어릴 때부터 좀 게임을 좋아했던 아이 같았어요.
I jumped in PUBG 2017 when the alpha was out. It was really hyped and really excited for the first time.
2019 saya menonton PNC secara online. Turnamen PNC menjadi salah satu motivasi saya menjadi profesional player.
我从来没有想过我能成为职业选手。我觉得成为职业选手其实挺难的，感觉中间需要练习的东西很多。
พ่อแม่รู้อีกทีก็คือตอนที่ได้เป็นนักกีฬาสปอร์ตไปแล้ว มันแบบสามารถที่จะทำเป็นอาชีพสามารถที่จะหาเงินได้ด้วยตัวเอง
Então, eu sempre escutei muito, muitas pessoas sempre duvidaram de mim e sempre duvidaram da capacidade de eu fazer com que a minha maior paixão se tornasse o meu trabalho.
Khi mình trở thành tuyển thủ chuyên nghiệp thì mình đánh đổi rất nhiều thứ, con đường học vấn và thời gian và những thời gian ở cạnh gia đình của mình. Thì đấy là những cái mà mình đã hy sinh rất nhiều. Thì mình theo con đường chuyên nghiệp này là sự đúng đắn và mình đã làm được bằng 2 chiếc cúp vô địch quốc tế.
Whenever I was a kid, I never thought that I'd be representing Team USA for playing a video game in general. For 5 years, I've been wearing this Team USA jersey for PNC, and I'm very confident in us, and I want to show my appreciation and my confidence in our fans.
การที่ผมได้เป็นตัวแทนทีมไทยในครั้งนี้ผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็นผลตอบแทนจากการที่ผมได้ซ้อมมาอย่างหนักครับ
10년 만에 첫 국가대표가 되었는데 이 태극기를 달고 하는 만큼 제가 뽑힐 만한 자격이 있었다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
Kami ingin menang dan ingin membuat rekor untuk PUBG Indonesia.
O objetivo é sempre o mesmo, é ser campeão, é o número 1, e o resto é o resto.
我希望这一次我跟我队友也能取得不错的成绩。我也希望自己这一次的发挥比上一次更好。
If I win the trophy in PNC, I'm probably gonna every probably emotion and just be happy to win it. Yeah, I wanna make it happen this year in PNC.
Chiến thắng của Việt Nam ở năm ngoái chỉ mới là khởi đầu thôi. Ở giải đấu lần này, Việt Nam sẽ bảo vệ chiếc cúp vô địch và giành lấy cái danh hiệu vô địch 2 năm liên tiếp.
Fiona, everybody, he recovered his hat in style there at the end as we are ready for day number 3 of the grand finals for PNC 2026. 5 games remain here and Brazil is in number 1. Will this team be able to catch up? They have had a brilliant end of 2025 into 2026 with PGC as well as PGSs on board here to try and make something happen. Thailand currently at 68 points here. Is this a team, Matrim, you think can make a giant leap today?
Yes. The fact that they're in 4th place right now is kind of mind-boggling to me. It's just 2 points back behind China. And whenever I looked at Thailand, this was a squad I was expecting to be a high-end killing machine right now. And they're actually kind of the lowest on, whenever we look at our top 8, the lowest on overall kills. Once we see them finally decide to start like walking together, make a rotate and get those kills, it's going to be massive.
All right, well, I'm going to have to say goodbye to Gibson and Mark here as it seems like our game is already ready. Good stuff, gents. We'll get you back in for game number 2 for the day as it is time for the grassy pastures of Erangel. You saw Korea towards the end there. In 2019, they were 1st place up until the very last game and dropped down 2nd. They could have been 3-time PNC champions already. Let's see if they're able to catch up to Brazil here today as we now move on to Erangel for game 11 of the tournament, Matrim.
All right, it is time. The last day of PNC Grand Finals. It's all come down to this. 5 games remaining, and we are starting over the water to kick off everything. I feel like this is kind of an allusion to what we might be seeing here in just a little while, given the amount of water we've been seeing on Erangel.
It's been tough, and a playing path like this, I only cast my mind back to that original circle from Erangel, as you're mentioning, right? It's a terrifier, it's a scary one. But if we go down here again, oh boy, it gets even more treacherous, even more precarious, as now we are on board with Korea on the hunt to try and make something happen. They wanted 20 points in a game. Let's see if it's going to be this one.
They need to start it fast and heavy. They need to make sure that they're going for more kills, controlling the territory around them as much as possible. It's been a little bit more in a passive style of control rather than on the hunt for any form of points. Finland also had themselves a pretty big come up yesterday. I think getting something like 55 points, somewhere around their range, 54 points, something, I don't know. Can't remember the exact situation that was going on with it, but very, very strong performance from them. Can they also come out the gate swinging? Because there's still a lot of upswing for whenever we look at teams like Finland.
Where's our circle going? Oh no! Oh,
it was due.
We are going military island, Philippines. Obviously very happy with that, but at the same time, there's a lot of teams in the north here that are not going to be happy with that. There may end up being some emergency pickups coming in, or some fast rotates coming into this one. But again, Matrim, so much water.
Yeah, we don't even have like the full like western section of what's going on with military base island in play. Philippines are going to be in a great position off the start, with Thailand going to be kind of in a control area that they can kind of move down from the northern section of the bridge. So we're going to take kind of a look back onto what was going on with Korea and kind of the rotates coming in.
Gosh, there's a lot of focus on Korea, isn't there?
Just a little bit.
I wonder where Crafton is based. Anyway, yeah, no, they definitely. This was, of course, the win that they had on Tago yesterday, with them having the urban finish and situation going down. The thing is about these kinds of situations, though, is that it's a bit circle dependent as well as how you're going to transition forwards. There was a world where other teams could have quite easily won this had they had one more alive. I'm looking at Germany. I'm looking at Thailand, right? That would have shaped things up completely, but they did go into it wounded.
Yeah, just any form of utility still making it into these later stages. Brazil was also a looming threat that was drawing a lot of the aggro for different teams, kind of getting picked apart, but they managed to put in enough work and put in the attrition war to kind of prep up everything that Korea could swoop in and just tackle everything at the right moment, pick up these kills and propel themselves into a much better position. I am curious though, because with Korea picking up this game, it gives them a lot of momentum moving into this final day.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing as well is that a lot of the teams here into this urban ending, it felt to me like Germany and Thailand didn't have too much of an opportunity to switch out their weapons, right? You saw Korea, they had an S12K, they had a pump action shotgun, they had Panzerfaust, all going into these final moments. And even if there was like a man difference or anything like that, Korea just came in with far more strength in terms of their overall loadout into a circle like this compared to the other teams.
And it was just so blinding. You can see this is what the players were dealing with. Whenever we saw a couple of these shots go a little bit awry, not really connect, What are you looking at in this? You're just listening for footsteps. Didn't even know exactly where to go for those first couple of shots. Just heard the steps, decided to follow through. This has already been a couple of big rotates. Thailand already down on the southern section of military base. They abandoned holding down anything to do with what was going on in Eastern Bridge. That's allowed Brazil just to sweep in, find it almost completely open.
What do you think Brazil has to get to in these first couple of games for it to be called? Where do you think that they need to, have another win under their belt and then it's done, or do you think that nobody's going to catch up? Where are you at with it?
I feel like they just need to kind of grow the lead a bit more, get to about 25 points going into the last two games, and they should feel pretty comfortable with it. Brazil, while they haven't necessarily had it, they have in the past on the last day kind of had a 0-point game here or there that's kind of thrown them off and caused them to fall quite a bit. So I think that they're not going to feel good until they have at least one game of cushion, and I think that this is the way that they're playing that should be achieved.
All these players having focus back on muzzle breakers as well in this current iteration of the game. See, I saw a little bit of a fall off from it. Oh, somebody remembers that BRDMs can swim. I like that Diffex. Okay, we rarely see that, but that's actually super useful for Ukraine to be able to get on over. Of course, in 8th place at the moment. It's funny because I say in the pre-show, anybody at like those 68 point, 67 point marks, maybe they can make a charge. This is Ukraine, and they're only technically 8 points behind that, and we have seen this team in survival stage, so very recently, have massive wins and multiple of them on the same day. So, hey, if Ukraine was going to be able to pop off today, maybe there could be some insane magic occurring.
And Ukraine's pissed about this. Holding down the position that they are on the leaderboard, this is not where Ukraine expected themselves to be, nor anybody else. I don't think this is where Great Britain was really hoping to be either, as it looks like all of USA is on the hunt. Poor old Fex is just trapped over here.
Leave my Great Britain alone, all right? Actually, no, maybe not. Truly, we were the oppressors. You kicked us out of your country, and the US might look to kick them out of Lepoka here in a few minutes' time. Really does depend on if they actually kind of hunt them down and get rid of them. Hey, it's your 250th anniversary soon, right?
Yeah, no, this is
Congratulations.
Oman, right? Getting ready for everything. I know. I'm so excited about the passports. Oh, sorry. Okay, I got to be quiet about that. So USA going to wrap away from Fex to keep him alive. The rest of Great Britain going to be down to the south.
Yeah, oh man, Great Britain has had a bit of a rough time of it in this finals. And of course, though, they're going to leave nothing on the board now. They've got an opportunity to just jump up. There's still a lot of prize pool on the line. Do bear in mind, again, we have broken the $1 million mark thanks to crowdfunding in the game. There's still an opportunity to be able to contribute to that as well whilst this tournament is going on now, as Germany going for an emergency pickup onto the southeast side here of Military Island. It's a good spot to kind of perch up on, especially if you believe that, Radio Tower has already been taken. This can work out, this location, but they do have vehicles. They're hoping for something down on this south road probably.
So while we're looking at all the rotates, we still have Finland, Korea that are going to be looking maybe for an eye onto that western bridge. Neutral's over there. China's actually got a full-on bridge camp that they might be setting up, or maybe just trying to scout before they make their forward movement in. Turkey's just going to be on the outlier right next to the circle, keeping an eye on how those rotates come in. To the east, we still have Indonesia that's making a wrap in, Great Britain as well as USA, both stalled out from what we were watching a second ago. Vietnam, up in the skies, looking like they're trying to get aggro early. That's always scary because Vietnam can really come alive on the last day.
Yeah, you've got to really respect. Oh, Tan Vu here with the spray against Justice. You've got to respect glider play coming on in. Solos in gliders can seat swap and do massive damage to you here on a very exposed angle for the victim. So tough stuff there to maybe even get Justice back up as he does get knocked. Any kind of recovery potential that comes along has got to smoke this up. Otherwise, Tan Vu will have more to say about it.
I missed how Denmark got down here, but this had to be a very fast rotate for them to get in position. They're also taking a couple of these pot shots. Finland now going to be right alongside Korea. Korea, I think, maybe has more of an eye to go for maybe a boat around that coastline down there. Tan Vu actually lands just to kill him and take the car. Oh my God, this is the most Tan Vu I have seen Tan Vu in a while.
I think that if they're going to make a catch-up happen, they've got to make a lot of those kinds of moves, right? And also, I mean, it does give them, the coupe. They get themselves a vehicle on board. How long is the glider going to be useful for on a spot where you're already made landfall on Military Island at the moment? Circle shifts south into Military Island proper. So there's still quite a bit of water here, but the team's now got to get a bit of a jog on.
Means that Denmark, of course, in a great position. Thailand as well. Ukraine looks like they're just trying to run down to maybe the crossroads. China's already going to encroach in a bit more. Brazil might be following in right back behind Ukraine. Indonesia going for the bridge cross. This is a cluster of very open space, though, Kalaris. I mean, what? We still got, like, military base proper. We've got the bunkers. We've got the hills up to the northeast. But it gets so flat after that.
Yeah, you brought up Ukraine. I'm always curious to see where they're going to go, or any team is going to go with a BRDM, because position becomes less important as long as the whole lobby isn't actually shooting at your BRDM, right? So you can get away with a lot more than you normally would do. There's neutral going to be blitzing across this bridge as well, and there's no resistance on the other side for them here, so this is going to be okay. Trying to wiggle on through. Michael does find Purdy Curdy. Guys go for a little bit of a spray and take him down. Yesterday, one of the PC swap outs was for Michael, so I think he's happier with this PC now. But VAR did knock Purdy, so that's one away from USA.
I don't know what USA and Great Britain, like, how they started this whole thing, where they ended up forcing Fax into Lippo, and then that's just been a carryover. But they are both committed into trying to get something out of it. I think it's just due to how dramatic the circle just keeps popping more and more to the south. They know that there's going to be a lot going on in front of them, but T-Bone has a great spot off to the side. Reinforcements now going to contain him. There's nowhere to go. That trims you down, and that's a problem.
Oh, my heart. This is fantastic stuff here from Great Britain, shutting down the America. Ah, yes. Be damned your 250th anniversary. The British are back. The Redcoats are coming.
All the best food. You roll on right inside of that. Yeah. Okay. So USA, what do? You got a BRDM. I guess going to try to now have to go for blue chips, but USA was on a little bit of a come up yesterday, having a good day. This is a terrible way to start because all momentum has been stalled out. The rotates are all going to be screwed up. That's great timing and play coming out from Great Britain.
I can only agree, Matrim. I can only agree. We've got a lot of work to do, though, if we're going to get this lead spot, I'm going to be honest. As we take a look at neutral, seeing where they're going. Indonesia here, trying to run alongside Vietnam, but we've already seen Vietnam be deadly to start things off. Not really hitting too many of these sprays and shots, though, as Levante has been knocked by the red zone for neutral. Gosh, they can't catch a break, even though they're dead center, though, so if they can get that res off, that'll be okay for neutral.
Indonesia, where are you going to go? Looks like Trix maybe got a position, but it's going to be right alongside Vietnam. Big explosions popping off on neutral. They're on the center position on this circle, so they're going to be getting a lot of aggro. It's a little bit safe. I wouldn't call it comfortably safe over here, as Denmark's on one side. Germany's now going to be distracted based off of the rotate that was coming in from Indonesia that we saw just one moment ago. Vietnam's going to be on a little bit more of a chase for Indonesia, so that's going to open up neutral to have a bit more time on this one.
South. Come on, south, please,
Let's
please.
Go, do it. Go to the islands to the south.
Oh, okay, that's still a lot of water. That is still a lot of water indeed. Okay, so if Denmark has already kind of positioned themselves in compounds down there where they also have kind of potential cliff control. So we already saw how well they did in that cliffside finish on that first Erangel, but all of these teams now sending it forwards here. South Korea coming in. They've got to get some points on the board to catch up against Brazil.
This is going to be terrible. This is so flat as far as circles go. We lost most of the train that we were talking about a moment ago. Brazil is just trying to navigate right through the thick of Ukraine. Boostic, we've been seeing this guy just murder the world. He's going to spot out Brazil in their rotate. I think maybe let most of it go. That US is just too tempting. You got to go for the shots on it. I don't even know where Brazil can go. Philippines is going to be wrapping it right back behind this as well. Ukraine's going to get caught out. Boostic goes down.
Oh. No, this is not good for a team that had a BRDM and potentially some easy salvation in a game like this. You can't be losing people early. But that being said, though, PL and are cracking it down here. 2 defects. Tony does actually knock him as well, but Hakatori's taken sparking. This could be the perfect opportunity if they do not recover for the rest of the lobby.
This is such a problem. Everybody on the chase back behind him. Korea's already inside the circle, 20 points back behind. Tony knows he needs to get this res, and they've got to get out. But Philippines now focusing in. Red Zone's going to be on top of him as well. There's still a couple of little hurdles that they have to go for after this one, but it looks like Ukraine is on the hunt. They want to try to close out this as well. They're coming up from the other side. I don't even know how Brazil can get out of this position. Aljib's just on top of him already.
He knows he's going to be cooking up a nade. They have to separate out as quickly as possible here. I think he might have seen a little bit of Tony on the left-hand side. The Kraken goes down. Tony's going to have to try and escape on the left-hand side here as well. Alan Bots here from Philippines does big damage to Brazil. He knows. He's trying to swing around. Goes for the shots. Misses them here. Alan Bots shuts him down. Brazil is out in 16th place to start off day number 3.
That is a terrible start. Korea taking some casualties as well, having a little bit of a falter. China's already lost one. Neutral still in position, holding down a great point inside the circle, but it's going to be right next to Korea. Nade starting to roll out, goes a bit too far, but Korea's trying to get their damage control, figure it out, but they're neutral in front of them. If they can eliminate neutral, that's going to be even more breathing room from the squads back behind them, but neutral needs every point they can get, and they are dropping bombs right on top of Korea.
We're just losing all the top teams already by the looks of things. If we're not careful here, all of these teams trying to go for that little wiggle on through into a circle like this made it very difficult. So they had to go for some really dicey locations. As Batulins is trying his best to shut this down. I think some of those nades are actually bobbling down further along that hill because of the incline that is there. But anyway, Capitan and Argentina also now trying to make a move. Jirexi is actually parachuting in above this to try and get towards the rest of Finland on this west side if our circle goes towards the shoreline again. Oh,
That's
no.
gonna be nuts. USA's called in their reinforcements like you're talking about. Let's see how they go for land. Great Britain's trying to make an approach into the circle. They're going to be running up against Vietnam and how it's going to set. Oh, circle pops and it stays along the coastline. Denmark in a phenomenal position.
Yes, they are. This is a huge opportunity for Denmark. That said, though, you cannot hold this split at this point as Denmark. You've got to get together. You know that there's going to be so many teams trying to crash in desperate situations into some of those spots here. So Denmark, this should be yours to wrestle away from the rest of the teams if you can coagulate.
Oddly kind of beneficial for USA because while they don't have any gear, they can just land on those little islands and hold out for the time being.
True.
Ukraine going to roll up. China needing a big game. 71 points right now. They want to try to at least be able to catch up against what Korea is going to be pumping out down below them. And Ukraine just up in the face of Zhao Wu. Not too much else he can really do. Spaceman can't kind of reinforce anything that's going to be going on here. And this isn't even in the circle. That shack is not even in this circle is insane.
Yeah, China takes down Ukraine. That's some important points for them to try and make the catch-up happen as well. That's on the north side of this circle at the moment. Here's the problem. Here is the big problem for a circle like this. Almost never in professional PUBG do we get a final circle on this location on these compounds. So this is going to be a problem all of these teams in the north side are going to have to solve that they've almost never had to solve before on an international stage.
Massive shout out on that one. Argentina's going to regroup right next to Denmark. USA just seeing if maybe they can get down next to Shrimsy. Kick starts making a run, but it's going to be while the Finns are making their pass. Turkey's got themselves a foothold right on the edge of the zone, a little mini peninsula that they can play, but it's all about the focus up into the north. We've got so many squads that are just going to have to bully their way through a death funnel. Thailand has to kind of push their way through neutral. Neutral's already got themselves defended position inside of these craters and are just waiting, but it's going to throw off the timings. They want to try to get into the circle, but Korea on the other side of them, this is a big problem for everybody over here.
More nades forwards here. Levante goes for the Orc Spray to try and do a little bit more damage as Adus is going to reposition himself. Take her quite low. Scappy low and does get naded out here. Unfortunately, that nade also catches Batulins, but I think they realized that there was going to be no opportunity to be able to get him back up. Seongjiang looking for maybe some consolidation points, because the thing is that them moving in from this north side without any more casualties would be very surprising indeed. The car for Belmont actually burning away. He's got to be careful just out of the radius of that one.
Nade kind of helped him get away from that firefight that was about to cook him, so Belmont inadvertently appreciating it. Yeah, he loses the car, but where do you even go next at this point? China still needs to fight their way in. Thailand, Korea, all focusing in, just trying to fight their way into the circle. These are all the guys that are in the hunt, trying to exploit. Brazil going down early, but they're just destroying each other. Philippines rolling right through all of it. Nowhere to go. China's at least got the BRDM, but how do you run through this many people with it?
Yeah, they took down Ukraine, so I suspect this is Ukraine's, unless they had one themselves. I didn't quite see beforehand, but Neutral here still looking for a little bit more trance up towards the north. China's actually crashing into this location as well. Neutral's got to be quite careful about that. Circle does center up on Denmark as well as Argentina. Argentina had moved in on that position where Denmark had split across, but now Indonesia is gone on that north side once again, thanks to the Philippines.
Germany just in the meat grinder and trying to make the most out of it right now, but every single time they pop up, they're getting shot by at least 3 different teams. China's at least managed to reinforce themselves, get close enough. Panzerfaust looks like it's going to go a little bit wide, maybe a lot wide, as it flies right over their head. Maybe even going for Cowboy, I don't know.
Yeah, he was aiming for the Popker, I think. But anyway, it looks like that nade's going to be able to bobble on down there once again, do some damage against China. You can see the hunger in neutral China and Korea realizing that Brazil had gone down as early as they had. And now Levante down here for neutral. It is not easy for them to make the recovery. God, this terrain, so hard for these teams to play at the moment. You see how wounded all these teams are at the moment.
I feel so bad. Korea's just trying to get themselves into the circle. They've got an open area in front of them. And two different teams, most notably it's Argentina, that is just wrecking them, not allowing any form of rotate. And that's forcing Korea back into that neutral line that they've been trying to avoid for so long. Kudos to neutral, though. They've been in the thick of this firefight for so long, and they're holding it together. They're not being able to really get control of the territory yet, just due to how many people are coming after them, but they're at least finding successes in their survival.
Not often we get to see the drowning icon in the kill feed, but here in 2026, we might see a lot of that if we continue on with these circle settings. After PNC, as now Cowboy here, trying to be an annoyance in the back. This is a problem for China. He's done a lot of damage to them here. Lu's going to be able to steal away that one, so that's another point for neutral, who now leapfrogs China here onto podium. Lu looking for a bit more against Korea as they're trying to move in against this hybrid scope, able to switch between that 1 to 4 times.
Levante spots out Human. He goes down. Korea in trouble. It might be neutral that walks away the biggest winner out of everything that's going on over here. 7 kills, climbing up, chasing back behind Korea. 8-point difference right now. And it's Korea's 3 points about all they've managed to find. 17 points still up to Brazil. Korea wanted a big game here, and it feels like it's just been stolen from them.
God, if you're Denmark, though, as well, you're chomping at the bit, right? You're thinking to yourself, gosh, I wish people would come into our lines of sight. You've had this circle for so long, and nobody's coming near you. Nobody's crashing in. Everybody's still playing edge here for the most part. Good nade from Schiller there against Scav to try and shut down this position on the west-hand side. And the kickstart here, and the boys looking to try and keep this going. A little bit rolling forwards. Sata, be careful, mate.
Hey, I was worried that car was going to get him, but hey, Kickstart will just finish it out. Given the way USA started with the whole Great Britain fiasco that was going on over there, they're managing to rally this back together pretty efficiently. Philippines tries to go after Germany, draws a lot of aggro from everybody in the circle, essentially, and that activates neutral. They are on the hunt. They realize that this could be their big come-up game, and they want so much more.
Yeah, Beamy didn't know about Philippines still moving in. Aliobots was able to survive on that east side and has been knocked. Now there needs to be a reinforcement coming in from Denmark if you want to be force strong in a final game like this, or final circle of a game like this. They do take down him with a nade from Gustav. Very important, but the nade from Aliobots takes down Beamy. So Denmark, for all intents and purposes, had such a strong foothold on this game, but losing one, that's got to sting.
Argentina is finally finding their kills. They've been putting in a lot of work. I don't know what their ammo situation. Yeah, I was going to say Pippa's sitting on near on nothing. These guys have been shooting at all of this firefight that's been going on over here. I think that they've shot at least 7 or 8 different teams at this point, while Neutral's going to go ahead, back themselves back up, trying to get everybody ready to go, because it is just a doozy and Lu running into a crossfire position between Denmark and Argentina, with Germany on one side and heaven still alive for Korea on the other.
Yeah, what a war it's been on the north side. And the thing is that with Brazil dropping a donut, if they drop yet another donut, if they kind of give into some of the pressure of this final day, everything's totally open again in this tournament. And that is wild to think of, considering what Brazil has done in the last 2 days. But now neutral, still alive, still trying to get rid of Germany. They know that they're on this northern side. Oh no, that nade bounces the wrong way. I don't think they realize exactly where they are. This is, well, that is one tactic.
Trench warfare, not even inside the circle, just they're trying to mine their way into the circle is what it feels like, because they don't want to deal with neutral. And given that Panzerfaust is up, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think the end of the trench is in, which that trench line has taken them ages to dig. It is a slow process with the pickaxe. Holy.
Okay, well, I mean, sticking to tried and true strategies there, and now what are you going to do? Neutral, this is not necessarily as clean of approach as you want. Germany's got 2 players lined in waiting. Doozy not really being able to find much with Panzerfaust. He can curve it maybe down there, depending on if he gets the angle from the rock. But going for the peek up is going to be a problem. Pains gets a knock onto Lu. All pressure now onto a Doozy. Neutral, you've had a phenomenal game. Can you get anything more out of it?
Yeah, Flash should try and slow him down. If this Panzerfaust, it's a very difficult angle. They actually dropped some emergency cover as well here, but Adus is going to have to make this happen eventually. He might just be waiting to get them out of the trench, but again, I don't think they have to fully come out. Okay, no, they do, because now they have to move over to the emergency cover. But Adus, you've got to pull the trigger, mate. You've got to try and go for this, surely. I think he's running out of time, because being in the blue like that, I don't think he has enough time to reload the Panzerfaust to make the shot.
Yeah, this is all kinds of awkward now. It's just, he's got a lot of meds. so he can sit here for a while, and it's going to be kind of the name of the game. Germany has managed to get themselves into the safe zone. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. This is going to be lights out for a doozy here soon, unless, again, just a miracle of a Panzerfaust shot can actually go off and get a few more points. But 9 kills for Neutral. That, in my book, is kind of a win here for them so far on the catch-up.
And it's a
taking over
cost.
China.
Yeah, it cost Denmark so much. Look at Denmark right now. They've got 3 kills. They've got complete circle control. And somehow this felt like this was a game that was going to be their destiny game. It has put them up next to China again, so that's going to feel really good. But Neutral's explosion and the amount of kills that they've got has kind of usurped the thunder that Denmark was wanting to take from this game.
Smart move by Chris as well. Just really constricting a doozy on any options he may have here. He's going to try and go for the reload, try and go for one, and does make the move, but no, Ares will take him down. Yeah, too difficult to really make that happen, right? You've got to really account for so many angles. Now looking at your way there for a doozy. So 9 kills for Neutral. Very nicely done. We're into the top 4 here. Argentina on that west side, alongside Germany, going to be the next teams to move.
Yeah, it looks like Argentina's got to focus on to USA's position. USA playing right along the coast, and that's going to be Kickstart and Kurt, last 2 up. Germany's going to have to run down this hillside. No way to really cut a trench down into this. Maybe USA could be enough of a distraction because it looks like most of Denmark as well as Argentina is pretty focused in. But Capitan, he does have an eye on the hillside, and that feels like that's going to be enough to at least get 1 down. How much more can they get?
Yeah, not much wiggle room for Germany here to be able to get off that high ground. A lot of teams looking at their way. Keta here goes for a spray against some of the members of Germany now. Zeres is down to Capitan. Nades forwards here for them to try and dislodge Purdy Curdy. On the other side of that, though, Kickstart has been an absolute phenom for USA, but now they are burning. They're burning. They're going to be careful about this. Driving on forwards. Nades go forwards. Kickstart does knock 1, but DraftKings has taken Purdy Curdy.
Looks like he was trying to get to the water, put himself out. Can't quite get there. Kickstart's going to be on top. Nades are really hard to hit in this position. You got to cook them absolutely perfectly. Kickstart, so at least has some defense as well as Denmark is focused in. All eyes away from that German defensive position now since they're entirely gone.
Not the gun I was expecting to see in the hands of Gustav there at this moment in time, but they have the right spot and they're going to play this out. Kickstart tries to go for another. At least he slows down Argentina for his money. But that was a good salvage game overall for USA. And once again, Avenger felt like it should have been their game early in this one, thanks to this compound, thanks to a stranglehold they had on it. And they should be able to round this out considering their position.
I mean, Argentina still has a ton of players alive, so this should feed over a decent amount of kills. How does Argentina want to play this? Presently sitting in 8th place, just a couple of points back behind Denmark, if you really look at it, 9 altogether. So feeding over more points to them, specifically these 3, could be a big problem for them. So does Argentina go for the bold play? Do they go after Denmark, potentially giving Denmark more of a lead on them? Or are they just going to play this more passive? A lot of smoke's now coming down. I have to feel that they want to go for this.
I'm going to tell you, Argentina's going to have to pull out some crazy yo-yo tricks to make this work, I think. Cat's cradle, walking the dog, they're going to have to do everything here for this one. It's going to be difficult.
I see you. How can Argentina do this? Because all onus is on them. They've got to make the move. It's on the defense, and you can see Gustav's going to be playing over in the east. Nixon's going to be more of the point man, kind of bouncing around what's going to be going on with the roof. But Argentina has managed to sneak in closer and closer. They are getting points of egress into where we can see Denmark's defensive territory.
This is one of those times where I look at those percentages at the top and just think to myself, it's almost impossible for Argentina. 25% is way too generous. These roofs are too strong. The center point of this circle, too strong as well. As Argentina is hoping and praying for an absolute miracle because Denmark has barely had to take any fight. So they're going to have loads of util. They're going to have the superior angles. Argentina is doing pretty well to move up to some of this deployable cover, but this is surely done.
They are so close to actually getting a safe zone. Nades come up in a big way. All pressure now just instantly relieved. The duo that's still on the outside of everything now just has to shoot their way in. They have to make sure that they connect onto these shots. And Denmark just isn't giving them the angles. Nothing to be done. They decide to feed themselves. They're just going to go down, deny out the points. That means Denmark takes match 1 on the day.
Our Erangels just don't stop being spicy. What a crazy one again. Another coastline ending. Denmark seems to be adept at it. Hey, to be fair, Denmark's a small country. There's a lot of coastline there. I guess they're very used to this from in real life. Gibson and Mark joining me once again. What do you think, Mark?
100%. What's it? 2-3 times Denmark found the coast? They found a victory. Me and Gibson sitting there going, please don't go down, don't go down, don't overpeak, don't give Argentina the opportunity to come in. And look, do you know what? Well controlled, but big shout for Argentina. They knew when they needed to deny the points. They denied it well. But for game one here, guys, oh my God, the early fight, Brazil going down. But my big question back to you, James, is did anyone else really capitalise on that?
Well, I think there was a little bit of catch-up, right, from some of those teams, especially neutral, trying to get themselves up to podium. So there's a bit of a closing of that gap, Gibson, there.
Yeah, barely. I think the gap between first and second is only 15 points now, so they've only really lost 5 points of ground, which is not the advantage these teams needed to take whenever they found themselves in that situation. But one thing I will say, I did start to get PTSD when I saw an Argentinian team take themselves out at the end of a game. Like we saw how badly that went at the last BGS, but I think that was the right decision, right? Because I spoke to Capitan late last night and he said their goal today is to get into second place at least. And if you gave Argentina those extra few, or gave Denmark those extra few points, it just increases that gap. So I think, as much as I hate denying, like I genuinely hate it, I think it was the right decision for Argentina there.
I think that they know the severity of how tight the mid-pack is and how many of these teams they're going to have to go up against in these kinds of moments. So I get the denial, even though, yes, I also was a little bit concerned because we've seen too many of these moments happen. But, yes, Denmark, basically, let's be real here, Matrim, as long as they didn't take any more casualties to something like the Philippines insurgents or anything like that, it should have been their victory there.
And I want to point out that, yes, they did get the circle a couple of times in a row, but they started nowhere near there. They had to make a very early rotate. They had faith in the fact that the circle was going to play along that position and made a great call. I would say, though, that oddly enough, it feels like neutral was the biggest beneficiary for Brazil inside of this. Neutral eating so many of the points and really kind of taking the fight to Korea and China both opened up no real big lead capabilities in the catch-up for those two squads onto Brazil, but now does put neutral into a running position like you were talking about, James. Do you think that we might be seeing neutral finally come alive? Because it's day 3. We know whenever that squads, those players, they seem to come alive on day 3 time and time again.
I've got a lot to say about that. I mean, obviously, the last time they were here, right, they were, Korea was in first place all the way until the last game in 2019, and then basically neutral was able to win it out in the very last game, right? So yes, even they have the pedigree of coming alive in the later stages. Aduzi was there back in 2019, as we take a look at the points coming in from this. That said, though, I will say, continuing on this neutral line, Mark, that if this was any other year, 2024, 2025, whatever, everybody would be looking at that team as the absolute favorites of the tournament, hands down. Now, you know, the powers have shifted and things like that, but maybe they can come back alive here in this last day.
Yeah, it's the meta shift, isn't it? And the changes being made to the game. These players haven't quite adapted to the speed I think a lot of us expected because we have put the weight on their shoulders. Brazil remain 100 points here, and you go back to neutral, there are now 3 teams in that 80 points. So there has been a gap close. It's not huge, but Brazil, surely they can't falter again.
You'd hope so. Gibson, I said it during the cast, right? If another donut occurs for them, that'll be scary times.
It's going to be playing on their minds going into this next game. Like we said it before, this Korean audience is going to cheer every mistake they make. It's going to ramp up the pressure. The only thing I will say about them is they had been the best Erangel team all tournament long. And funny enough, on the final day, they dropped their first donut on the map. So I think that the pressure might just start to ramp up on them a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. What is this? All right, we're talking about like, wow, he's got so many kills compared to damage. Wow, he's done so much damage compared to kills. Gustav here, 876 damage.
Can we talk about no damage taken by Keter again? Is he just a pacifist?
It seems that way. Come on, I need the flex from Levante though. Man of the match up toward the top here. Getting 5 kills here, Matrim, for this one. He's great in the clutch.
I love it. I love Levante getting the love of showing performance on the international stage. This guy is an I don't even want to call him an up-and-comer anymore just because he's already kind of gotten done with that section of it. We're just on the rise. We're seeing how far he can take it. And I have big faith in this guy. I think that he is not even near a skill ceiling, and there's so much more for him.
No, for sure. I'm hoping that we are able to see a bit more of vitality through the year, of course. But it's a tough one. The competition is extremely fierce for them, as everybody in Korea, half the people, get off your phones! The PNC's going on! Get off there! Going to be a matchup coming soon. Jeez Louise. The young'uns today. The young'uns.
I've got to jump in because I was talking about this beforehand, is the fact that there's this talk that goes around whenever we talk about like sparking and how there's the day 3 falter or the inability to finally close it out. I know that this is something that looms on a lot of these players' minds, and a 0-point game starting makes this mental warfare. This is going to be all about 100%. Can you rally, and a big growth period for these players because now they have to bounce back. Sure, they've got a lead, but now that they know people are nipping at their heels, I'm kind of terrified for how the mental on that squad is right now.
Do you have a take, Mark?
Yeah, no, I can only add to it, and it's such a big thing. It's the mental game. You're in the leads, right? And we see this a lot, especially when we do PC and PIS. Teams start looking backwards, and actually the point gaps get closed. Some teams need a complete reset and the ability to go, actually, do you know what? Let's not worry about the teams behind us. Let's focus on actually the game that's ahead. And what worries me, a donut, the worst performance we've seen from Team Brazil so far in the finals was that last game. And they've had to sit there the whole game and hear the crowd, hear the game, watch obviously how things unfold. Do they have the capabilities now to completely reset and block that out? I hope they do, because they are getting to the point, actually, these are pedigree players. They need to disengage from that.
Well, you saw the trophy in the crosshairs there here with just 4 games remaining, and I think that they bring up good points, Gibson. Like the fact that you've got teams like South Korea, Denmark, China as well in this one, neutral as well, who have all previously, historically, been able to fight back against adversity. I think it will be hard to hold on to that number 1 now.
It'll be hard, but I think it is a bit of a benefit compared to like a PGS or a PGC where you're playing against seasoned teams. I think the thing about a PG or PNC is if you've got a 20-point lead and you drop a donut, you never know what team's going to get that chicken dinner. So you've still got a really strong position with 4 games left.
And of course, a big glow up there from Americas as well, right? Jumping over into that 6th place at the moment here. Match for him, considering, I think, Kickstart. Like, if the rest of USA was operating on Kickstart's level right now, and that's sad to say for the rest of the team at the moment, but who knows where they could be right now, because Kickstart looks amazing.
I mean, come on, Trimsy, kick it off. Get some more out of it because we're going to Miramar. You guys love it there.
Yes, they do. All right, let's do it then. It's going to be game 2 of the day. Game 12. There's only 4 remaining here to see if Brazil can continue it on. Let's give you over to Gibson and Mark for all of the action.
Thank you so much, James. And it is a Miramar now, the final Miramar of PNC. And this is a map where Brazil had been good in the past, Mark, but they're going to have to be excellent this time around, because if you drop low-point games in the first 2 of the days of the finals, you're in a lot of trouble.
Sandy Dunes, it is a game go. Flight path though from this one is a southeast up towards a northwest, divides the map in the middle, so pretty much all these teams will have their prio spots. But back to those points we were talking about before, the mental has to hold now for Brazil. They have to block out the cheer every time they make a mistake, every time they receive a knock. They have to block that out, and this is the game to do so.
And have you noticed that a lot, because of the new changes we've made to the zone timings, that a lot of teams, even if their primary and alt drops are available on a flight path, they're going to go to whichever one is quickest on the flight path. Like Germany are always early out of the plane. The UK kind of follow the same pattern. They want to get boots on the ground quick because of how quickly these zones start to move.
Let's wait and see. Obviously following in with Denmark are game number 1, match number 11 winners here. But it is the final day. We only have 4 more maps remaining. And before we crown ourselves a PNC champion. Denmark, though, picks the first win for the day.
Yeah, Denmark, I think, eventually will be pretty happy with that. They've put themselves right into the hunt going into the final day as well. Like, this is the thing. There's still maybe 4 or 5 teams that have a really good chance of winning this event if Brazil can be slowed down. And that circle, right? You hear the crowd.
Don't say it.
You heard the crowd.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not going to say what you think. I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say. I know what you think I'm going to say. What I'm actually going to say is Korea love that circle right now.
Yeah, so does Argentina. They're in Impala. They will be happy with that one. A lot of teams are going to have to get rotated. And it was good to see, we just saw a second ago, Korea already on that rotation. So looking to try and take some compounds. Teams have to factor in the amount of water and the game before that we played again to the waterfront. So how many teams will actually roll the dice and go, do you know what? We might need to grab a boat, or do we try and find the glider?
Don't think about it yet. You know, if you don't think about it, it'll happen. If you focus too much on it, you'll ruin your whole game. One thing I want to point out is last time we were in and around this section of the map, it was a Brazil victory where they took the fight to Argentina and Korea. It was that compound just on the edge of Puerto Preso. Even though we're only a few hundred meters up the road, or, you know, like a kilometer up the road from that spot, it's a very different circle, isn't it?
Another fun fact for sleeping. Sleeping seems to be the fun facts
So,
of these players.
Kick snores, Shrimsy talks in his sleep, Tigger's really loud in his sleep. Are all of these players just, like, really bad to share a room with?
They're just tired. They're playing a lot of PUBG. That's all. They finish PUBG, they have to sleep, they reset, they go again. Talk about a reset. Well, that is going to be Team Brazil. They did drop the donut, unfortunately, for game number 1 today. So again, they have to, as we say, get over that mental. They're a little bit late on the flight path, so Gibson, they're going to have not as much time as you allude, but they do have an opening. That whole northeast side of the zone, if they want to rotate around towards El Hazar, they'll be okay at the moment, but it's down to timing.
That's the rotate they're going to make. Like Brazil the players have been around long enough. They're going to take that rotate over onto the coastline, work their way into the circle from there. It's the smart move in a circle like this. Like, you can see teams like Vietnam are thinking something similar. I'm looking at Germany though. Like, you think about the positions that Germany can rotate in from. The UK and the Philippines are likely already going to be in a good position to catch anybody making a pass up that southern road.
For me, I think Germany's going to come in really late. I think they're going to go to that kind of default ascend style of play. See, obviously, with Chris Paynes was on there. We've got Kara, which was the ex-coach for them as well. So I think they're going to default into that sort of play. Lou default into the play to try and find a home, and he's found a potential with Ukraine there. I also do like this, what we're seeing from Team USA. They've gone for a 2-2 split. 2 have taken the emergency pickup. They're going to try and get to the higher ground over on that east and try and neighbour up any of these teams coming in.
I like the move from USA, and they've been on the come up this last, day and a half. Like, they had a really good day 2. It's been a good day 3 so far. If they could get a few points in this one and maybe even get that chicken dinner, they've put themselves in a wonderful position to make a run in the final few maps of the day as well. But it's already like crazy when you consider the fact that so many of the teams in the chasing pack are already in great positions in the circle.
Shots coming in from Argentina. USA does go for that higher ground here. Capitan gets a breeze on towards Cowboy, but 2 boots will be holding the hillside at the moment. South Korea, they're rolling the dice a little bit here, Gibson. They've gone for a 3-1 split. Actually, a little bit heavy, actually disengaging. No, scrap that. They're going for a 2-2. I was worried then because I thought they were going to try and hold as a 3 and leave 1 by their own devices. And that could be an exposed because we've got Denmark and Brazil coming in from the north. So good to see, actually, they've collapsed that and they've gone back to a 2-2.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. And then you look at the US, they've gone for the Liquid Falcon split, where you've got the 2 Liquid players playing the high ground, the 2 Falcons players on the low. I wonder whose call that was. We're like, Liquid guys, go you pick up and land on the rock, see if it's clear for us when we're on our way. And maybe that's how the comms went that time around. But let's have a look at it. You can see the rotate some of these teams have made already. I think Turkey, they're going to go south towards Los Leones, despite what that line shows you going in towards San Martin. They're going to come in by Los Leones. Thailand the same, but remember, this circle is going to close in 3 minutes, so if you are just joining us today, you're going to learn a lot of things quickly. These zones close a lot quicker than what you're used to seeing. Yeah, these first to shrink speed. Indonesia actually going really far out towards the west to take that south road, so they might clash with Germany. Germany, again, haven't started to make their way towards zone just yet. Interestingly, Vietnam have gone for a big 2-2 split as well, but 2 with Tanvi obviously going out by the coast. So again, they're keeping an eye on the water towards the east. China do come in the south. Ukraine collapsing, and Team Neutral now starting to consolidate to a degree, but not everyone overextending to the coast just yet, and that concerns me in this next shift. And look at how cautious Brazil are being as well, stopping and scouting. Like they're kind of leapfrogging their way into the zone. They're making sure they don't get caught out on rotate like they did on Erangel, with an asterisk to say that Erangel map, that circle caused havoc. So I don't feel like they're going to be too upset about that previous game, but Brazil got to be really careful here on Miramar. Yep. They are taking their time. They're not overextending this one. Obviously, it was a military island, and it is Erangel. We've seen how crazy those zones have been. It's been the map of choice, I feel, for the PUBG gods. Finland, long rotation round. They go out the other side of El Hazar. Thailand have an opportunity in their own boat if it does go towards the east, so they can now work their way down. Kiss takes on Tiantan. He is caught there with his hands in the cookie jar as he has picked up the Groza. But he's got to be careful, and he has to consolidate down pretty quickly. But the rest of China coming for the reinforcements. Yeah, the tyres were popped, but thankfully for Tian, he could just put that Bronco into reverse, go back down the hill and rejoin the rest of the team. But maybe an opportunity missed there by Thailand. I think the problem for Kiss was all he had was a gas can and an AUG. Didn't really have a DMR or a sniper that he could pile on the pressure as we keep an eye on Denmark, who've got Korea not too far away. I think they spotted neutral down the road as well. Like, I think Denmark will be pretty happy with this spot, at least for the rest of phase 1 and maybe phase 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. They're a good position to hold, especially they'll be waiting for that sort of west shift. Germany have moved in as well. They've gone towards Los Leones, so they've come north. They've not followed the pathing. Indonesia do take that Germany pathing as well. So those two teams won't clash just yet. It's also worth noting Turkey still remains out of zone, as they are now working also towards Los Leones, but they're coming in from that west. So again, not many teams. They might cross path with Thailand that we just saw.
Yeah, Turkey probably the biggest disappointment of the grand final so far. After a brilliant survival stage, saw them coming second. But I suppose you could argue the same for Ukraine, Mark. They were the dominant team in the survival stage, and they're sitting 40 points off of top spot with 4 games left to play. Now, you and I both know we've seen some incredible Na'Vi fight backs on final days in the past before, but I think here at PNC for Ukraine, it's just a bridge too far.
I don't know, they're on that mid-pack. We'll have to wait and see, though, 3 seconds before we see the zone shift, and surely it's going to donut up. Hopefully it does. It does! So we don't get the water out towards the east. A disappointment for some, victory for some others. For USA, they are in the eye of the storm.
Yeah, but look at Denmark. Their 2-2 split's going to become a full 4. Brazil find themselves in the circle, but not too far away from SATA. You've got Ukraine closing in on the position. It looks like Korea, Ukraine, and USA we're all kind of thinking about going for that same compound, but Korea now in a wonderful spot, and you can hear the crowd. They're happy with that shift.
They are happy with that shift. And the only real team that sort of played for an island was going to be Vietnam for me. They went for the 2-2, but very much towards the coast. Everyone else looking for this area, praying, hoping that the angle gods for the zones weren't going to be the case. Neutral, the way they spread out, they did sort of work their way towards the compound for a crash, but now they work their way back, and Thailand has backfilled this area, so they've got to be cautious. It's Kiss, lays in the wings to wait.
Yeah, Kiss just thought he had a chance there for a moment on the neutral, but they're going to continue moving north. Remember, they've got a couple of players in a compound, by the way, Mark, that for years has been called No Win. That compound just north of X Games, it was called No Win because once you park up there, your vehicles are gone, and you just kind of have to hope the circle keeps going there. But I think we'll see neutral play a 2-2 split. I think with where the other two players are, it's probably their best bets.
Turkey now arriving towards zone, but they're arriving past Spaceman. A couple of shots will go forward. Germany have taken the gas station and the split, though, as they will have to thread the needle between these two teams. It's Chris gets a spray. Turkey survives out, and they're full sending now in towards Impala.
Yeah, Argentina are in there. You've got the UK as well. Turkey going to join the fight. Capitan looks to get the first shots in anger. Lands a headshot for 60 damage, and Sheila just about manages to get inside. An opportunity missed there for Argentina, and maybe that could be a benefit for Team UK.
Yeah, UK have hunkered down here as well. Philippines, though, finds a quick kill confirmed. Cruxy will go down. For Finland, though, they're trying to take that coastal road on the east, but Philippines have already positioned up here, and they've actually expanded out after Vietnam gave up their split.
Yeah, Vietnam, they've got themselves now moving into a different position. Philippines have got a 2-2 split on the coastline that you can see now, as well as I think they're looking to hold a lot of ground. And I spoke about it, Team UK's Vard will catch Celtic, but it'll be really hard to confirm that one out within a need or a blue zone, because it is building-to-building fighting happening inside Impala.
Yeah, they've got to manage the amount of utility
the
they
beesies.
use. And there goes one. Komarko has to wait on the outside. I actually think he might have got that in time. It's going to be a close run. Komarko goes for a full send, takes a shot in the back, and makes it just about in time.
Yeah, disappointing that for Team UK. They were hoping that double blue zone need would be enough, but Celtic just about got into the corner that's got him out of trouble. Brazil sending it now to this compound that gives them a bit of control just north of centre. So you've got Vietnam, Korea, and Brazil in a pyramid of death. You could call it a Miramar pyramid, I suppose, instead of Miramar triangle instead of a Bermuda triangle, but you don't want to try go between those three teams.
Zone circles up one more time. We get rid of the water. Brazil leaving with their first compound, now going for the second. And yeah, we've got big names now sitting in the centre. Denmark maybe for the backfield, but Denmark also might clash here. Thailand, we're in with the BRDM. They're going to see a mass migration as well. And this is where everybody clash. Denmark head to head on the other side. And Thailand runs straight in. Oh, Brazil get the first one. Kiss will fall down. Sparking has to go for the spin, and Tigger will also fall.
Yeah, this ain't going well for Thailand. They're trying to run him over inside the BRDM, but Spark is going to confirm out the kill. He manages to dodge the BRDM. Scap is going to jump in and out, but we've seen how BRDMs in Brazil go together. Sparking falls at the hands of Scappy. They've got one kill. A few have been stolen away here, which ain't good for Brazil. They're at 101 points, and their rotates have been ruined.
Yeah, they're down to 2. Denmark turn around. They go back their way. Grenade comes through, bounces around. Have to be careful. Scappy, though, has that BRDM as cover. Opens the door, bounces off the back of the car, but it hits the insurance claim on the step one more time.
Close the door, close the door, close the door. He did, and Scappy's going to get back inside the BRDM, but this is Brazil's spot now for the rest of the game. You could do that, but is Thailand willing to ruin their day just to stop Brazil?
Yes, close them in, lock Brazil out, Scappy, full reverse, and don't let them escape.
Well, BL's inside the smoke looking to pick up some loot. Scappy will continue tossing nades and blue zones over, but as you can see, they're not quite expanding where they need to. BL will step into the blue, but he just about gets behind the rock. Kraken, he'll first aid inside the shack, but this is a heavy dump from Scappy, but he's not really getting any ROI at all.
No, and that BRDM is gonna go. He needs to use it or abuse it, because the Kraken knows that he can't have that reverse up on him. Scappy repositions though, launches the grenade out, has to try and close that door, and there's that BRDM. The opportunity now gone. Thailand 1 versus 2, more utility going, but it's an exchange, and good shots will come through.
Oh my, what is it about these shacks and just not being able to get nades in the front door as BL's going to play in the dip at the back, but Brazil still alive and kicking. Phase 3, all 6 teams left alive. It ain't going to be a donut for them, but at least they've guaranteed 1 extra point. But if I'm looking at this, if I'm Korea, Denmark, neutral, I am licking my lips now at another opportunity that might open up.
I'm surprised Denmark actually turned around when the fight engaged. They went back towards the north, so they might be waiting for this third party, though. BL comes out, grenade comes forward, goes over towards the top, though. Scappy has to come underneath, but Vietnam now getting involved as Tanvu hits the Scott.
Yeah, another nade thrown this time by BL, and Scappy just about gets him covered, but it's the Americans, it's Shrimsy that catches one out. He doesn't have the high ground, so he cannot confirm out that knock, but Scappy still trying to hold them back.
Indonesia.
This is getting really sweaty for Brazil.
They're going for a full send. They're going to go to the base of this mountain, wait for the zone to shift over. Korea leaving their compound. The zone is going to shift. It donuts up one more time. Indonesia, though, take the diversion. Now they go head-to-head, potentially with Korea.
Oh, Scappy, he knows that one of the Brazil players is knocked and he tries to take advantage, but he gives it. That point has been handed over to Brazil, and now maybe they can consider going for the res. Indonesia, though, we thought they might ruin Brazil's day. They're just going to play it safe and take the compound.
You have to play safe at the moment. Indonesia do find safety. They could have clashed, especially that zone shifted south. They would have been going towards that base of the mountain. Germany now on that migration as well from the south, so they leapfrog ahead of China and Turkey. Turkey have got the emergency pickup you can see in that mini-map in the air ready to go, so they might try and take some of the high ground that we see Germany now put up on.
17 points the gap now, so the gap between first and second is the same as it was in the beginning of day 2, the smallest gap Brazil have had since then. Kraken giving up inside the compound. Look, they have vehicles, they've got movement opportunities, but I think for them, do you separate? Do you play the 2 players a little bit isolated from each other and hope that if one's knocked you can play a trade? Or like, I think that's what they're going to do. Kraken's going to dig, he's going to play in. Essentially, these 2 players are solos trying to get into the top 8 now.
Yeah, keep your head down. Keep the head down. Thailand had the opportunity to close them out and lock them in that shack, but they were unable to do so. USA know exactly where they are. Korea's not going to leave their compound, so it's going to be down to these teams look on the outside crashing in. We've got the Philippines looking to try and move here. We've still got Turkey and China to move. The only thing for me, if Turkey obviously gets to the high ground, they'll be able to look down and cause chaos. Michael, though, does open things up, but that's coming from Impala.
Yeah, he's way too far away to take advantage, so you'd imagine Brazil will get the res off again, and I think that's exactly what is going to happen. A drop landing between the Philippines and the US is a bit of a bait here, and you can see Kurt's thinking about it, but the helmet is down to just 1 shot, so he's got to be really careful about what he does. And while all this has been going on, while everyone's distracted, Turkey, they're going to try to wrap in behind Team UK.
Yeah, Turkey didn't take the emergency pickup, so they're now obviously working their way around through the town. I suppose there's safety the field the Impala will have, praying, hoping maybe some of these teams already left, but they're going to hit the gunshots in front of them. Capitan does find 1 and a confirmation as well. So again, Argentina looking to climb towards that second place, you said.
13 points off second now, and they told me that was the goal today. Get into second and see what happens. But with 4 players up and a little foothold inside Impala, it's going to get very hard for them in a few moments when they have to leave, because China, Argentina, UK, Turkey, Philippines, maybe even the US will find themselves evicted from the next circle if it goes north at all. T-Bone steps up and down goes Marco.
Yeah, they have to now defend. They're not getting any pressure left or right, so they can actually hold out Turkey now. So Tick launches the grenade over the top, give him maybe a bit of breathing room to get that res back on. T-Bone has to disengage. He's received some damage. Zone is about to shift. And Turkey, though, there's a confirmation code. Marco does go down. Oh, huge nade comes in. And it's not going to be the case. Zone shift. Oh, my God. It goes west. We leave all of the hard cover behind. And we're full open terrain here for game number 2.
That's brilliant news for Korea, though, and it's really bad news for Brazil, because all these teams in Impala might now be looking at that position as somewhere they can go for. Philippines are going to play for the shack. Now, that's one position of power gone. You might see Argentina try to contest them, but if I'm Brazil, I actually don't like that circle because it brings all of Impala towards you.
They have to flex their out now. They have to puff up these feathers for Brazil and stop any migration their way. 2 has to become 22. DraftKings finds not just 1 and 2 himself. They are going to flex into this position here. Grenade was ready, but takes the opportunity now just to get a med as he's got a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, don't let Philippines regroup, though. They've got the knocks. You know that they're regrouping at this point in time, so make sure they don't get bodies back up. That nade could be perfect. It goes, and down go the Philippines. Argentina go up to 5 kills, and we'll see Vard fall at the hands of Metabay.
Yeah, he falls full charge out. Vex looking to try and get that res. Time is ticking. Third party is coming in long distance, but Vex should be able to get that res for Team UK.
Yeah, Argentina now, they've got a foothold inside the circle. China are trying to ride that busted Murado inside the circle. Bopped tires. They just about managed to find a spot, but they're within utility throwing distance of Ukraine, and you know Diffix is feeding that information to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they're keeping this 2-2 splits. They've seen their car underneath them. They've got to be careful. If they pop out over the top, they might get punished. Could be down towards time. And Vietnam, oh my God, denied the opportunity to take on Brazil. As Swimsy with the M249 destroys 2.
Yeah, 13 teams left alive now as Team UK park up really close to Brazil, who've used almost all of their util. This is the problem. Because of that delayed fight and because they use so many nades to take down Scappy, they can't defend from range, Mark. All they can do is spray and pray in these gunfights, and the UK should have plenty to work with.
They have plenty to work with. Vietnam, no more, though. 13th place for them. Brazil, as I said, they are puffing out a little bit, keeping an eye on Germany. Make sure Justice doesn't come over the top and have a look. Team UK down bodies now, as it's only T-Bone and Fex remains. T-Bone is in the zone, but there's an open train, unfortunately. A big run for the final player for Team UK.
Yeah, but Brazil only have 1 UK player plus the USA to worry about in their position. Your lobby leaders still just hanging on, hoping to make it inside that top 8, and I think USA will make that move. And here we go. The lobby leaders getting challenged by the US.
They had to. They know exactly where they are. They put one down. They lose one on the push forward, though, but they don't know there's a split. And oh my God, Kraken finds Swimsy. The spray comes across, but they found the stronghold. The Morty pretty much just too short, and for Brazil, they're down to a solo player.
An extra point for Korea as that kill's going to get confirmed on the Shrimsy. For the US, this is not looking good right now. They need to deal with Kraken. They're throwing utility. Finland have got the high ground on Denmark, but look at that. The shots are going to come in, and Denmark are eliminated. They fall at the hands of the Finns.
That's not good for Denmark. A victory in game number 1, unable to pick up any kills. They waited the line of the rotation. It just didn't work for them. So Kraken, though, has to try and use anything he can just to divert the delay. Anything on Team USA. Argentina still in zone. Shift down towards the south, so he still remains in the game.
Yeah, but look at this. The circle's going to force them towards Brazil again because the US are no longer there. That nade's going to bounce the wrong way, and that Dorito will flip over, revealing Kraken's position even more. Can he survive out 3 more teams? There's every possibility, Mark, when you look at where everyone else is, and Korea also find themselves outside the circle.
Yeah, they've got to push towards Indonesia now. So Kraken is cautious. He knows he's got teams around him. He knows Germany's had a few peaks over the top towards him, and Argentina obviously there, but he's able to sort of lose Team USA hand in hand from Cowboy. I know that's adventurous for him to go forward. IXE, though, getting involved. So Kraken, though, looking back, comes into the eye line of Team Germany and finds himself back in his bunker hole, and he finds the potential to get another opportunity. It's another point on the board, and for Brazil, they fall 4 total for game number 2.
Yeah, and that's really bad news. You can see the Korean fans not happy with that. Brazil securing 4 points, just getting that gap up to 19. Korea have done nothing all map long, but now all of a sudden they're moving towards Indonesia. Can Korea or neutral or Argentina take advantage?
They have to. They have to. Everyone has to W key down now. Team USA going to be back. Purdy moves right, but he clicks completely dry. Nothing left in the tank. Purdy is out.
Argentina, 8 kills, 4 players alive. Neutral, 4 players are alive. Korea, 4 players alive. All these teams can really make big moves here. Indonesia, though, holding the line. But Korea, they're going to lose that Panzer as the initiator.
They are. It's going to be an explosive entry point for them. Blue zone will tick some damage. Indonesia obviously took this compound away from them quite early on. Wait for the blue just to come down. Grenade goes up, clears the top room on both sides. So from the guys, now they're going to work their way down. Indonesia 3-1 split. Is the solo going to cause the damage?
Yeah, Queen's on the outside looking to hold the front door while the rest of the players hold inside, but that Panzer of Heathers could be trouble for Indonesia. Korea trying to force their way closer. They don't have BZ nades, so they can't force them any further away. And look at this, Indonesia have got SMGs and shotguns as well because of how valuable they are at close range.
Well, we're now in the point as we are Team UK taking 9 plays. People does find Sata. That fight will work its way around the high ground here. But we'll stay with this. Indonesia will hold up. It looks like the grenade opens up, though. Heather will fall down. Now they start to activate, but they activate onto Heather, who puts Queen down on the outside.
Watch for Germany, third party. Heaven taking a lot of damage inside the blue now. Korea will probably lose 1 in the fight. Jerksy, he's got the micro Uzi. He's got 5 rounds. He hits them, but he's got to get into cover. Drapkin gets another. Guman takes down Sepsina. Jerksy trying to confirm out these kills, but Ares is there as well. South Korea in trouble.
It is South Korea in trouble. Germany have activated at the right time for them. They've come on the third party. Indonesia are down bodies, but in the blue zone, South Korea the same, down to a solo player. Does able to get the med back on in time, but again, the zone shifts away from the compound. Germany move 3 of the bodies back towards the zone, but leave Ares up on the high ground.
2v2, though this could be massive when it comes to who wins this PNC. Indonesia trying to hold out Korea. Guman gets one. Trick steps across. Double barrel shotgun. Trick falls. And Korea, they've got to go for the res once more. Did Germany step up? It looks like Ares is going to try a Hail Mary.
Neutral's coming on the other side. They know they've got to close the gap. They've got to do it quickly. Grenade comes in. They don't find it. Ares knows exactly where they are. Neutral, though, looking to peek overhead. Lou has seen the 2 heads. 1 grenade in hand. Kobe will go out. And South Korea will go down. 6 plays for them. And for Neutral, though, a great take for that victory.
Game on, hunt on. Neutral and Argentina now both have Korea in their sights. Nade toss towards DraftKing, but he gets that knock on to Justice. Levante will try and get Batu back up on his feet, but the blue zone will start closing soon. That nade is good. Germany, they're struggling. Justice about to fall. Pains the same. Argentina, 12 kills.
Talk about a climb to second place, and they're trying to do it in 2 games. Neutral trying to hold them at bay. Ukraine obviously looking to get involved, and they are going to put a stop. Great double, though, for Diffix. Levante and Petolians will fall. So Neutral, though, taking the aggressive stance, but outside edge, Ukraine sit and wait, and they activate now. Tiantan will fall down.
Look at the kill dispersion, though. Argentina have more than every other team left alive combined. They have been on one right now, and as we said, there's still more kills to come. Chris has abandoned this fight. He's left his teammate all to himself. Ukraine getting held back by DraftKing, who still has rounds to work with as well. But Ukraine got to be so careful because Argentina, they are on a tear.
They are on a 10. They've got that little bit of high ground, and they control so much of the zone out on the east now. The remaining team there, Lou, takes some damage, has to take a little bit of a breather as we now get the first aid back on, and DraftKing can still go to work. Even if he doesn't get the knock, he's getting so much information that he can give to the rest of the team.
Another a doozy of a nade there. This one landing on top of Bustic and the stun grenade in the blue zones. This ain't bad for Ukraine. Another one's tossed on and they got to get out of there. Get out of dodge because Neutral are coming for your heads. You can see it. A doozy will confirm out that kill. Zhao Wu the other, and Ukraine are stumbling out.
They are stumbling out and they're surviving somehow. Neutral needs to keep the point average up if they want to close down on Brazil and Korea. For now, they are on 3, down to 2 players. Ukraine falling down. Ferris is going to crawl his way around, try and get the information. As Diffix has to keep an eye on Zhao Wu, but he'd be interested to sort of spin around and cause damage back towards Team Neutral.
Yeah, you can see Neutral trying to confirm out this kill, but Ferris will bleed out in a few seconds' time. The Panzer shot from Lou has just been wasted. Zhao Wu will confirm that kill. as we got 5 teams left alive. Neutral, Argentina, China, Germany, and Ukraine. As Defex steps up, Defex finds one. He knows where the second is, but Lou from inside his molehill will step up and gets the kill, and Ukraine are wiped.
15. Argentina. They're on the climb now. Argentina find that position. They find most of the zone. Down to a top 4, and Argentina full control now. Solos survive out the run, the gauntlet that's been the field. They're looking for a few more to try and close this one out. Germany really split, and Argentina so tight together. Again, gives the comeback to your point. They said they wanted second. It looks like they're going to do it in 2.
There are still enough points available to get them all the way up. Argentina finds another. Oh, Capitan, my captain, gets another kill. 3 for him, 5 for Emmy, as Aries becomes the next target. Chris has been hiding for a while, but Aries is now in the blue, and he's got to make his way in.
Yeah, he's on the blue bush as well. They're looking to try and take the fight. Argentina going for a 2-2 split. Chris keeping his head down because he wants second place. For Team Neutral, though, they sit just on the outside edge of this sort of south to southwest side. The hillside will keep him in play at the moment. And for Aries, it's eventually going to be one call, and the calling is blue.
Yeah, and I don't think Argentina are going to risk house money to try get that flush. They will let Aries go down to the blue and focus on moving on in. Smart play for Argentina. 1 point is not as valuable as what you could get for getting the win here. Chris with an 8-8, but look what a doozy he has, Mark. He is a P90, and that's a great equalizer.
It is, and he's looking for that climb back. It's Chris finds Lou. Drav King finds it's Chris. So it's down to a 4 versus 1. A doozy doesn't even get the med on. He sprays for 1, but it's going to be Argentina climb. 16 kills, a 26-point game here for the final day. What a climb to victory. Let's bring back, though, James and Matrim. Welcome back, guys. Argentina all the way.
It's ginormous, and it's a true return to form. Look how happy they are. You may as well consider them winning the tournament with that kind of reaction. But they know what this means, right? Them jumping back up into what is effectively now second place here. After the start of day 2, Matrim, we saw as it was Brazil and Argentina flying high, and Argentina gets an absolute blinder here for the second game.
And this is big. Argentina finding those points, of course, good for them. But also the fact that they were eliminating so many of the other squads that were going for good positions inside the circle means that the squads that were on the hunt for Brazil when they went out early now still manages to keep just enough of a lead to have some comfort. My question, though, is how much has Argentina managed to pick up in this one, and have they now jumped into that second place like you're talking about? And if so, how close is it going to be?
Yeah, you still have Neutral on the other side as well in the fields. I think that if the terrain had been a bit more kind to them than fields alone, maybe Neutral could have done a bit more with this one here, Gibson. But in the end, I mean, they're still racking up the points here, game on game.
Yeah, Neutral climbing it up and putting Korea under real pressure, but I'm going full PAS stand. What a game for Argentina. They have been dominant today. Like, second place in game number 1, first place in game number 2. I'm going to read out word for word what Capitan said. Yesterday was a bad day. I know our weaknesses now. We're going to destroy the lobby today. We're going to get second place at least. And you know what? Is there anything better than seeing a player back up their words?
Yeah. It's undeniable. What we're seeing here from them here, huge results so far. If they can continue this on, I mean, one thing that's very interesting about it as well is that reaction after that win shows that if they can continue rolling on with this, Mark, who knows? They could even maybe jump against where Brazil is, because Brazil only 4 points in the 2 games. Yes, they survived a little bit, but it's not enough here if these teams continue on.
Yeah, Brazil got caught early. Obviously, unfortunate for them, they run into Thailand at the wrong time. That BRDM kept Scappy in play. But as soon as that kind of firework kicked off, Team USA got involved. And you're right, only 4 points for them. And with the fall of game number 1, it's not a great average to start. Huge average for Argentina. They started in 10th, they moved to 8th. They are going to be climbing. Be interested to see how quickly they can go. But on the other side of things for Team Brazil, actually having different teams win the map plays still into their favor, but they have to increase these point averages per game.
Tough circle for all of these teams as well. Obviously, normally on Miramar, we would have shifted away from that pillar that did exist there towards the end matchup. Nobody takes advantage of being on top of a pillar, but now, again, yet another circle that is a little bit different to our previous variants, and these teams are having to solve this problem on the fly.
We saw, what was it, Finland as well as Germany that made the commitment into playing along the pillars over there. Finland playing more over to the east, gets a decent kill count based off of their performance over there. And Germany, yet again, making it into the later stages. Yeah, it's not as big and flashy of what we see going on with Argentina, but I will say that Germany is consistently overperforming my expectations for them, and they should be taking pride in what they're doing.
Surviving deep into these games. Right. It's 26 points here for Argentina, jumping massively at the start here of day number 3 of PNC 2026. 10 points for neutral as well. Again, I think that everybody's eyes really were on South Korea and how they were going to play out that compound, Gibson, but there was nothing really going their way as soon as Indonesia had moved in underneath them.
Yeah, Indonesia did a great job of holding them back, and credit to Korea, they did eventually win that fight, but neutral were waiting. A great nade wiped Korea out, and they have not taken advantage at all. They've only gone to 91 points. Brazil have a 10-point lead now.
Oh, I'm nervous now for Brazil in a really bad way, and I know that they're getting really nervous as well. It's Argentina saved them, but now has become the new threat. It's like, hey, we're best friends, and it's like that old school meme. It's like, friendship ended with Argentina. I guess Korea is now my new best friend.
Love that from Pippa there, putting the flag on out as well towards this. They've done DraftKings dirty there, I think.
Oh, yes, they have.
Hey guys, a win is a win. He got 6 kills. He almost did 1,000 damage as well alongside Capitan. Fantastic stuff from them. No holds barred at all. I will say with the overall leaderboard, whilst we take a look at man of the match as well, what a change in just 2 games alone, right? Multiple teams overlapping the position there of China. And of course, here is DraftKings here for the man of the match, Mark.
Yeah, look, well played for me. I can't unsee that now. Look, they're now in second. That victory meant a lot to them. And we talk about PUBG being momentum based. We spoke about Brazil losing momentum and obviously the mindset that comes with it. The other side of that coin, the mindset of coming from a second place and then a first place MVP, and you're in second. It's only 10 points now. A win for this team will put them back on top.
I'm such a doomsayer. I'm like ringing the bell, holding the sign outside, being like, but I don't know whether, I don't think Brazil's going to hold on to this, Gibson. I really don't. I think that there's just teams on the pursuit here that are going to be able to knock them off this perch.
The only thing that's doing them a lot of benefit is the fact that it's everyone scrapping with each other below. Like Argentina have put themselves into the fray, but it was a 20-point gap. It's a 10-point gap. I think they need this break that we're going to have soon to just sit and have a talk.
All right, do you want more breakdancing? Do you want more beatboxing yo-yo shows? It's time for the halftime show here. Let's see what they've got for us.
Nations Cup 2026 in Seoul. 안녕하세요, 소미입니다. 지금 이 순간 전 세계 배틀그라운드 팬분들이 함께 하고 계신다고 생각하니까 더욱 뜻깊은 순간인 것 같습니다. 만나 뵙게 되어서 정말 너무너무 영광이고요. 저도 사실 베리니입니다. 여러분들 앞에서 저도 배틀그라운드 할 줄 안다고 얘기할 건 아니긴 하지만 저는 처음 배그를 시작했을 때 프라이팬으로 상대방에게 치명타를 입힌 적이 있습니다. 아무것도 파밍을 못해서 프라이팬 들고 상대방을 막 쳤던 기억이 있는데요. 지금 그 텀앤 필터도 많이 쓰고 있고, 필터라고 하나요? 스킨이라고 하나요? 스킨이겠죠? 텀앤 스킨도 쓰고 있고 열심히 나름 연습을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 오늘 배틀그라운드 무대에 설 수 있는 게 너무너무 영광이고, 앞으로도 더 재밌는 무대 많이 남아있으니까요. 많은 기대해 주시고 예쁘게 봐주시길 바랍니다. 죄송해요. 물만 한 번만 잠깐 마실게요. 감사합니다. 아이고 감사합니다. 요새 사실 제가 그 아이오아이 언니들이랑 갑자기 활동을 계속 하다가 자려고 누웠는데 갑자기를 하다가 혼자 무대 쓴 게 좀 오랜만이어서 좀 떨리니까 많은 박수와 함성 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 그럼 다음 노래 들려드릴게요.
I'm your future lover. 작은 밤 너의 ruler. 영화 속 달콤한 promise. 믿지 않아, let's be honest. Yeah. 그니까 없어 when it feels so right. 닿지 않아도 이미 느끼잖아. 나쁠 건 없어 when it feels so right. 이 위를 봐, I'm the goddess. How many loves do I go through to find you? How many heartbreaks I take just to get to you? How many loves do I go through to find you? How many? Fast forward. Got it all. Diamond kiss, head to toe. Sunshine, got the glow. Need you back, never go. One stop, down the nose. That's how quick you make me fall. So in love, there's so was. How many loves do I go through to find you? How many heartbreaks I take just to get to you? How many loves do I go through to find you? How many? Fast forward. 흔들린 pendulum 너를 부를 때 이 뒤틀린 시간 속 너는 눈앞에 Now think of what you want Picture in my face I'll be the one you want I'll be the one you want I'll be the one you want I can hear you say Fast forward. Fast forward.
여러분 마지막 한 곡이 남아있다고 하면 믿으시겠습니까? 마지막 곡은 Closer라는 곡인데요. 여러분들한테 부탁을 마지막으로 한 번만 하고 저는 이제 떠나볼까 하는데 들어주실 수 있나요? 그렇게 어렵지 않습니다. 이 노래 모르셔도 따라하실 수 있거든요. 제가 여기서 Call me up 하면은 여러분들이 전소미, 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 전소미를 16번 해주시면 되거든요. 할 수 있어요? 제가 여기서 Call me up 맞습니다. 그렇게 해주시면 되세요. 한 번만 저 여러분들 믿고 갈게요. 다음 곡 클로서 가보도록 하겠습니다. Call me a beautiful girl, and I'ma let this body work. 'Cause when it's you and I, I'ma need you closer. When I'm looking in your eyes, I forget about the time. Oh, when we start to sway, it's like I'm losing my mind, and I never thought that we would end up with each other. Oh, got you in my arms underneath those lights. You've been my oasis for tonight. I love the way you drive me crazy. Call me up. One more kiss so sweet and bitter, beautiful. If you look like this, beautiful girl. Give me one more kiss so sweet and bitter, beautiful. If you look like this, I'm your world, I'm your beautiful. If you look like this, going downtown and you're spinning me round with your hands on my waist and the music real loud, and I wanna stay right here forever. Oh, got you in my arms underneath those lights. You've been my oasis for tonight. I love the way you driving me crazy. Call me up. One more kiss so sweet and bitter, beautiful. If you look like this, beautiful girl. Give me one more kiss so sweet and bitter, beautiful. If you look like this, I'm your world, I'm your beautiful. If you look like this.
All right, back to business. 3 more games. Yeah, you wake up, you. It's time to get back to the video games. That's important. Korea at the moment looking to try and usurp and submit the top teams here. But Argentina has joined Brazil at the top here after Miramar. Joining me, Gibson, as well as Mark and Matrim, to talk about everything that's going on. And we have a situation here, Mark, where I believe Brazil will not hold on. What's your take?
I'm with you. It pains me to say it, but I might be with you. The first game was a bit of a throw, a little bit of a salvation, but they clashed heads with Thailand in the second. 3 games remaining, and there are technically, I'm going to say 4 teams potentially in the running. Maybe this game Denmark enters back in, or China if they have a big game, but Argentina are looking on fire.
How about you, Matrim? What are you thinking here coming into our last three?
I mean, we've got to fight for the throne right now, right? It's Spark King versus Draft King, and who's going to be kind of walking away with it, given the fact that these first couple of games are going to go. My brain is saying the fact that, okay, Brazil, you're faltering. I think you might be losing it, but my heart wants to believe. So I'm going to follow my heart. I'm going to say that Brazil, while they're holding on, they started the day at 20. They're still at 19 points.
Okay.
I'm going to believe. I'm going to believe.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't mind a little bit of disagreement here. You know what? All right, again, I guess I'll come back to Gibson here to ask him the same thing and see what we're at for a potential tiebreaker, or if he also believes. What do you think, Gibson?
I think they can hold on, but they're going to need at least 20 points in the next 3 games, I think, to get it done. One thing I will say is for our crew, what a showing from the PAS and the PEC regions. Like,
yep.
I mean, Europe and America's kind of dominating these lobbies.
I thought we were going full hog then. I thought it was going to be, yeah.
I stopped. I held it back. Look, you know how often you throw it back in my face with all of the, EU dominance. Let me have this one, James.
I'm going to butt in because I think there is a EU store to come through. Yes, Denmark need a big game for this one, but neutral. They have the capability, they have the breeding to be able to show the pedigree that they can bring. I think they will lead Korea in this next one, and the fight will then be on. If they can stay alive, if they can outperform Argentina and Brazil, we might see Team Neutral walking away with it.
That was an interesting way to describe it. The breeding.
Yeah. You got every one of those players out there is insane for Team Neutral.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. We are kind of discounting the fact, though, that Korea is still in the hunt, right? The fact that you've got 91 points on those boys at the moment, 3 wins. That last game, I don't think filled us with too much confidence about how they were going to try and deal with Indonesia and then move on into those circles. Again, it's just, for Korea, if the game comes their way, Matrim, awesome stuff, no problem. They're missing some of that transition through teams being that. I mean, if you're going up against Indonesia, you should be winning out fight against them, regardless of what should be positioning disadvantage, I think.
Yeah, when you're fighting for first, losing a team fight to the squad that's in last just doesn't feel like you're getting the right type of momentum going, to say the least. And Korea, while they're great at territory control, this is a bloodbath series. It is very, very violent. In Korea, we haven't necessarily seen leaning into their firefighting capabilities. It's a very smart team whenever everybody's just getting pulled down into the muck and into the dirt, and it's just turning into a full-on brawl, and we haven't seen them demonstrate that yet. We need to see the firefighting capabilities really step up if they're going to try to catch up, because that's what keeps ruining them. That, yeah, if you get the circle and you can get a couple of kills, great. But what happens when you don't get the circle? That's how you win.
Denmark in 5th place at the moment with 84. China with 78, who came in today, Gibson, in a strong position to potentially strike at the position for Brazil, but they've had an equally tough time here. So can China bounce back?
No, I'm going to go out there and say it. I think it's going to be Americas or Europe.
Ooh. All right, well, let's do it. Let's see what happens it's time to Tago, as we've got our 3rd game of the day on the way. It's going to be me and Matrim bringing you this one here to see how it's all going to unfold. It's a north to south plane. We don't get those too often here for Tago, but let's do it, Matrim.
With the start over Shipyard, can the dream happen and get a Shipyard ending maybe? I'll dream. We'll see how it has to go. Given the way the circles are going, I don't know, maybe Hosan prisons just so it can get the most water, or maybe we'll just kind of get all of that unplayable like we got yesterday. Who knows? But these circles have been absolutely wild, and it has made for some crazy games. Great for entertainment, but makes me feel bad for the players because it has just been tooth and nail to get any form of territory in these circles.
Not been easy. So let's see how all of these teams are going to drop. See if there's going to be any challenges. As always, there was that Yongchon fight, but it looks like that has been gone away from here. I think it was USA that was in there with Finland, right? But the USA is not going.
I mean, USA has kind of had I won't say a great day, but a decent day, finding good kills. They made it in the later stages. They've been doing a lot of damage control, kind of the counter of what we've been seeing going on with Korea. USA can't seem to find circles to save their life, and it's cost them a lot, but they're still staying in a competitive range. See if maybe they can find a way to get into the circles, maybe find some successes off of it, but my eyes are just consistently drawn to where is Argentina dropping, and can Brazil find anything in this game? Because I feel like 3 bad games in a row is just gonna feel like everything's come apart for Brazil. They have to get something here, even if it's just like 10 points, and everybody else just tries to catch up a little bit. As long as they can secure points for themselves and it's not being saved by other squads that are in like 5th or 6th coming after them, is yes, the Shipyard dream lives.
That's a wild circle for Tego. Wow, we very rarely get those in normal settings before PNC, never mind what we've got here for our circles 4 and 8, so this could get rough. I think you're really on the money. I think if Brazil does not do something in this game, the weight of the world is going to feel on their shoulders. Quite literally, with all the other countries like bearing down on them, right? Like this is tough. This is tough. And Argentina on the catch-up, just 10 points behind right now. Who would have thought it coming into today here that they could have a blistering 26-point game? They've looked really good through from survival stage. I wouldn't say in my mind of minds that they were going to be one of the teams that I think to myself, yeah, no problem, they're going to be challenging for number 1. But you can't deny it now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I had the option to go with either them or Finland today on my fantasy squad, and I made the Finland choice. Finland's playing well, but Argentina is just massacring. I don't know what all they decided to change, but it's so much cleaner. And whenever we look at Argentina and Brazil, the play style for these guys is very hot and very, I believe that I can conquer. It's not necessarily playing against the circles. They feel like they can just take fights against anyone. And whenever you're a squad like Argentina, on one side of it where everything's working out and you're on your climb, you feel like you can take on anything. On Brazil's side of it, though, now you feel like you can't really find anything at all. It's Germany. It's Chris is going to go down. Correctly down on the other side for Finland, though.
Yep, Scav as well as Sata here trying to do something. IEXE does shut down Ares. Seeing if they can get on the roofs as well here. Now it's Chris to be able to try and weed on out and get rid of in a compound like this. And then with that, Germany's in all sorts of trouble. Pains as well is just retreating for the other two. This fight is done.
Yeah, Finland just came in with full-on gusto. And like I said, we've been talking about Argentina a lot. Finland's been having a really good day so far today for themselves as well. On their own come up, but they started so low. It's just how much more can they get. They've got that 8-point differential to try to catch up against Ukraine. That's a sentence I did not think that I would be saying, is that Finland's trying to catch up against Ukraine to see if they can usurp position on them.
Yep, not a problem at all, as Denmark is going to go for an emergency pickup in. But before we actually go for that, let's listen to an interview with DraftKings, who's found themselves in second place.
Hello everyone, it's Bella here with Argentina's DraftKings. You said you weren't expecting an interview.
Yeah.
How can I not talk to you after such an amazing game on the day that counts the most? But we have to talk about what went down yesterday. A bit of a holdback, right? So what was the talk after day 2 for you to be making such a nice comeback today?
Yeah, we went over the games yesterday. I think we realized that we were like overconfident and we just like did a step back and like we're playing our game now.
I mean, it is really crucial for you to keep your head calm and like keep your head cool so that you can concentrate until the last minute, right? Well, after the win just now, what did you guys talk about?
I don't know. It was too fast. I came here. I didn't even have time to talk. So
my bad for pulling
We're just
you.
happy. We're just happy that we won.
All right,
it was
well,
a big game, 16 kills.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely closed the gap, and I hope to, you closing it out even more. Thank you, DraftKings.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
bye.
you. Bye.
Barely DraftKings can even keep up with the bluster that's going on right now in the lobby. I understand it, and also thank you to Bella, of course, for getting that interview as well. It's good to get the insight as how they're feeling currently, considering an important moment.
The replay of the run-up coming up from the guys from Finland. This is just such a dominant approach. Eyes on the circle, though. We've got Philippines that are playing on the outskirts of Shipyard. We did see Denmark take that emergency pickup. They're going to be going all the way up to the northeast. Germany's had to reset away from Finland. That's put them over in the east. Neutral is approaching very close to Finland's position, while Turkey is just kind of squeezed in between Finland and Denmark. Over on the other side, on the island itself, we also do have Korea that's kind of posted up around Yeongcheon. And everybody else just kind of funneling their way in. Looks like China and Ukraine are trying to tail in as fast as they can down to the southwest. Everybody else a lot slower and rotate, though.
This can go well for Denmark if they find vehicles up here. Almost never do I come up here in Takeover at all. So I don't even know if there's vehicle spawns up there, but I do think they have found at least 1 or 2 on that corner. As now we find ourselves with Korea, who eventually, I mean, chances are these teams on that northwest island think to themselves that they're going to have to make the cross onto the mainland eventually. And that's the more likely scenario. But I guess they might wait here just on the gamble, right? The 5% chance that it does come to this island.
Philippines only has 1 player kind of committed into a bridge camp for this defense. There is another one a little bit off to the side of this that can provide some support, but you would have to assume that this is going to be the angle of approach that most teams might be trying to make, especially the stronger, more strategic ones, such as what Korea would be trying to do. So Philippines maybe just trying to see if maybe they can net a kill here or there on an approach, not necessarily going for a full wipe on it, but if you've got Shipyard under control, the way that this circle plays, you have to understand that just over to the right of what we see, down to the southeast of Shipyard, there's a giant hillside. That's where Turkey, Denmark, everybody's going to be playing from. So it's predominantly going to be that hillside and Shipyard that a lot of teams have their eyes on is, here comes Brazil, where are they going? And man, they're going to be running right back behind Vietnam.
Yeah, I think they're being very cautious. I think they know that there's cars ahead of them, and I think they don't want anything to do with it at all, knowing that that's the problem with playing from a position like this, right? You oftentimes, what have we seen from Brazil in these past 2 days? We've seen them take some crazy fights, some early crashes, win out those fights, but now playing from the front, as we go on to Indonesia versus Great Britain, Brazil is playing a little bit more timid at the beginning of today, and that might actually cause a bit of a downfall here, going away from what they normally do. What is happening?
Well, bit of a downfall now coming for Great Britain as Indonesia, man, they got goals today. I don't know what's going on, but they're fighting really clean and putting in the work onto a lot of squads. Going back to your Brazil point, I 100% agree. Brazil was making games happen for them. They were a force of nature on the circles. And now it feels like they're just playing not to lose, being one of the last teams to rotate. Yeah, they were all the way across the map from the circle, but this is not my Brazil right now.
Hashtag not my Brazil. I think that there is a world where if this circle still embodies so much water going like west or something like that, this game's going to get so fucking spicy.
Yeah.
But anyway, we will see.
Okay, let's see how it sets. Well, yeah, we didn't even really talk about the fact that we have that like dried out riverbed that kind of cuts through, I won't say the middle, but just off from that hillside. So if we do get a southern shift in the circle, that moves into a very no man's land of peaks and valleys to play from. But, oh, the circle stays on Shipyard. Yes, let's go.
That is huge.
I'm not biased.
That is massive. That is massive. All right, well, let's see how it goes. As now we are going to have the Shipyard in play. The thing is as well is that Korea's going to have to make the move across the water as well. There's going to be so many teams in such a small space.
Let's go. Get it ready. It is time to fight. There is still so much water, about 50% of it. That means that it is going to be a firefight. 59 alive, 16 teams. Finland, as well as neutral, now bumping into each other. No options. You just got to fight, and you have to make sure you clear your backs because there are going to be people rolling up from every single angle. Neutral knows it. They're trying to make the push as fast as they can, but here comes Ukraine on the other side of neutral. Do they have a read on it? Yes, they do. They spot out, but neutral's not going to stop off here. They're going to continue on their merry way. They hear the firefight, and they're going to send it right up next to Turkey.
All right, let's see what they can do. Yeah, there's Ukraine now moving in. Yep. There's a little bit of a reprieve here in this building that they do actually have to themselves. And technically speaking, if this was the previous circle settings, I'd be like, okay, this is an amazing spot to actually pitch up. But with the Shipyard still being in, they could get crazy here. Alec, watching neutral as well. Neutral needs even more points to try and make the catch up. But all these teams on the south side, they're going to be sandwiched. Can Vietnam make this land team the more? I don't think so.
Germany's doing good on the defense for it, but Vietnam's had to separate out. That's kind of put them in the pinch position. Remember, this is the weakened Germany. Justice Payne's the last two up. They came here for safety. Vietnam's going to be on top of them. Korea's also made the crossover. They're already inside of Shipyard and kind of watching it. Kickstart's even, I believe, in a glider, kind of watching this at range. He could kind of I would say almost fourth party this.
Definitely could. Although he's being a bit more cautious about it on that eastern side at the moment. Payne's trying to make something happen for Germany, middle of the pack right now. Vietnam in the water next to these boats. And again, this is kind of the lunacy that the teams have been thrown into with the circle settings, right? I don't think, even if you'd have seen this circle before the circle settings, nobody in their right mind would have said to themselves, okay, go Shipyard. There's no way these land. They're going miles.
Yeah, but I'm worried on this. Where do you go? They're jumping over the cluster. This is at least a good read to get away from the death funnel. They're up and in the air. Nobody is really keeping an eye on what's going on in the skies right now. They're having to deal with closer range threats. But do they think that Shipyard's way more open than it actually is? Because it looks like they're going to pull long. There is that kind of pier road that cuts out that they could go for a drop on and have a much safer approach. I think that might be something they could contemplate because if they're going for safety, this is the safest way to come into it, right?
They're going north side of Shipyard. Oh my days.
Oh no.
This is such a bold play here, once again, really banking on the fact that our new circles are going to be able to favor them. This is a lot of damage potentially going their way. Himas from a position of a crazy power potentially down the line. trying to shoot from the high ground, but not working on out. Shipyard is still in, but at the same time, some of that land is still in on the south side of it with those hillsides where Neutral and Ukraine have taken up land.
All right, this is going to get spicy fast. Brazil, this is your opportunity. You're going up against Vietnam on the other side of it. Vietnam already weakened. At least Brazil did manage to land, but you can see they're all stacked inside of one building. Vietnam knows it. Korea is actually not going too aggressive, making the assumption that the circle's going to pop away from here at a specific point. Second place having the same idea of what's going on with first place, but are they going to commit everybody into the jump or maybe just do some scouting? I don't know.
I don't know either. Argentina is now going for this emergency pickup. Where do you go? Like, it's going to be so densely filled with teams here. As Belmoth now taking some damage to the United States, backfilling that position on this eastern side. We've really got to keep an eye on Argentina here. If this does not work, because it could be too late to make this emergency pickup happen, Matrim.
Yeah, they've all committed. They're just all up in the air right now. They're presently over Turkey. Looks like they might be going opposite side. Eyes on to the northwestern section of Shipyard. It is going to be open. Rotates coming in. You can see Thailand trying to get that distance away from the United States. They did manage to stop off the United States for long enough. Argentina's going to be coming in. They're going to be landing right on top of where Germany's at, but that's going to put them in a crossfire. That means that Brazil and Korea can all take shots at him. Kapitan is already out.
Good shots by Gumin. The rest of South Korea as well in these warehouses trying to hold it down. Taking now moves on forwards here. Pippa does take him down though. That's a point for Argentina going their way. Scappy also down. Draft King does finish off Scappy, but Kiss responds in kind. Himas from the high ground with the mini. Oh no, this is all going problems for not only Argentina, also Thailand in the hunt for the middle pack.
Everything's just come all apart. Did I see that on the other side of the wall, it was Korea with a BRDM? That could be massive in these later stages, especially if they've got to try to cross to get out of here. But looks like it is going to be Belmoth finding some form of safety for the time being. Sparking, though, finding something, finding some points. This is also an opportunity for Brazil. Can they pounce on this one and find enough points to give themselves some safety?
Thailand gone. We expected this team to have massive ramifications on the rest of the lobby. It's not really materialized just yet. There's now Sparking looking for any points he can. Sparking takes down Draft King. And that is the story of the number 1 and 2 at the moment. Because for Argentina, you ain't catching up in this game.
Still just staying 10 points apart. Argentina falters, so that puts up a gap of 11. Korea, though, still looming large. It feels like they've got all the utility. And remember, Korea also has been keeping an eye on what's going on down to the south, as Brazil is just kind of trapped in here. With these giant walls, if you're inside of this and you're not playing in the higher sections, such as Vietnam, or playing the wall like Korea, you have no idea what's going external from this. You don't know where any of the squads are, so if the circle pops away from Shipyard, you are blind and rotate.
Does it go south or north? Towards the bridge. That still includes a lot of Shipyard. South Korean fans are going to be watching with bated breath here as they've got a lot of control of the Shipyard.
They're running right into Brazil's line, maybe going over to where Korea is going to be at. We could see Brazil or Korea go for the shots onto it. It looks like trying to thread the needle. USA is going to squeak by on the first part. The tail end eating a lot. How much damage is going to be going over into kickstart the rest of the crew just following him back behind all of this? They've managed to creep past it all, but they're losing their car. Half of them on foot. Car explodes, and it is going to be Brazil that gets the knocks. Can they get the flushes?
This is huge for Brazil. If they can lock down this game, if they can continue on like this will be massive for their lead position at the moment. We asked if they could hold on to it, and right now it's looking okay, but they've still got some moves that they need to make as well. China from this kind of position. Little Ghost trying to do a little bit more here for the team. Petticoat is crashed into the water.
Oh, another rotate coming up as Denmark doesn't have too many places to go. They're kind of caught up in the thick of it all. Brazil's doing a great job on defense. They forced Denmark over here right on top of Turkey, but Denmark's not even inside the circle. Ukraine now going to be to the south of them. Ukraine's having problems though with Indonesia kind of holding them off in the rotate that they want to make. We still also have Celtic for Turkey on the other side of all of this. So it's 2 players for Turkey trying to defend up the approach from Denmark. And now Celtic's in a vehicle and he's going to have to roll right in between Ukraine and Denmark both.
I've seen multiple versions of Keta. This time it's Keta M24. Seeing what they can get done with this one. As Denmark still trying their very best to lock down an eastern position. They need to have a new checkpoint to go to. This is outside the circle. So if they can maybe disrupt some of what Turkey's going on with, maybe hoping that that could be their next point of call.
Kurt just swimming, staying alive, but he is closer to the Korean side. Remember, Brazil still has to move. They've got Payne still alive right on top of them. So 2 backstab capabilities for Korea and Brazil, both. Korea wanting to try to climb and make a big game on this one, but they also have Vietnam looming large into the north inside of Shipyard, just waiting to find some level of approach into the circle for themselves. Brazil very much focused on what's going to be happening outside the circle, maybe looking to see if they can go into that Denmark line, get out of Shipyard and start playing the external wall.
I'd love to know what Delwyn has north of South Korea, because he was swimming, looting an entire line of crates, and now has somehow swam in and got into Shipyard. So he might be the most kitted man of all time, as Ukraine now runs up against Denmark on this position here. It's going to be ferric damage. Both of these teams are going to absolutely batter one another. Difex takes down Mixon here to finish this off, and Akatori comes on around. That's more points here for Ukraine. It's not been the most amazing of situations for them, but at least that's some big kills there.
Comes at the cost of Boostic as well. Turkey's now going to try to take some shots over into Ukraine. Indonesia is going to use that opportunity to sneak up closer to the line where Ukraine's going to be setting. Hillside's kind of making a dividing line between the two, but it looks like Indonesia might be trying to creep up to the top of it to start going after Turkey in their positioning. And yeah, Tsutsuna does get the knock on to Code Marco. That could open up some more movement for Ukraine, but we still have eyes onto the circle itself, as the center of it is just going to be on the crossroads just to the south of Shipyard.
Ukraine sees Brazil. They take some shots there, so from Difex, so they have to move on back. Hakatori being taken out, though, by Indonesia as well. More ordnance being used to try and get rid of them. More nades, more explosives here. And Indonesia's just stuck between a rock and a hard place and a hard place and a hard place, as everyone's kind of bombarding them and shooting them as Levante is taking down Setsuna.
Shout out to China. They've done a great job in avoiding so much of this. They're playing that western coastline and doing a great job on defense. So they're kind of coming through this pretty squeaky clean in comparison to what's going on with Ukraine, who's now just getting picked apart. They're going to go ahead and get eliminated. Turkey's still got to get in with Indonesia still on top of them. But let's not forget to the south. We've got Finland as well as Neutral, both kind of navigating on a similar path as everything seems to be funneling right into the Philippines.
Bad way in here to try and get things going. Celtic, though, does take down the rest of Indonesia here, still in 16th place. But Turkey trying to defend that position for their 15th spot, as now here, Vietnam. I'm a little concerned eventually for what's going to happen for Korea here. I think they know that they have to deal with Vietnam coming in north side of them. It's Neutral here. I mean, they're dug down. They're trying to dig deep and get themselves a spot to be able to eventually play in. But I think by the time they transition, Finland's going to dispatch them.
They're not even inside the circle, so all these little holes aren't going to do much more than just catch grenades for them, and they know it, but they can't move out. There's just too many other squads that are around them, and Finland's managed to do a good job on getting dominant positions, playing around this external position on the smoke, and Skav going to go ahead and spot out Levante. He's going to go down. Batulin's got to commit into the res, and okay, you lost one just to replace one, and nades continue to roll in, and Sata gets down low.
Yeah, they just have too much utility. Too much utility to go up against Finland here. They're just constantly bombarding them. Bit of a spray forwards there again, realizing that they could completely put the nail in the coffin here for Neutral on this south side. Who's trying desperately. Scavs on the hunt, and it'll be IEXE that actually takes down Batulians towards the very end.
Now just 2 of our top 5 alive. China looming to see if they can creep into that top 5 down to the southwest still, but Shipyard gonna get spicier the longer that it goes. Payne's gonna be creeping it so close to Brazil, but he's just gonna play it quiet. He's wanting them to kind of defend him up. And oh my God, that's another point going over to Brazil. They are finding something in a messy, messy game.
Trying to smoke off a potential line of sight across all of these warehouses from South Korea as well, knowing that there will be teams west of them here in these warehouses. As now our circle is about to close. Where are we going to go here? If this somehow still has some of that Shipyard in, that would be huge for those teams up there, as well as, you know, a very important team that's on the hunt in South Korea.
Hey, how does the convergence come in? Payne staying alive, using the bush, creeping forward. Now he's got himself a rock cropping. Circle does keep in some of the position around this. Korea is going to have themselves a defended position to play, but that means the convergence from Vietnam, from Brazil, this is going to get really, really desperate. Korea is going to have to watch 2 different fronts.
Might not end up being the 20-point game if Korea is able to win it, but a win will be a win if they can make something happen here from Shipyard once again. The Circle has very much favored their approach to all of this. They were the only team that was on that Northwest Island, and then coming over here and claiming this land when it did shift was quick, rapid, and important for the potential win here. That said, though, they've still got to deal with a very kitted Vietnam as Delwyn. All right, we've got 3-3. We've got MG3 in hand. This is what I wanted to see earlier, because he was swimming about for it.
Man, Korea, you are about to have a complete war breakout. And Korea is playing the section of Shipyard that's got an open sight line, kind of where China's playing from, so that can be an issue. Kurt used that a second ago to kind of squeak his way on by, as technically, USA is the closest to the center of this new circle in just Kurt being alive right now, so might be able to salvage out some points as here comes the firefight. Nades starting to land down around Korea. That's going to draw Brazil's attention.
Yeah, all those crates in the middle of the circle might unironically give some extra cover later on when the circle actually bears down towards a middle position. But now, Zhao Wu takes down Sata here. China's laughing in the position that they're in right now compared to the rest of these teams. Korea's trying to reposition their BRDM. I'm a little bit concerned about this. They're taking their time about it. They know that Vietnam's on the way. Sees Delwyn. They can't shoot over that wall too easily, though. It's weird on this TPP angle. Does take him, though. Gumin, great stuff.
Okay, that's the way you want to start it. You know it's coming after you. Oh, Himas has to run out of the building. The BRDM making work in the warehouse. But it is going to be Turkey now eliminated. Vietnam has to retreat from one side of it. Heather jumps out, goes for some shots on a Tanvu. Does get the knock. Korea's finding success. Brazil, here's this. They're running over. They want to get involved as fast as possible. But Vietnam is already eliminated.
It's a full important shutdown here. As South Korea, what a crazy situation. 2019, they were in first place the entire tournament, and it was second place that was chasing them until the very last game. Now, roles are completely reversed. Korea in second place, chasing down in Jangchung Arena. Here, Gumin doing so much work. What a player he has become over the last years.
Oh, pains. But another point over to Brazil. It's 14-point differential. Korea still has to deal with the firing lines coming up from China on one side of it. Brazil has some defended positions that they're going to be playing from. The BRDM is massive right now for Korea because it allows them to kind of peek around these different angles. Sparking already spots it. Smokes now also spotted from Korea, so they know Brazil's approach angle.
Those two teams fighting in the north. Eventually, surely they have to strike at one another. Eventually, there has to be a clash between those, and then I think that what ends up happening is probably China just sweeps in and gets the win towards the end. We will see, though, as now, look at them poised to try and strike at one another. Alec is down, though, here for Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines, they're in some trouble. Brazil, oddly enough, being the squad that's holding them back from even being able to enter the circle, and when they get there, China's already looming large and waiting. Korea using the fact that everybody is taking those shots from Brazil down onto Philippines to position more aggressively. They've set up a defensive line along this wall, and Brazil playing the other side of it. It's just angle control. That's everything that Korea is leaning into. This is Korea's bread and butter. It is going to be all under Brazil to actually have to outfight them.
If that Sakrakane had gone through that door and not bounced off that bit of contraption in that warehouse, that might have been a knock, and that might have been the go time there for Brazil. That said, it did not occur, though, so they're not launching an assault just yet. The sparking in the distance does see Philippines. Maybe you can get a few extra little kills here and there, wherever it may come. But Korea still on the hunt to try and find where Brazil is. The thing is that both teams know who's next to one another. Because of the kill feed, they haven't knocked each other, but Biel again here shuts down Philippines. It's more points. God, they really, after half of us on the desk are saying, nope, they're not going to be able to do it, they've rallied back and shut us up.
I have believed Brazil. Prove me correct here. As they have to make such a commitment with the Panzerfaust. You can see that Tony wants to go for shots. This is one of the highest fraggers in the lobby. And Tony, sure, we're talking about sparking a lot, but it is his job to keep an eye on that BRDM if it comes back into the firefight. And uh-oh, China moving more aggressively. They've got a BRDM of their own. How aggressive do they want to play onto Korea? Because they can really spoil Korea's time here.
They know Purdy Curdy's there. Somehow survives that thanks to lying down with that nade, not being able to do a full damage. So not bad there from Purdy. A second one would finish him off. They know that someone's still down there, though, so they're trying their best to get rid of him. Lying down is the ultimate cheat code, though, against grenades. Remember that for your games.
I mean, he's surviving. He's burning a lot of utility, and that is keeping Korea in the sweat. It's nades, man. Kurt, he's kicking it together. Oh, no, the BRDM, what do you even do at this point? You're just kind of stuck. You got to do the dance around.
Yep, and there's no decent follow-up as well. Like, they couldn't use angles to deal with that. Okay, we bounced the nades off the BRDM. It's the classic. It's the El Clasico here for that. Although Heather with the M249 trying to bring down that BRDM, that's really smart. I think that if you've been given an opportunity to do damage to that BRDM in that moment when they kind of have that circle advantage, that's important.
But look at how Brazil, they actually played the other side of the wall. That's why they were so focused on what was going on with Philippines, so that way they could use that little bit of a break in the wall to get over next to this rock. They want to go for position, counter position away from Korea to force Korea to have to play against China. But China heard this, has kind of read it out. They're coming back over. Tian puts in a lot of work. And Brazil might find themselves in trouble now as they're taking damage from China and kind of put themselves in a pinch position. Oh, but Heather goes down. Tony manages to get the Panzerfaust off. And China now starting to focus in onto Korea as well.
Considering the circle was a little bit against them here for Brazil, it'll be amazing if they're able to make a win happen from this one. As more nades go through, Kraken finally does shut down Heather. Can they be aggressive on this? If they are, though, surely China will spring a trap to be able to put it in against Brazil as well. Tony here, kind of scrambling. I think they had to go through these warehouses. You can't go up against that rock. Biel's holding at that rock to make sure he can try and deal with China, but this is going to be hard here, Matrim.
Yeah, I mean, Biel's got to focus in. Little Ghost right on top of him. He reads it. He does get the knock. That's going to slow down China and anything that they were wanting to do. Brazil manages to get the reset back onto Sparking, but it is going to be Heaven playing back behind all of this, waiting to see if he can backstab Brazil while the rest of Korea is trying to go for position against China. There's so little vision to be had over here. Brazil is just kind of forced through a funnel on this angle, and they know it. They don't want to overstep. They don't want to put themselves into the wrong spot. It is all coming down to this as China is on a climb. But Korea has two go down from Spaceman.
I am perplexed that China gave one of those over to Biel because they needed it earlier on. They saw him moving. C4 on the play here as well, Tony. Trying to find as many as possible as can. Sparking will shut down Heaven, but here comes the C4. There's no way that actually reaches. There's no way that does any damage whatsoever. But, I mean, at the same time here, Brazil now has to smoke on up and try and get out of here. It's 4v3 technically. If they win this game, this tournament might just be over.
Up to a 21-point lead. Everybody just keeps chasing, trying to find something to catch up to Brazil, but they manage to keep holding on to their point totals off of the start of the day, keeping themselves just enough breathing room. Brazil versus China. China wanting to climb, get in the thick of the pack, wanting to get in the hunt, wanting to climb up as high as they can get. Brazil on the other side, wanting to try to lock this down, but it is a defensive line, high ground from China, as Brazil is just fighting tooth and nail into the circle.
If they win, this could be done. Biel, though, does go down to the blue, understanding China has such good lines of sight on this kind of approach that they want to do push forwards against the Tony as well as the boys now. Biel is gone. It's not going to be up to him here to do anything else remaining now as China. They don't have any more nades. They actually spent so many on Kurt, I think. There's a little bit here and there. Zhao Wu takes down Tony. Surely this should be it.
His angle is just too good. Here come the nades, here come the stuns. Stall it all out. Tony gets flushed. Zhao Wu moves forward yet again, waiting to see if any part of them peeks around the side, gets the damage off.
Nice.
Zhao Wu is a beast.
And it's China from the south side here, shutting down the lobby leaders and getting themselves the victory. They like it here. Spaceman and Tian for that one. Let's bring in Gibson and Mark to talk about this because it was close. Oh boy, was it close. The lobby leaders in Brazil going up against Korea, a very important battle for them. But China is able to shut it all down, Mark.
Yeah, China positioned really early on. They were on that sort of coast in the west and they went to control. It was a moment that they actually went, do you know what, we need to get rid of herding. We dug in quite well, and he was like, they were at that point, we were going to go for the win. For me, though, it was actually Shipyard, which was really interesting. Brazil looking to try and close the gap. Not quite the third party, but they took the opportunity to close down that space. And then when that knock came in from China, it was green light. And for me, Biel was the critical person. He was left to his own devices outside, and he had one job to do, and the job was to delay China's push and make sure they pushed towards sort of Team Korea, and it worked in the favour of Brazil.
Yeah, crazy stuff here, Gibson. This was, I mean, again, as I said during the cast, some of us on the desk were like, nah, it's done for Brazil, and then they pull this one out. Whoa.
Yeah, that E-pickup to go to the north side of Shipyard, like, we were thinking, would they even get boots on the ground at that point? But they did phenomenal. They took out Argentina, who were second place at the time, and they didn't care about China. Like, I think people need to watch that and realize they knew the leaderboard. They did not care what China were doing outside. Their focus was dealing with Korea because they knew that China still wouldn't get into second place. So they did a phenomenal job of doing that. And look, we questioned them. I think someone was wondering, like, was the momentum going to be a problem for them as they couldn't pick up kills? Brazil dominated that lobby. Like, only for China having the high ground, Brazil could have got another win there.
The only thing I'd add, though, sorry, James, is that they at the beginning of this game they were playing really passive. And I think you guys both called it out. Their rotation path was defensive. They wanted to come in late, and when the zone shifted away, it kind of forced Brazil to play. And because they were in a shipyard, they had to default back to how they play, and that's aggressive. And look at it, they get themselves the opportunities to clutch out the PNC Championship.
I'm going to say, Mark, that's exactly what I wanted to say, so it doesn't matter that you interrupted me at all. Like that's but you're totally right. No, we're mind melding right now, because that is exactly what I thought as well. Matrim.
I just got to jump in with absolute cinema inside that game, but what I loved about the aspects of it was that Brazil, while everybody else was caught up, Korea was very much focused on what was happening with Vietnam and Brazil and the moves around that. They kind of let China take in a lot of those positions to get in and start trying to backstab at them, while Brazil still had eyes on points the whole way. They were trying to control outside as well as inside in every single one of their movements. They kept looking on the other sides of the wall. That's where they got most of their kills, was not inside of Shipyard, but shooting people outside of Shipyard and denying any form of rotates. That gave them so much inside of that game, and it's a very heady way to play it, and it's also a very ballsy way to be like, yeah, I know Korea's over there, but we also can take you and Korea at the same time.
Yeah, I think that was very well done. This might be, with them shutting down Korea in this game, this might be the championship moment. This might be what wins Brazil the tournament, aside from all the other fantastic moments that they've had here throughout this tournament. But this one might be the one that really just tips it over the edge, because they were floundering in these last two, but now this one's really going to be able to put them at a very decent lead against anybody who's trying to challenge. Let's take a look at the points coming in from that one. 18 points go the way of China. They are still looking to get themselves back up to podium, because they had a bad start, Gibson, to today, and this is getting them right back up there.
Yeah, I questioned them a lot. I wasn't impressed by what they'd seen when you think about the star power they have with all those 17 players, but they've done a good job of winning maps and showing up. I think that's the first time we really saw them start to impose themselves on a game, and even then, their kills were limited to 8 because they weren't in Shipyard. But it's a big one for them. It puts them right on the coattails now of Korea, just 5 points behind them. But what about Brazil? Like, Vi and Brazil at this point in time, I am so pumped for those guys. And let's remind ourselves, they're not dominating this PNC by winning maps. It is kill points and just being alive inside top 8s that have got them to where they are.
Yeah, that's true. I think they've got, what, 1 win?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.
And yeah, every other game has just been, what if we just shoot at everything? A 3rd place with 11 kills, a 4th place with 10 kills, a 3rd place with 10 kills, a 4th place with 7 kills. But it looks like here, Mr. Zhao Wu and Spaceman able to really show up for China here for that. But when you look at a game like this, and they're coming in from that west side, and they really don't have many teams contending them, you'd hope that they were able to do something with a game like that here, Mark.
Yeah, I think it's all about control, right? And I think it's difficult when you play in that sort of zone. They were waiting for the zone shift to come away from it all, and then waiting for that south, but it was different for their style of play. Yeah, they got the win in the end, but they are climbing the leaderboard, but they're not going to be taking the man. And BL, I come back to my point. He was given a job. He left the compound, and as Matt was saying, his job was to focus to the south, stop these teams. He got points, put him on man of the match, but the key role was to stop that push from China.
Very important. Well done by him to be able to get themselves that spot. I will say, again, I was very surprised by Little Ghost going up to that rock, because they were nading that position. The nades didn't go over to the other side of the rock, and then they were like, okay, I guess no one's there. Like, I don't think that is the case. I'm not sure what happened there, Matrim, but
I don't
yeah,
get it
BL
either.
took advantage.
But only going with 1. If you went with 2, you would be so like guaranteed to get that position and shut down anything that Brazil would want to try to get rolling. And instead went over with 1. It was a little bit of an ego flex against them. So I don't know. It's kind of odd. It felt like the squad that gave China the most trouble was, interestingly enough, America, because they just couldn't kill Kurt.
Yeah, he was a bit of a nuisance for sure, and they had to send a lot of nades his way. You could see just then Sparking giving some what looked like emboldened speech almost, as they know the place that they are in. 122 points. It's going to take one of these teams just south of that here, Gibson, 2 decent games to catch up, never mind overtake.
And that's if Brazil forget who they are again. Like, I think it's like that meme online. Remember who you are, Brazil. Frag out. All they need to do now is get 4 or 5 points a game, and I think it'll be enough.
Looks like a bit of a sullen situation there for Denmark at the moment, but they're the kind of team that could have 2 banger games and catch up. But it looks like we are ready to roll, ready to rock, ready to rondo for the penultimate game here of PNC 2026. So let's get to it. Gibson, Mark, it is time for you to rock it.
It is the penultimate map of the whole event. Can Brazil finish it here and now? That is the question. Or will someone else draw it into Erangel to crown your PNC champions? One thing is for sure, Mark. BL, the best wingman in the game at this point in time. Can he continue what's been an excellent PNC for him?
Feels like it. And said, penultimate game. Flight path here for this one is a northwest down towards a south central. We do favour that south to southwest side of the map. Everyone be praying for that zone shift to go the other way. If you're Brazil, for me, Gibson, they've got to secure this map. Why? The Erangels have been so random when it comes down to the zone, and what they don't need is teams lurking in the wings, though, coming to a final game.
Okay, but I'll counter that. I'll play devil's advocate. Which team coming into today had the most points on Erangel?
Okay, that is them, but you can't let go. The zones have been crazy. And if you look at a team like a 17 Gaming with Spaceman, with China, with an Argentina, I'd even say, which I'd say has better momentum potentially on today, I think they could outperform it. So they need the point gap, and Brazil have to close it this game.
Yeah, well, look, Argentina probably looking at yesterday and thinking what could have been. Like, this is a team that had a brilliant day one. They've been phenomenal on day three, but a pretty anonymous by their standards day two has left them just a little bit behind. They're still in with a chance with 2 maps to go, but the work has to go. But Mark, we got a hot drop. Vietnam, a doozy, almost catching the first point of the game.
He does need to catch that first point of the game. I think Neutral were disappointed with that last game. I think they were trying to find their platform to kind of springboard into the final 2 games and got controlled out a little bit by Zone. Pico Busto full send now as they will go towards a normal drop zone. Zone has exposed itself. It is pretty much middle of the flight path. So Jouting is in on the north, but in the eye of the zone, Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. And that, for me, is a place you don't really want to be if you want to get points to get a gap.
It's not incredibly dissimilar to the rondo we had yesterday where Korea managed to get the win either, Mark. Like, the center of the circle being held by Brazil is only, a few clicks north of where that game finished. So watch for what the likes of North Korea are able to do. I think they're a little further north up at Stadium than they were last time, so it's a bit different. But here's where kind of all went wrong for USA. China, though, it was just zonal control. They used the BREM to garner information. They played the high ground. I think they were a little bit upset that they couldn't get in the shipyard and get amongst it as far as kills are concerned, but the 10 points for the win was kind of the big boon of their points.
Yeah, it was all control. You said it here. This is just trying to stop teams working their way down. Outstanding grenades, outstanding shots for Team USA. It's unfortunate for them. They rolled in because they were looking for that safety from the coast. Purdy had to go Ninja Turtle on us as he went down towards the sewers, but then suddenly appeared up in this sort of position in the center of zone. And it did take China a little bit of time to sort of find that grenade that would finish things off. And there's BL on the other side. There's that push that James was talking about. He was able to hold Spaceman with a huge overarm Kobe, and that unfortunately put Korea in the dirt.
Yeah, and Jia Wu just had a great angle here at the end to shut them down as he got Tony. He steps across and gets the knock on to Kraken as well, and that kind of putting an underline on to how good of a player that Jia Wu is. But I just want to talk about something while this is going on. If you have the map feed open, Argentina are playing a bit of a game of chess with Brazil right now. Kraken is holding a position, but he has 2 Argentinian players driving around his compound, scouting it out, and Argentina will know this is Brazil.
Yeah, look, the drop spot, they've not changed. The flight path favours that. But obviously for Argentina, they want to get to second, and if they can take this compound away, get some kills, it'll be really, really good for them. So yeah, Argentina already on the move. For Brazil, they are split, but they've got decisions to make. If they do receive a crash, do they collapse and go aggressive, or do they play for the long game?
They had a 3-1, so at one point I think it was just Sparking by himself, but they sent Kraken over to join him whenever they heard the Argentinian vehicles coming nearby. So if I was Brazil, how did they get here? They got here by fragging out and playing aggressive. I don't want to see them going passive now. Like, just keep playing how you're playing, take on the fight. But Mark, you know what? It's not just esports, it's any sport. When you're winning and you're kind of getting to the final stages, it is so hard to get yourself out of the conservation mindset and keep playing the ways that got you to where you are.
Yeah, you think about the game and the tournament as a difference, right? You come into this and obviously you want to have a slow start, but consistent start. And we've seen that consistency from Brazil. We saw average 4 to 5 kills per game, and they were getting those placement points, and the consistency for Germany is a full send. And for Michael, unfortunately, he gets caught out. Team UK have not had their final that they wanted. But back to your point, for me, Brazil have got to this position by being aggressive, by making the flexing their feathers out and going for the kills. If they receive a crash, I would like to see them potentially collapse on that 2-2 split into a full set.
Yeah, I agree with you completely as we watch UK having just lost one, and they lost a player to Ares. And I want to question about Germany. Do you feel like they've overachieved? Do you think they've underachieved, like with the team that they have, with the coach that they've brought along with them?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Or do you think 8th place is like where you expect them to be?
It's difficult. So, you know, me always get honesty. I think on paper, the German roster last year was stronger. And you have questions, obviously, bringing in the Mythov, the TMO. So that is for Justice and for Ares, who have come through. And obviously, for those in the EMEA region, will see them and know them. But they've always fallen a little bit short. Now, Germany obviously found their way towards the grand finals. That's why they're here. I would question, though, would they have qualified through? Would they have worked their way through the survival stage? I'm not sure. But what I'm seeing from this German team in the finals and the best of 15 has been okay. They're mid-pack. They're on the 70 points. A good game might increase their money and their prize pool, but they have to close things out. So I see they're coming to form, but they've only had 15 games really to do it.
Yeah, you look at this, you've got 5 teams definitely in with a really good chance to win the whole event with 1 game to go. Well, I think Denmark's a long shot, but Brazil, if they can get anything into the 130s, you'd think that would be enough as Denmark begin their move into the zone from that southern side. But you've got Indonesia, Vietnam, Brazil, Argentina in the center of the circle, and it looks like Indonesia they've got Korea moving in next door.
See how the rotation goes. These teams are now working their way in. Denmark on that south side. There's a lot of space between them and where they go. Argentina's starting to open up a few shots towards the Kraken. So I think if Bibba does get the knock, that might change where the rest of Argentina are, because they're on a line. Korea looking to try and defend off that push here from Indonesia, as they will just avoid danger slightly.
Yeah, Jaxie here. I think Indonesia, like they're on 40 points, but they've been entertaining. Like I've enjoyed watching them play. Setson is a player that I enjoy watching. Trick has got big move moments in him, but they've just not really got it going. Now, it's not to say they've been awful. Like they're still only a few points away from, you know, like Philippines just a few ahead of them. Like they're not a million miles off from being in the middle of the pack, but they've just not hit the heights that they managed to hit last year. As it looks like they want to show us where our lobby leaders are kind of at, like Korea, China, Brazil, Argentina, but that's not where the game's played, Mark. You've got 14 or 12 other teams that are in the midst of all that action as well, so it's not quite as simple as this looks.
No, but I do think it's a good picture, right? And for me, it's the China. Look where China have landed. And as you mentioned, we had another rondo like this before. So China are positioning themselves towards this north side. They've gone for the wide rotation, a really wide rotation. So they know a lot of teams will potentially donut up. And for me, that takeaway from that graphics is where China's going to come in. Can they position themselves in somewhere to sort of play from? But they are relying on a zone shift coming back their way.
Yeah, neutral rotating in as well. They're going to end up on the other side of a hill to Korea if they decide to keep going on this path, or they might just send it in a little bit deeper towards where Vietnam are playing. But it is getting very messy and busy inside the center of that circle, and you'd expect Vietnam to start firing off some shots just to turn neutral the other way, and it looks like neutral are heading directly for Korea.
Yeah, they want the high ground. They do want the high ground. And we're waiting for the shift. The shift comes back. It goes in the favor of China there. Now, Korea have got to get moving. Neutral might deter as well. They don't need to take this high ground here. They can migrate back towards the east. And that is what they do. They are going to remain close. But look at the sea of color in the south. Argentina migrating. Brazil migrating. Thailand is ahead of them as well.
Every single team except for Vietnam and Indonesia are on the move right now. Everybody full sending it inside the circle. Neutral, they've just been leapfrogged. I think they've got out of their vehicles too early, and they've just given up a prize position over to the Koreans. So neutral, just a little bit slow, but they'll continue to share this compound with Korea. China moving in next door as well, but something's got to give. One of these big teams is going to end up in a fight within the next few minutes, and it's going to lead to a real domino effect in this lobby.
Yeah, look at the last game. We had so many teams up, 15, 16 teams, really mid to late game. It was our first team that fall. This is forcing the hand of these teams earlier. Just as though taking a few shots at the UK, they've already taken blood, so they know who's in front of them, and they are down bodies here. And for Argentina, again, it's all about how far can you get into zone before you start to see these cars. They've just come over the hill, they've seen Thailand, and now they go back the other way.
Yeah, Argentina, they're going to leave Capitan up as that forward scout, and the rest of the team are going to get on the move. So I think Capitan will make the call on where to go. I think that hill just south of Yulin on the other side of Thailand actually isn't a bad spot to play. Capitan will entrench himself inside the dirt, because here's the thing, in that little pit that he's digging, Mark, he has got brilliant lines of sight on everything that could happen to the south.
Yeah, and the rest of the guys are now moving in. DraftKings, obviously they have seen the vehicle, so much will peek over the top and to see their store there, and it gets turned very quickly by Kiss. And that little dip, as you mentioned, that keeps their cars just safe at the moment, or at least the tyres still alive. As Scappy with the M16, a gun that's been used quite a lot this event. Not a favourite of mine, I can be honest, but they are going to try and get this team moving on out.
Yeah, Capitan in trouble as well if anyone else gets a shot off, but I think he's just about managed to find a pathing that'll allow him to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Ukraine are making their way in. They'll find this compound completely vacant. A great spot for them. And who'd have thunk they'd be in 10th place, Mark, going into this? Is Sets, and oh my word, he's just been peeled apart out of that circle. Sata will get the job done with a QB, but that was unfortunate for Indonesia.
I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Why? Because he knew. He was like, I'm dead. I'm going to crawl out my foxhole and let you go. Here comes some mortar fire as the Argentina team back away slightly. They're trying to find Thailand's position at range. Looks like Denmark obviously going to reposition where I suppose Argentina are, and seeing the mortar fire in front. That's the information that they might need. They come over the top. Scabby comes over the top as well as he defends his position for one more time.
Yeah, now that'll be Denmark turning tail again. The pressure from Thailand is just not worth it. Sending it towards Brazil now is the circle. Brazil in the circle. Korea in the circle. Neutral, though, aren't, and China also need to force their way in now. So this is getting very interesting now, Mark, for a lot of these teams. And sorry, I should say neutral are, of course, in that same compound as Korea.
Yeah, they're in that sort of dried up riverbed, aren't they, in the gardens on the outside. Code Marco, though, finds IX, as they will work their way past, but they are trying to thread the needle. It's the same with Finland. They are threading the needle in the northwest. Denmark will find safety, but they find safety and push and apply pressure as Brazil have to leave.
Yeah, Brazil are going to pull in next door. A headshot was landed on the Tony, but he manages to get in safely. Nade's going to get tossed in from BL, and that might be the go signal. If you're Brazil, you've got the knock on to Gustav, but BL got traded back, and that might change the plans a little bit.
It's not changed the plans. There's a big beaming light now on top of this compound. UK getting involved. They send a full barrage of grenades. Grenade bounces away. The blue zone will force. Now the second one comes in as the Kraken puts Beamy down. Sata, well, he continues to fight though with Turkey and neutral also getting involved in that.
Yeah, the
Look,
blue
Argentina.
zone.
Argentina. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is big. Argentina know who's fighting. They know they can stop Brazil's momentum. Its res will occur inside the compound. Another nade from Pipa. This one, will it go far enough? Ketters does 27 damage, and that'll be a force back. Pipa getting pushed back by Denmark, who are fighting on multiple fronts.
This is a momentum-based compound. If it goes stagnant, we'll see it will be a bit of a standoff. UK will have the angles. Thailand's coming down to have a look now as well. But a play, a foot forward, a foot maybe in the right direction for Argentina because they want to climb the leaderboard, but they know the teams are ahead.
This is the Ukraine move as well. Their compound no longer in the circle. They'll rotate past China, and Tian. He'll get the knock on to Ferris. Another point for China as they go back above Argentina. Defects. Thought he had Xiaowu, but Little Ghost was there.
Akatori will fall down, and for Team Ukraine, they fall apart. The Chinese will hold now one more time, and they have to try and deal with Boostic. He is a one-man army, but can he take on the tank of the BRDM? 2
points behind Korea now, and they'll be very, very well aware of the fact that Denmark are in a fight with Argentina and Brazil, so this is an opportunity for them to close the gap. Boostic sends the nade on over, but you can see the smoke grenades just giving him a little bit of cover as BL eventually falls as well.
Look at the smoke came out when he saw the BRDM, so he knew that I was going to play towards him. When it pulled up, he got into the smoke straight away. The grenade was perfect from China, but now they have to continue focusing, and lucky enough for them, there isn't much time remaining for Team Ukraine.
China 1 point behind Korea now, and sharing the northern section of the circle with them. They closed the gap in the last map. Can they usurp them in this one with one map left? Is it going to... What happens if this goes down towards Brazil and Argentina?
No, they've got to lose it. They have lost the compound. Center up. So Korea need to move. Brazil need to move. Argentina and China. All of our top 4 contenders need to get shifting. Korea, first one in towards zone. The standoff is going to be real here. Argentina, what's the play? Do they go through or do they go round? Well, Brazil say, white flag, we're out of here, guys.
I think that's the right move. Be the first team to leave and let the other 2 fight. No, the other 2 are going to fight. Argentina might just chase them. Denmark are going to see everybody on the move, but you got to deal with Brazil. Like, this is the problem that Argentina have. You can't allow Brazil free rein to play in the south.
Look at the confidence from Argentina. They've got in the car, 3 are following. They've exposed the angles. This is Argentina at its best. South America versus South America. And they have the guns, they have the angles, but can they close it out?
Kraken a little bit deeper inside the circle, but the other 2 are kind of trapped now. Sparking's there, but this could be big. The mortar strike was 1-2-1 the number. The mortar strikes are sent up 3 into essentially the same area mark. This could be really bad for Brazil.
Let's see, first short, he did divert, a little bit might go closer. Brazil get away with it. It is too short, it is over, done for the guys. Now for Argentina, they have to reset. Beamy gets involved and they haven't left the compound just yet. Thailand also in the wings, and don't forget Great Britain have line of sight here. Tony, he gets back in his car, he looks to try and close the gap.
Yeah, going back now towards the gas station next door to where the Danes were. They were about 40 meters too short from causing a world of pain for Brazil, but they'll send the Pika bus inside the station. Unfortunately, it will not wash that Pika bus for you. It'll just stay the way it is in there. But Mark, 15 teams still alive in phase 4.
This is mental. Indonesia also coming in, guys, on that west side as well. So when they come over the ridgeline, they will start to see where Brazil are. Here you go, Busto has its service. Not much more of a car wash, that one. But for them, they have only got really one option, and they've played their cars and they're playing it out. So they now got to get out of dodge. So they now leave the area. And Brazil, oh my God, they give a bit of a blow. Draft King will fall, and that's a clear message. Don't you dare push us.
1, 2, 3, the point tally now as they continue to just extend their lead. Korea not taking advantage at all just yet. They're inside the blue as they finally make their way inside the circle now. But Brazil, Kraken has Indonesia in his sights. Chris will get one. Can Kraken steal it?
Yeah, they are full on this as well. All 3 guns here from Brazil looking that way. There's another point. Queen will fall down. Tony, he bites one more time. So Kraken eyes on, and he's got the number down. But Scrappy from Thailand, if you over peak, you get put back down.
Yeah, but he's still got that extra point. Brazil with 3 players up as Germany bringing the fight to Indonesia. A little damage dealt onto Pains, but this is all happening directly west of the circle as we get ready for that next shift. And it goes back towards Vietnam, and Korea need to go through China.
Yeah, China move their way around, actually leapfrog ahead, taking the advantage of the space in that northeast corner, as we can see. Back towards the west, and it's the west that needs to get shifting. Germany yet again digging their trenches as they will engulf themselves now in smoke. Justice is down, but he's giving information. As the rest of Indonesia, well, they look to get the grenades. First one comes over the top, but that's not in the right line.
Oh my word, Xiongjiang is just taking the head out of a doozy, but this isn't going to be enough. They're being held. Capitan, 4x spray in the Ogden. Kenner with the M24 will take off his head from his shoulders as well. Korea pushing towards neutral. They know they need the points, but China extending this way as well. China want Korea.
Yeah, they want Korea, but they got the BRDM. That's a big stance for them now to try and hold Pippa. They will find Kets. Another grenade will go in. Denmark's backed up into the corner. A second one. Confirmation done. And for Denmark, though, they held their line, but they hold for only one more. Mixon has to use the smoke, and now he has to get out. But the momentum, he can't get the car moving.
Yeah, Pipa, the other player's down, but he has no idea. You got to get in the circle, Argentina. You're a couple of points behind second and third. Do not go down to the blue. Korea, though, they're drawing up battle lines. This is it. China against Korea, and here come the nades.
Huge arc goes over as the UK will fall, as also US will go down and out. For China, though, they have to try and hold the line. South Korea, well, yeah, they've got to push, they've got to punch a hole. Unfortunately, they've got to BR'd him in front. Heather with a Panzer in hand.
Argentina going down though on 99 points. They're going to see China, Korea and Brazil all extend their lead over them going into the final game of the day. Kraken moving up over the ridgeline towards Great Britain. They've got an angle on the other side. The need from Fex does 33, but the UK hoping to do the lobby a favour.
But they moved their way down. Fex, though, he steps up, so Kraken will fall down. He knew he had the confidence, though. He had the boys behind him. T-Bone and Vard had the higher ground. They moved their position down towards the south to try and take this. Meta Bay gets involved. Tony, what he falls trying to save. And for Brazil, it goes down to one-man army. And it is lights out. Game is on, boys, as the leaders will now fall.
A 22-point lead with Korea still alive. Mecca 21. Indonesia eliminated at the hands of Turkey. But look at Korea, 2 kills on to China. 1 player left alive, 4 kills, but one of them is for Zhao Wu. He's trying to take Xiongjiang to the grave with him, but Heaven's on the other side, looking to ascend Zhao Wu. That needs perfect. Korea, the chase is on.
Well, the chase is on. They're the real ones that can now do that. 106 points, but they are still 4 with ample amount of space in front of them on the north side. Denmark mixing, though. He was a big blow, the final blow for Team Brazil, but they will tab out. 8th place. 7 teams now remain. And for unfortunately, neutral Brazilians, you can see him. He's working his way in very slowly in the northwest corner.
Yeah, he's going to go down to the blue, and that's going to give an extra point, you'd imagine, to everybody in the lobby. The question is, what is that gap between first and second going to be as we move to Erangel to work out who will be your PNC champions? You can see Philippines, they've got Korea in their sights. Can they do something with a mortar? Imagine the scenes if Philippines take them down with a mortar strike.
Alec, though, he was keeping an eye on it, but unfortunately, with Thailand peering over the hill at the wrong time, he had to take his eyes off of where that kind of, I suppose, rangefinder was. BRDM has been claimed, though. China didn't let it go down, so Korea will take the opportunity now just to close the gap. So much open terrain here. Oh, my God. It's a joust, though, and the Philippines are jousting head-to-head. The Panzer doesn't do the damage, though, but the Philippines pull up in style.
Yeah, Heaven's trying to hold the line. There's a member of Korea down here. Kiss gets a knock on to Yumin. This is Korea holding the fort. 2 players up. CJ sending it on in, and the Philippines are eliminated. But can they get the reses off? 2 players down. Heather under heavy fire. Korea, is this going to be it?
It's going to be interesting. Who can actually close? Thailand don't come this way. Thailand go towards Team UK. Whoa, careful. Don't park there, mate. Heather, keep your boys up.
Oh my word, Korea up to 8 kills. It's probably been their most aggressive game of the tournament with 1 game left. The gap now stands at 13. You've got the fight here between UK. I think that's Vard throwing the nades towards Scappy. But Thailand were the team that were pressuring towards Korea along with Vietnam. So this is working out lovely for Korea.
Unfortunately for Vard, he tries to play off the rock though, but then he goes down and oh no, T-Bone runs for safety, but Thailand right on top of Team UK. They're going to fall, and unfortunately they fall in at 6th place. Korea back to 3 now. BRDM still able, still mobile, still open terrain for them to get involved, and with Thailand taking the high ground on the south, they have the opportunity now to rain fire. Top 4 now remain.
There are 4 teams left alive, and any of the 3 other than Korea would be a big win for Brazil. But if Korea get it done, we are going to be hot and heavy going into the final game of the tournament. Korea just about on the inside of the circle, but that BRDM mark, you got to get it out of commission as soon as possible.
And that's what you see from Thailand. They know if they can get rid of that, South Korea is stuck open terrain, right? And there it goes. Difficult for them. Lucky enough there's a car here for them to start play from, but they get a little bit of breathing room. They are on the outside, but they are inside of the zone. And the rest of the teams, though, are on the west. We've got Vietnam in the compound, Turkey on the high ground on the west, and the southwest, though, is for Team Thailand. So as long as these teams can keep fighting, it'll be okay for Korea. What I fear for Gibson, though, is these teams are going to fixate on South Korea and then take the final battle themselves.
And what is it like? It's 11 points between first and second right now. So there is a world where Korea could usurp top spot away. And that circle has just, it's not gone 100% to their favor, but that is as nearly as good as it can get for them.
I love it. I love it. This means the last game is going to be chaos. Not just with the zone, but the opportunity that we've got 2 teams competing to claim that championship, the PNC trophy for 2026. Emma, here's the spray. Thailand has the additional number for them, and they reposition now into zone. But as a risk, they lose the high ground.
Yeah, Heaven, now he's going to blow it up. There's a chance to get a knock on to Thailand, but the first one is going to go amiss. Ammo could become a problem for Korea in a little while, but it looks like with that crate, they're able to find some more. And a great spray from Heather will take down Kiss, and they're full sending it towards Thailand.
They're trying to clear. They're trying to clear. They know Vietnam's going to leave that compound. That's insane. Not just one, but two. That'd be a confirmation. No opportunity for Kiss to come back. Sheeta, though, he rips around into that south side and reclaims the position that Thailand had. They're able again to cause problem. Thailand might have moved just too soon.
10 points now is the gap, and you've got a 3 versus 4 versus 3 versus 3. Shella now looking towards Thailand as well, and Turkey could do a huge favor for Korea if you can take the tie out of this position. But my question is, Vietnam been in this compound, they've stored all their utility, they should have nades galore. What can they do?
What can they do? When did they move? I think it's more the question, Gibson, because they are sitting. The decider of this match might be when Vietnam want to activate. Where do they go and who are they going to be aggressive with? They've got South Korea on the other side of the ridge. They take a little bit of a breathing room now as they leave the compound. But Turkey, though, as I said, they took the high ground away from Thailand. Now they're going to take that position, and now they come down.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity. Manabay pushes himself up. He's coming under fire. It's Guman that gets the knock. Is this going to be another point for Korea? He's got him behind the car. A nade being tossed in. It's Vietnam trying to do some damage on the other side as Celtic will get to the crate, but Celtic falls to the hands of the Thai.
Yeah, Belmont, though, on the other side, though, it is round the robin we go. Sheila, remaining player, but it's going to be remaining not for long. 10 kills, though. Oh, my days on the way for South Korea. Takes them up to 116. Now they hold. 3 teams remain. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3. And for Vietnam, they've claimed the whole west side.
7 points is the gap now, and there's more than that left available. You've still got plenty of placements and kills up for grabs. Vietnam have the number, but do they play too aggressive? Could they get hyper focused on Thailand? Could that open up the door for Korea, who are outside the circle once more?
Well, it should be the calm before the storm. How much utility is left is the big question. Thailand not in, South Korea not in. Zone shift towards the west, and I suppose the entrenchment of Vietnam has already been positioned. There goes the smoke line, there goes the smoke wall. And for South Korea, they're the first team to make the move.
Yeah, they've made it up towards that rock, which is inside the circle, and straight into digging, straight in. It's not even at the rock yet, Mark. He's just in the smoke, creating himself a pit, and that smoke will dissipate soon. So how deep can he dig before it disappears? Guman doing the exact same. They are trying to set themselves up. I love this position under the tree. It's going to be so hard to find Guman.
Be so hard to figure out because logically they're going to throw the grenades and dump the utility at the rock. Has Heather positioned himself far enough away? Does it bounce away from him? Does Tigger cause them problems because they can throw from the south? Don't forget, Thailand are not in. Korea have moved first. Now they can wrap him behind them and cause them huge problems.
Oh my, Heather gets some shots off. He's got a molly at the ready. He's sending it towards Thailand. The nade's been thrown this way, and it bounces off the lip, and it's denied. Couldn't quite get it into the hole with Heather. But Heather, your time is running out with that blue zone. Tigger is taking damage as well as the BZ went this way, but Thailand and Korea still in a bit of a stance here between Heather and Tigger.
Yep, Molly comes back down, goes a little bit too far. Tigger obviously hops up out of his rabbit hole, those cause some damage, and Tigger takes towards the ground. But Himasto can see him with the higher ground advantages that they've got as they onlook. Now, South Korea will fall to 2.
Yeah, it's the question of which team falls next. Can Korea eke out some more placement points? They're in a great spot to do it here. Mark, center of the zone, but everybody just creating a pit, and Tigger gets the black goal in the reverse, and he's making his move into the circle as well.
Mobile cover, Delwyn, though, will put a stop to it. Belmoth, though, will go down. Tigger going to be there. South Korea tries to play peekaboo, tries to find another kill, another steal if possible, and it's not going to be the case. Tigger launches another one forward, though, as he'll have to find safety in the pit for himself.
Yeah, the rest is going to come off in the blue zone as Belmoth's going to hit. No, he falls, and another one goes down. Heaven with a double, but Himas gets Guman. Korea with 1 player up, Thailand the same, and Vietnam, if they get the kill over here, they could deny points from Korea. Heaven goes down to 1. And he's trying to dig his way to hell.
Denies 1. They ain't pick up from him, though, but he has to try and hold on. Another point, another placement could be the case, and it might be quick, though. And it's going to be down. Vietnam will be the winners of this map. But, oh, my God, guys. James Martin, what a penultimate game, and what an opportunity for South Korea to try and claim victory.
Yeah, this is an important one. 10 kills at least go the way. Actually, 11 kills for South Korea here overall. But Vietnam, silent and deadly towards the end from that compound, find themselves a victory. The Vietnamese crowd loves it, Matrim, but it was such a slow game coming out from them. I guess a win is a win.
I mean, this whole game comes down to circle 5, right? Whenever we had the shift over, China, Vietnam in phenomenal spots. That's where Korea started to find a lot more of their kills and started to cascade it, roll it together to make sure that we get the spiciest of last games moving into this, because it was very violent on approach for a lot of these teams, but you can see that China's starting to rally together, finding the capabilities to get their firefights that they really should have been putting together this whole time, in my opinion. I don't know, where was this China?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, and I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to challenge now as we take a look at the highlights here from this game. Gibson, it does feel now like Brazil versus South Korea, considering what South Korea was able to just put up.
It's going to be insane, and I couldn't be more jealous that you two are going to be on the mic for that one, because this is as tight a PNC as I can remember in years. And the scary thing about it is, James, Brazil and Korea both have a decision with the point tally they have. Brazil could very easily push on to Korea early and try win PNC by just winning a gunfight early on, or Korea could think the same. They could take the fight to Brazil. Either way, both of these teams, they are going to have a chat during this break, because they need to decide what the game plan is for Orangel.
It's a tough one. As Korea here, there wasn't much more that they could do from this side of the circle, right, Mark? I mean, Vietnam should have had this dead to rights. Obviously, Thailand coming on the same side as Korea as well. It's valiant effort from Korea to be able to make a little bit more happen from this. And that double blue zone as well on the left against Thailand. Just those extra little points might be the difference maker.
Yeah, I was concerned actually for South Korea, because you've got to remember, we saw China leapfrog ahead of them. They were held up with that neutral push. Obviously, neutral took that sort of dried up riverbank. So it's good. They was able to punch a hole through China. They're able to get the BRDM. That allowed South Korea a little bit further into this late game. But then obviously for Thailand, they had a decision. They could have pushed potentially towards that east and took that fight with South Korea. They opted to go for the west. That applied pressure. They then had to come up the high ground. And a good play from Turkey. They moved into that position to try and get some knocks. So it felt like a bit of a round robin, but during all of that, it was down to Vietnam. When was Vietnam going to leave that compound, and what time were they going to apply the pressure?
Yeah, how long were they in there for? I think since
early.
Circles.
That's been this whole grand final, though, is when is Vietnam going to do something? Because this is like Vietnam, I was coming in with an expectation that they were just going to rock the world, and it's been a lot more like meta macro play coming out from them instead of just shooting everything.
Yeah, admittedly, right, if you think about the transition from 25 to 26, I am of the opinion TPP doesn't lend itself as well to their previous aggressive style that we see from them in their big moments, right? Is that fair, Matrim?
I feel so. I mean, that was always Vietnam's bread and butter, right? Was just crash into your face, run up, take very dangerous peeks, and just try to outshoot somebody from angles that they're just not expecting, or just get in them so fast that they don't really have time to respond. Whenever you do have the TPP vision coming in, it does make that a lot more complex. So it has been a little bit of a reboot and kind of figure out how to handle this, especially given the fact that whenever we see squads like Vietnam, they'd often roll 4 cars all separated out, kind of like in a phalanx, and run at you with all like the dips and diggy holes, then it's going to get dangerous.
All right, here it is, the lay of the land here for the final game. 6 points separates Brazil and South Korea. If South Korea is able to take on over Brazil, and a similar game happens to like just happened with Brazil only getting 2 points, we could see a 3-time PNC champion. And then beyond that, Gibson, it would take a mammoth game from China and neutral and Argentina to be able to somehow claim this throne. It would be very difficult.
We've seen stranger things, but I think the Brazil crest would look really good with a star on the top of it. I'm not going to lie, but man, this is as tight as it's going to get. I think the pressure on Brazil is insane. They've had 2 of their worst maps of PNC in the final day. Like, you talked about the pressure, was it going to get to them? I think it is getting to them just a little bit, but they're still doing enough just to stay in front.
It does make you wonder what would happen on that Tego if they didn't have that emergency pickup play, right? If they were coming in from the south side, when we were kind of criticizing maybe the timidness of that play. But South Korea is not giving in to timidness at all. It will be Heaven taking that man of the match from this one, Mark, with the 4 and 750 damage. So back-to-back really strong games from South Korea to keep them in this.
Yeah, look, they need it, right? We had a little bit of a joke at the end of day 2, coming into day 3, that they need one big game. It hasn't been the case, right? They've had to sort of chip away and Brazil had to falter. I'm actually more concerned about what China and Neutral do. And Argentina even add into the mix as well, because they are aggressive. And you're right, like Brazil could hot drop South Korea and try and close it out quite early. South Korea could, but from what I've seen from both those teams at the start of the day, I don't think it's going to be the case. It's going to be a normal drop for them. They're going to try and play their normal game, especially towards that mid-pack. What I worry about, does China activate? Does Neutral go, actually, do you know what? Let's get some more money on the board for our team and be aggressive and potentially take a play. Then you have to insert one just on the wings, which is Denmark. We saw that from the survival stage. If Denmark wanted to go aggressive, they hot dropped the Neutral department. Will they do the same now?
And you have to insert Erangel, which has been just feisty, super feisty, right? So there is a world and a potential where we could see yet another problematic circle, and then you get a low kill chicken dinner, and then it all becomes wishy-washy. But I'm getting word that we have a break ready, and then when we return, we are going to get match 15 underway here for PNC 2026. You don't want to miss it. Who is going to take it all?
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
Time for the last game of PNC 2026, and the question on everybody's mind: will the country that is synonymous with excellence on international competition across many a discipline be able to finally bring home their first international trophy here at PNC 2026? Brazil is looking poised to do that. However, lurking in the wings is South Korea, already two-time PNC champion, looking to make a hat trick out of it here in 2026. It's a different roster, it's a different year, but this team constantly is able to post win after win after win. Joining me, Gibson, Mark, as well as Matcham, to talk about this before we get into the next game. Gibson, your thoughts before we get into the last game?
What can I say? Home crowd, home venue, just 6 points to close the gap to Brazil. This team is going to have all the wind in their sails. But the Brazilians, we know this is a country that knows how to win in any esport. Let's see if they can get it done.
Mark?
Let's go Brazil. That's all I'm going to say. Bring it home, lads.
All right, game 15, PNC 2026. Let's bring it home. And what a playing path. Our Erangels have been unbelievably spicy. One team will become the champion of PNC 2026.
It all comes down to this moment, playing for the pride of your nation. One game left, playing path over Lippo, ending around military base. We're set for spicy. It has been neck and neck, a battle of two different styles. Korea playing for circles and circle control, and Brazil playing with violence and gusto, just trying to go with guns and glory. But now finally Korea's come alive, getting high kill counts, finally breaking that 20 points on a victory. Can we see them take it to the tail end, or can the guys in the lead continue to hold it?
Yeah, what a weekend to do it. It's been a scorcher around the world here, with the World Cup looming, with PNC 2026 here as well, and the degrees are rising here throughout the world. We have got ourselves another hot game to figure out who is going to be able to take it. Brazil is dropping all sorts of shades of shelter here for this one to avoid what is going on. Where is South Korea? West side of Military Island at the moment, looking to maybe get transitions, but with a playing path like this, Mark Trim, you can't help but feel that it's going to be another annoying circle for these teams to play out.
Korea has gone for military base. They are going to make a jump tail end on it. They're going to be over into the west, waiting to see where that circle pops. You can see that they're a little bit slow on drop, maybe have to make a push a different direction. Brazil's got home kind of territory that they're going to be playing north of Milton positioning. Circle goes. Give it to us, and oh, it's Brazil in the circle to start. And now Korea's on the chase.
This is one of the kind of circles that could have possibly been, right? We have had so much water in all of our Erangel circles. This one will be down the middle, unless for some reason we get all those north shifts and then the river becomes an extreme focus point. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. Now, as Argentina on the hunt for a member of Denmark, Ket has found himself in a bit of a rough spot here, considering the drops, as they were normally going towards Ferry Pier. But Argentina, because of the playing path, has challenged them for this, and Keter is down.
Oh, of all of the teams, Argentina finding out Denmark. These guys have been going kind of neck and neck at each other, so that does put now Argentina over neutral. Talk a lot about what's going on with Brazil and Korea, now just 6 points separated, but we still have a tie between now China and Argentina. Neutral just 1 point back behind that because there is so much brewing. Of course, let's take a quick look at the last game.
Yeah, for Vietnam, obviously taking the win here from this one. It's a kind of a home circle that they end up getting themselves, considering the compounds that they're able to take. So not much to break down from a Vietnam win. It's just a bit of a shame that they didn't really hit the ground running, similar to the way they did in PNC 2025, right?
Yeah, this is just such a big game for Korea to come in at this point, but I do agree with everything you're talking about with Vietnam. This is... you're looking at Tanvu, you're looking at Imas. These are guys that you know can just frag out and get like 10 kill games themselves. And the fact that it's been a bit of a struggle for them to find successes in firefights is just baffling to my brain.
Yeah, not easy at all. And with big names that you got to take down at the end as well, not easy for the likes of Thailand. South Korea constantly making a good run of it here to try and keep themselves in the running. It's a tale as old as time now here in PUBG, right? We get our PNCs in Korea. Guess what? South Korea is always there, knocking on the door to become a champion.
Waiting for this to finish out. Go ahead and give you guys an update on how the rotations are going. We end up with a pretty central circle onto the main island itself. Brazil's already pretty much centered up on that. And we do also have Korea making a wrap into the circle. So it's all just going to be about positioning coming up in kind of eyes onto the later circles. So you're not missing too much just yet. It's just the jockeying for position.
An early emergency pickup for Turkey is currently going on as well whilst we watch all of this out. But yeah,
why is this so long? This is like their longest one that we've seen so far.
It's the final game.
I know. It's like I need to see where people are going. Okay, Korea's managed to get in the circle. They got really, really close to Argentina, but nothing has happened, and they're making a run for kind of that run for that ruined boatyard area.
Yeah, this is actually quite important because this is a really early move for them to come in the west side, right? And there's a world where they could end up in conflicts much earlier. All right, okay, well, you know what? More highlights.
Yay! Okay, so again, big game for Korea finding those kills. They were talking about the fact that they wanted to aim for 20 points. Got so close in the last game. What was it? Second place, so 6 points. Walking away 17 points. Very big game for them, as a lot of their games have kind of not had the highest kill count. So not even getting the victory on that gives them one of their better overall point totals. But what I've got eyes on now is Korea finally coming alive, finally really getting a big kill game for themselves. Means the fact that this could be the propulsion. I think it was Gibson that was talking about the fact that momentum is definitely on the side of Korea right now.
Yeah, Boatyard's not a bad spot to have as a checkpoint here to get things rolling. The only problem is again, there's some big names ahead of you on the east side. As Philippines and Finland going to fight each other on the eastern towards the eastern bridge location and see what they can get done. Just flying through the area. Santa Ali takes a few shots, 95 damage done. But here comes the reinforcement. Scav will take him out. There's still quite a bit of money to be won down towards the bottom here. So Scav and the boys from Team Finland looking to shut down the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be on the eastern layout of the bridge. Thailand's going to be on the other side of it, so whoever manages to win this firefight still has to deal with another problem in front of them. Vietnam's going to have the western bridge to make their rotate. Looks like Finland doesn't really want to stay in this one for too much longer, but just Algin's position has made it too complicated. They know that they need to finish this out. Good little juke around. Algin makes a play. They does come back, get the knock on to him.
Yeah, get that finish up. All right, whilst this is kind of gonna just wait here as Philippines is trying to get out of dodge. I think there's an interesting thing to be said about Korea's position for where they've taken on Boatyard, right? I think they're gambling on the idea of just in case this goes north, we have the bridge next to Boatyard to be able to go up there completely unimpeded, right? I think it's a rare chance we will be going north, but I think they're kind of crossing their T's, dotting all their I's, hedging their bets on in case something goes down. So that's why they're here super early.
Get an idea on where the positioning is coming out from Korea that we've been talking about. China is going to be pretty centered up as well. Brazil is going for more of the field lay. A couple of rotation capabilities for them, but Brazil also in a very wide 2-2 split. Feels like they're playing for safety right now. And that might come back to bite them. If we end up with a cluster of teams just stacked on top of them, like, I don't know, Ukraine due south, Great Britain that's on the hunt for points, USA, Indonesia, and China all right next to as well as neutral, those 2-2 splits are extremely punishable.
Yeah, especially in a lobby like this where we've seen some dashes on through. Korea now going to take the north side of Rozhok as well. This kind of affords them a similar boon to I was explaining of having that bridge available to them over towards Boatyard, right? You've still got this bridge just north of Rozhok that you could use to your advantage as well if for some reason the circle doesn't quite favor that south side. There's Argentina just driving alongside ruins as well, coming in underneath where the Koreans have just left.
We definitely need to mention that no matter how this goes down, Argentina and Brazil should be incredibly proud of the performance they came into with this whole
100%.
event. It's been a massive glow up for both of these teams.
Yep, no doubt. I didn't come in thinking to myself that these two teams were going to be challenging for number one, but here they are, looking great for it. I think it really is very clear that they've worked hard on their synergy alongside their, in inverted commas, new teammates to be able to kind of play this out against some of the very best in the world. China is one of them, lurking on the east side of Rozhok alongside Korea. If China was able to shut down Korea and get a big game, there's a world where they could quite easily, all they've got to do is get a 16 kill win, which is not out of the realms of possibility. We've seen it before in this tournament, right? And then China's suddenly challenging if Korea and Brazil go down early.
There is a world where Brazil and Korea both could falter, depending on how this circle goes. And China still has opportunities in front of them.
There we go.
Give it to us. Ooh, yes, Naya right along the lake. So Korea in their rotate you're talking about could have an opportunity for them. Brazil's just going to be down in the south, right in the middle of the death tunnel with Great Britain, Ukraine, as well as Denmark, Thailand, all going to be rolling up right on top of them.
So exactly what I was saying about Korea, they've taken that bridge straight away, I think. They're going north. They are going to be moving up there here to try and make this work from the north side. Germany might get caught off a little bit by it, but Brazil, meanwhile, has decided to move on the south side of this circle. The problem is there's still the river. There's still Yasnaya Pond in something like this. It's such a hard circle to make a decision on.
It's a smart play if the water settings hadn't changed, because it would probably pop over into this area, but now you've kind of put yourself into a gamble for circle where Korea is also kind of doing the same. They're mirroring it on the other side of it over into the northwest. Neutral is kind of digging themselves in while Indonesia is on the hunt. You should be able to roll these grenades down the hillside. Neutral knows it, not feeling too good about the positioning for him now, so trying to step away from it. It looks like they still have safety trees doing enough to provide something.
If I had to hedge my bets as those two teams, Korea and Brazil, as Korea, you're going north because you expect there to be a lot less teams up there, therefore a lot less threats based on how it's shifted. Nades go forwards though against neutral here, against Indonesia as Indo. I think they don't really want too much of this fight right now. They're kind of backing off. That nade was almost just a warding off nade here so they can go over towards one of the compounds.
And it's a strong compound for the circle. I mean, it is pretty centered. Neutral also having that hillside is going to feel pretty strong. With Indonesia kind of giving that one up, means that it's going to be a nice capability for using the hillside, specifically the higher points on it for Team Neutral, who have presently been playing the lower sections of it. Brazil is going to commit more into this 2-2 split of safety. Denmark's going to be just to the south. Ukraine going to be on the other side of the hills from them. So it's just probably Great Britain that could be an issue. And I'm kind of looking up, and it looks like Argentina is creeping up closer and closer to Korea.
I do like these check-ins on how these top four teams have been able to rotate so far. And you're right, with Argentina lurking below Korea, all it would take was one knock, and then maybe Argentina would start to spring a bit of a trap there against Korea. Evan driving around. There were some longer range shots coming in from Rozok against them, but Korea's got so much terrain cover here that they shouldn't be too concerned about that just yet. Oh, okay.
Extra cover, you know, it's to catch the nades. So whenever they roll down there, because you know that can seat, 8 people? Totally useful in PUBG.
You know, actually, if you dig and then have an inflatable boat above it, it's the most crazy cover you've ever seen in your life. It actually protects you from nades. But yeah, I don't know if they think... Well, actually, I mean, on a spot like that, it's dead center of this circle. It might actually be their kind of thinking. We've seen it before.
I mean, why not? If you have it and just throw it down, find some use for everything. I mean,
it does work.
We know that Batulans and the rest of the crew will use everything they got. Circle's going to stay centered, so while we've been getting a lot of wild stuff, this one's staying kind of regimented and true. Just center up into center up. Neutral's going to love that. Germany's going to probably regroup from their split that they've got. Brazil does have one of their splits that are going to be inside the circle, as well as Korea up into the northwest, having a couple of players already in play. But it doesn't feel too good, so they're going to shift down to this other spot.
Yeah, Korea backfills into that compound. Argentina trying to catch out Spaceman there. What a play! What an interception coming in. Argentina might just go very aggressive on this one and see what they can get done, but that is an important little kill that they're able to get there. Korea's moved into the compound where they actually died off early on in one of these games, but there's not too many threats going their way. I'm scared, Matrim, that if this circle centers up on water, it's... what a game this could be.
It feels like Korea's thinking that might happen. Argentina comes in. They feel like they've got destiny under control, playing heavy, and Germany is the one that punishes it. How do these two squads just keep bumping into each other over and over again?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like 4 or 5 fights that these teams have had across 15 games alone. And Argentina, they keep getting rinsed in a lot of them as well. Germany somehow winning things out, despite them being kind of mid-tables at the moment. Now, it's Chris in the smoke, trying to find a little bit of more of a push forwards. Been throwing a nade forwards, takes down Capitan. So in that Harry Potter, they're kind of donezo. That is brutal there for Argentina.
Germany can't stay there any longer. USA, they saw them in the move on one side of it. They're going to be caught up with what's going on with Indonesia, who's run into their form of a split. We also do have Thailand and Turkey kind of bouncing off of each other around the lake up into the north, but it's going to be Celtic going down, and Setsuna just kind of holding back in the hallway, waiting for somebody to walk down this. Again, probably the most brutal push you can make in PUBG, specifically on Erangel, to say the least, is pushing that hallway.
I'm so concerned for Korea, the gamble that they've tried to go for. Argentina's gone, and that is them down. That's podium open here for China, as well as neutral, as maybe Denmark as well can maybe take charge for it. But Korea was gambling so hard on this kind of higher circle. They're even having people swim across the river now, or Korea, as they're in the pursuit of this championship.
But China has so much territory to work with down to the southwest. Everybody has gone for the play into the fields around Yasnaya, and China has got, I guess almost a kilometer and a half of territory that nobody's really playing around. Ukraine going to go ahead and put some work onto Indonesia, as well as that is going to be United States going to go ahead and get that last little top onto Setsuna, and Indonesia is eliminated in last place.
Yeah, circle's going to be shifting soon. Tian is looking for a bit of a res here as quickly as possible to get China's full-man 4-squad back up, good to go. You can see here as Gumin already swam on over to try and make something work, knowing that they need a little bit of an anchor point on the other side of this bridge. Otherwise, if they were to get all caught at the same time, by, say, Germany, for example, that would be dicey. But shots coming in from Code Marco against them here. Gumin's got to be very careful. If they lose him, there's no res potential.
But I'm worried about Finland pushing down onto Brazil down in the south. That's forced them to go back to the Great Britain line.
True.
Circle has now popped. Turkey having to make something happen for themselves. Is this wall now no longer going to be in play? Here we go. This is what I wanted. Brazil, BL, you can see kind of caught out. Finland, though, doesn't look like they've got a focus into going after the solo player from Brazil. He's trying to just make it down and regroup, but Great Britain now just trying to move into a gatekeeping position. This now means 3 squads, all of them European, on the outside of this, watching Brazil right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, Finland, I think they were trying to cordon off any teams going around, and technically they can move just a little bit north onto Volcano location, so that should be okay for them. Knowing, though, there is somebody down in this compound, it's not ideal at all, this compound. You really lose a lot of vehicles down here if people are looking down on this spot. You'll be able to survive here, but you're not getting many kills off of it. And I think Sparking and the boys realize this. I think they realize it's go time to find a spot towards some of these fields, maybe a crater or two, but this is dangerous. This is very dangerous.
This is first place on the line in a rotate. They've got to go. Tony's gone down. That's a big problem. Tony's done so much work for this squad. Lots of damage. Another one goes down. BL, it's just 2. Brazil sends it into the center of the circle and narrowly survives.
They've got a little bit of a car fort, some smokes as well here to try and deny some of those lines of sight. One of the cars is gone now, though, as well. To Kraken and Sparking. No kills go their way. Thailand's going to move on the Germany position up against this field. Try and take down its Chris. They do in kind. And also Justice has gone over in this other position. So now Germany's going to tuck tail and leave. Thailand doing a lot of damage to them as they do move forwards. But the tail of the tape is Brazil is wounded. This is an opportunity now for Korea to strike.
Vietnam is trying to push into USA. Looks like they might take a casualty off of it. Actually, no, Hamas just jumps out. He should be fine. That's going to be a foothold position, so the rest of Vietnam could come after that. I was worried USA might discourage that approach and force them more down into Brazil position. Korea also regrouping up to the north, right next to where we just saw Thailand make that push. Remember, they're crossing that bridge, and so they're going to end up with Thailand potentially having crosshairs on them in just a few, as China still has tons of space to work from. It's pretty much clear from them all the way over to neutral.
Spaceman back in for China, trying to dive back down to the rest of the team. Difficult stuff indeed, though. Here comes Korea now, slowly slithering their way in on this western side. And Turkey, well, they're not slithering. They're going for a swim. That was anything but slow.
Just got to send it sometimes. They know Korea's playing the other side, and it's going to be China down here. China doesn't like this, though. They see somebody that's just bold enough to dive into the water. It's like, these guys don't care. We got stuff to play for. Let's send it the other side. They're going to wrap around. That puts them in Denmark's sight line. But that little bit of a ridge should provide enough. And the way that this is kind of positioned up, now Turkey has to go for a position closer to neutral. And that opens up a lot more for China, as Turkey's kind of defending their back now as the circle pops. Korea's narrowly in it, Brazil as well, but there's going to be a cluster of squads down to the south that has to move in.
Both top teams in. I'm a little bit concerned for Korea, though, unless they can win out some straight 4v4 firefights, right? Like Thailand lurking over the way from them. I don't think they'll end up engaging them. I think they'll stay on that west side, but there's still Turkey looking that way, and then maybe eventually neutral might be a bit of a gatekeeper for them if Korea goes down the path I'm expecting. So there's definitely a problem that still lies in the way of Korea here to try and knock Brazil off their perch.
slowing back down the pacing. As you can see, long-range shots coming up from Korea just to keep some control, see if they can get a knock or a kill onto Turkey, who's outside of everything. Philippines going to go ahead and get eliminated there. Not too much else that they could do from that position. More and more squads are starting to falter, but with Argentina, everybody else has been down to the bottom. So Real still having opportunities for China. Neutral continue their climb. Denmark wants to try to catch up to neutral as well, but Korea and Brazil continue to be the focuses. Oh my God. Korea has themselves a setup and a mortar. Where are they focusing it to? Turkey.
Going the way of Turkey. I understand it, right? I think that they want to play the west side of this circle because it's covered against a lot of the other teams here. Now Great Britain moving in against Brazil. Sparking gets fed himself a little bit of a point here, but Vard runs him over. They are gone. They are gone unless they get maybe one confirm off of that. 124 will be that benchmark. Can Korea get themselves at least 6 points?
They know it. They saw it inside the kill feed. They have to be careful. Thailand's on the other side. Denmark taking some casualties. Tian managed to find one, but he goes down. Nades coming out, counter on the side of it. Just 2 up for China, and they've got Denmark in front of them, and they still have to get into the circle after that. Ukraine starting to take a couple of shots into Finland. That's going to be Ukraine completely eliminating them. United Kingdom now goes down as well. Vietnam, USA stacked up next to each other. Everybody's starting to fall, but we haven't managed to make the placements yet, and that's what Korea wants.
I think this entry point is really good for Korea. I think they know why they're slow rolling it, right? Like, they can exist on this west side of this circle for quite a while. And yeah, exactly as you're saying, I think that this is exactly what they want, just to be able to slow roll it and see if any kills come their way. But that's going to be the Korea playbook for this game.
They just roll right into Xiao Wu's face. They're going to get the knock onto him as well. Sheila comes up big. China just what? That is crazy push. Spaceman's all the way across the circle.
Yep, not easy. Had to get him up from the res. Now Denmark here is going to be a bit of a roadblock for Turkey. As Fairist also doing damage against Denmark here. Try to do things. Okay, Belmoth knocks Songjang. That's important. What's actually going on there? Thailand is watching as Korea is trying to edge along that western side that I was mentioning before. But with so many potential threats there, Neutral also doing damage to Denmark. I think that technically some of those western threats are all killing off themselves.
Yeah, we can see that Neutral's focused in on the defense from Denmark to the south. That's opened Korea to wrap around to the north. The new circle has popped. Korea is not in it. It's focused in on USA, Vietnam, as well as Ukraine. Ukraine quickly usurps the compound positions. Very defended. Now Neutral has to figure out what they're going to be doing with it. Korea has to start popping off. They do not have the circle anymore. They have Thailand in front of them on one side and Neutral on the other.
It's looking more and more likely that it's time for a new champion here at PNC. Levante for Neutral shuts down Denmark. They fall. There's a few teams that could potentially leapfrog their position here, but now we're on board with Gumin, knowing that this west side is still extremely important. Can Neutral shut down Korea? If they defend against Korea here on this side, there's a world where Neutral could have a big game and maybe leapfrog that second place, but you've got to beat Korea. And Heather starts off with the big nade against Petulins.
It's been playing for position, but now it is just time to firefight. Korea running forward. Does have Petulins down. Neutral trying to figure out how they can retaliate. Thailand's using the opportunity to just crest along the sides, mirroring this, using the ridgeline and the road for cover. But Korea has to just bully their way up this hillside. They have to remove Neutral, who is firmly entrenched.
Thailand's charging nades. Thailand's charging nades as well off on the left-hand side of this camera. You can't see it maybe coming in, but this could be devastating. Also, nades coming in from Neutral as well, trying to shut down Korea. Is it time for a new champion here at PNC? It looks like a little bit of a back-off from Thailand on this fight. They're not peeking over. They're not cresting the hill to shut down Korea, so it's still just Korea versus Neutral.
Well, Neutral hasn't been able to get in the circle either. Sheila's creeping up from back behind. Lou does get the knock onto Songjang, but Heather finally gets the flush out onto Petulins. Neutral still with 3 up. Korea's got nowhere to go. You can see that they're trying to run away. They're going to get another knock. Just 1 up on the other side. Korea on the hunt, trying to find somewhere to go. But let's not forget Thailand still on the other side. Neutral, do you go on the hunt or do you go for the circle?
I think if you hunt them, it's the only way you can get more money on the board. This is difficult here now for Korea. Almost impossible. You saw the almost desperation nade going into that shack to see if they could scramble any more points available here. Thailand. But here comes Scappy as Heaven goes down.
Just 1 up. Neutral decided to go for the hunt on defense. Nade's gonna roll in. Korea is eliminated. They did not get the points to catch up to Brazil. How much more can Neutral get?
Korea down. Brutal scenes here. They will not be 3 times champion Levante. Why are you suddenly going crazy here in this game? Technically, 10 points is all that stands between.
Trying to climb, trying to find some more out of this right now. Neutral has to find something to work from. Their disadvantaged positions. You can see smokes going down in front of them. So hard to navigate as the focus now from Thailand has shifted back over. Can Brazil and all the work that they put in be enough? Can Neutral creep up, usurp the position that Korea's got right now? Just 10 points, and there's still a lot on the table. Ukraine comes alive, starting to take the shots onto Thailand. USA now also starting to shift a little bit of their focus onto Thailand's positioning.
Yeah, I think if Neutral actually wants to take a second place here, they need some help for the rest of the lobby. I think that Thailand technically is the first port of call, but at the same time, Ukraine is focusing their attention on them. Neutral's down. That's a third place at the moment. And there's no way, Spaceman. I think he has nothing. I don't think that he's going to be able to leapfrog here after coming in from that res. So that might just be the podium completely finished here, but the fight for the mid-pack is still raging on. Yeah, he's got 0 here. There's no way he gets 6 more points at least.
Yeah, I mean, unless he can run up and punch a couple of people that have been knocked. Ukraine to the south, taking control over everything, but you can see it is Thailand, 90 points, USA 88, Ukraine 85, Vietnam 80. A lot to still be fought for right now as 11th through 7th fighting to see how much higher they can go, because Argentina at 101 and Denmark at 94 are catchable.
Yeah, some of these teams in the mid-pack could jump up quite nicely for more money. Brazil knows they've done it, I think. Look at that. Look at the elation and the absolute satisfaction of what we just witnessed here from the coach. But now Thailand, oh no, they're clown carring it, Matrim.
They just got to send it and go. Vietnam, USA have been holding the compounds around just close enough. They didn't have to go too far. Spaceman's taking some blue zone damage, just trying to creep his way forward. So a lot of this coming down to the focal point that compounds that USA is playing from. It just seems like the circle keeps pulling that way. Ukraine doesn't have as much to work with, because if they keep pushing on that higher ridge, it is very punishable.
Yeah, Ukraine, 11 kills. Like, technically, Thailand, USA, Ukraine could all actually jump up really nicely here if they're able to convert on a win. And for Ukraine, I think they realized that, yeah, okay, we're only 3 alive, but a lot of the fights on that northern side are going to have to pop off one after another against each other, not so much Ukraine, who still has a decent stranglehold on this south position.
Man, USA and Vietnam have just been chilling next to each other for so long.
Yeah.
Thailand now just starting to join that party as Spaceman keeping the crawl going, but you've got Tanvu right next to you. Look, if somebody knocks Tanvu and flushes him out, maybe he can get something to work with. That's the only dream he's got.
A little bit of a push up from Ukraine once again into the smokes, laid down very well here. Hakatori with 6, Fairist with 4. Fairist has been fantastic for Ukraine throughout the survival stage into this final as well. But now that circle favors a little bit of Ukraine's position, as well as the compound here from USA, who only 2 kills on the board here for USA, but definitely there's still quite a bit more to play for.
They've definitely been chilling in the center of the donut where all the fighting has been going on around them. Smoke's now starting to come down to see how much we can get movement onto this one. This is going to be Thailand to try to smoke this off as much as possible. So they're going to have a bit of an angle of approach. They're nervous about Ukraine, and you should be, given the way that Ukraine has been popping off. So you can at least get right up into the face of USA, but that does put them in a vulnerable position from Vietnam. A couple of shots come out from Imas. Does get the knock on to Belmont.
Yeah, save of that spray. You got to hit the first one, but he was able to save it with just a little bit more. Nice nade there. Belmoth goes down. Vietnam, you're not winning this one in terms of the tournament overall. There will be a new PNC champion, but Vietnam's not done just yet. Gives Himas a little bit of room here to make some magic happen, maybe.
It's one squad wipe for Vietnam, and they're tied up with Ukraine. This is just so back and forth between all of it as Spaceman continues to just watch all of the action go on in front of him. It's like, Himas, don't worry. Shoot at those guys in front of you. Thailand's so much tastier than I am. Just watching the blue crawling away from it. No real shots coming out yet, so oddly enough, that is the action to watch on all of this. Is does anybody notice the giant blob of Spaceman creeping up back behind Vietnam?
I like the idea of, like, if I don't look at them, they can't see me, right? Like, that's what's going on right now. Spaceman still waddling on backwards. This is ridiculous. Himas has no clue. He's basically shadow stepping at this point, shadow crawling. What a weird scenario, but good job, I guess.
Look, Himas is not known for being like the guy to watch flanks. His job is to shoot the things in front of him, and the things in front of him right now are Ukraine And Spaceman's got to love it. Vietnam, they know that they want these big points. They don't want one, they want squad wipes. That's what they're hunting for right now, and a weakened Ukraine is definitely something they're going to want to pounce on.
I mean, if he gets second place with no kills, and then the tiebreaker is placement points, there's a world where he could get third, but I don't think it's going to occur at all. But Hakatori now sends some nades forwards. That's a massive nade in terms of doing the damage to everybody on Vietnam. They're going to be scrambling. They do take down Boomstick, but now Hakatori and Ferris, what can they do against this? Knowing that flanking around could quite easily be an issue as that Molly goes forward. A seat swap. He heard them. Oh, no, Spaceman, you're gone, friend.
Oh, those nades from Ukraine forced Vietnam to retreat. That kills off Spaceman. Thailand's making the push into the compound that USA's been trying to hold down. Kickstart dancing around the outside of it. Has to be careful because Vietnam's got a line onto it. Ukraine's still very focused onto Vietnam, but Vietnam's got goals, and it's a run right into USA's face. Kickstart's gonna go down, and it feels like Vietnam is coming alive.
Solozzi takes the roof as well, trying to find exactly where they can find some pressure points against all of this, but Scappy also down. Suddenly, somehow, Vietnam tries to make things work here in this final game. There was shotguns in the hands of USA, knowing that they might need those against the breach. MG3 in hand here for Kiss, goes into the building. He might have to clear out the rest of USA here from this position. Oh!
Ooh, gets scary. Vietnam's got so much control over the top, but we still have Hamas off to the side, keeping an eye on Ukraine. Ukraine stacked up those kills with 11 right now, but that puts them on 86. Vietnam's only got 2, but at 83 points. USA also just trying to get as many points as they can away from, trying to separate away from Thailand, who's just right on their doorstep. It's gotten right into the mix of it all, and it is Thailand that manages to take down Ukraine, but it is a mess. It is a 1v1v2 as Thailand comes around on the outside.
What am I watching? This is absolutely popping off. Vietnam might be able to close it out though, and yes they do! As they get the win, moving up into 7th place in the end. A very important victory for Vietnam, but really the tale is what would be the boyhood dream here, Matrim, for Brazil.
It is time. Your PNC 2026 champions, Brazil! So much heart comes out from these guys. So hard they had to fight, and they deserve it. Look at this, donning the jackets coming out, and all the squads coming so close. I'm gonna be terrified to see Korea's side of this when we actually do, because it is going to be heartbreak for them, Gibson and Mark.
Oh man, parabéns Brazil, vai Brazil, they get it done. And look, I don't think anybody can disagree, they deserve it. They were in first place after the end of the second map, and they'd remained there all the way through PNC. Well deserved, well earned, a massive victory for Brazil, and I suppose a big victory for the West as well, because PNC had been dominated by teams from Asia for the last few years.
It's a nation rooted in absolute excellence when it comes to competition, and Brazil has been able to do it from word one of this tournament. They have become the champions. You can see exactly what it means to them. Let's check in down on the stage.
Brazil. More emotional than ever, I'm sure. I see tears in all of your eyes. Sparking. Are you ready for an interview? Should I give you a minute? Okay, have a minute. I'll talk to Kraken first. All right, Kraken. It honestly is a more than words can describe moment, right? You were here in 24, you're back again 26, and here you lift the trophy. How are you feeling right now?
I just want to say thank you, God. Só quero agradecer a Deus que a gente conseguiu isso aqui, foi graças a Ele. Eu sou a pessoa mais feliz do mundo e hoje é o dia mais feliz da minha vida. Obrigado por todo mundo estar aqui. Eu não tenho que falar, velho. Obrigado.
If we could give one of the translators a microphone. 잠시만요. 제가 브라질 크라켄 선수에게 24년을 출전하고 올해 다시 출전하게 되면서 아쉬웠던 마음 많이 하는 지금 우승 소감을 여쭤봤습니다. 답변해 주시죠.
일단은 너무 기쁘고 표현할 수 없이 너무 기쁩니다. 일단은 하나님한테 너무 감사하고 이런 기회를 주시고 그리고 너무 행복하고 여기 오늘 참석하는 분들께도 모두에게 감사드립니다.
Kraken is just super thankful and grateful for this very opportunity. Honestly, what he's feeling right now is more than words can describe, and he is thankful for everything. He thanks God mostly. All right, Sparking. Are you okay for an interview? Okay. This is your 5th PNC. You're the one that must have wanted it more than anyone on the team. What do the tears mean?
Eu não sei o que falar hoje. Eu sonhei por esse dia a minha vida inteira. Eu incontáveis campeonatos que eu passei olhando os outros levantar essa taça e eu sempre pensei, eu quero estar no lugar deles, meu Deus. Eu vou estar no lugar deles um dia. Vindo de uma região onde nunca tinha conquistado nada. Quantas vezes eu pensei em desistir, quantas vezes eu pensei em parar, quantas vezes eu pensei que eu não fosse capaz. Mas Deus me provou errado. Esse grupo de pessoas que está comigo hoje me provaram errado. E é para todos vocês no Brasil que não importa onde você esteja na sua vida, acredite nos seus sonhos. Você consegue. O que eu consegui, nós conseguimos. Isso aqui é por vocês, Brasil. É por vocês, Brasil.
이제 스파킹 선수의 5번째 PNC인 만큼 팀원 누구보다 가장 우승이 간절했을 것 같았는데 눈물의 의미에 대해서 한번 물어봤습니다.
일단은 이 순간을 많이 꿈꿔왔고 그리고 많은 경기 나가는 중에서도 언젠가 이렇게 이룰 꿈을 이룰 수 있는지를 기대했습니다. 다른 팀들이 올라갈 때마다 트로피를 받을 때마다 나도 언젠가 내 순간을 기다려왔고 그리고 이 순간이 오늘서 너무 행복합니다. 오늘 하루가 살면서 제일 행복하고 살면서 슬럼프랑 포기할 생각이 올 때도 있었지만 이렇게 견뎌내서 너무 기쁩니다. 꿈을 이뤄서 너무 행복하고 우리 나뿐만 아니라 우리 그리고 우리 브라질 모두에게도 이렇게 트로피를 전달 수 있게 해서 너무 감사합니다.
Well, Sparking has dreamt of this very moment since his career. Every time he watched from the sidelines other teams lifting that trophy, he has dreamt of that moment. When will I get to lift that trophy? And he is so over the moon that he gets to bring his home country, Brazil, a trophy that he's longed for a very, very long time. And speaking of which, Sparking has asked me that he wants to add in one more thing, so let me hear what that is.
Só queria agradecer todo mundo que está assistindo, que acordou às 7 horas da manhã, a torcer pra gente. Obviamente, agradecer minha avó Conceição, que está lá em cima agora, que eu sempre quis fazer isso por ela. Agradecer minha mãe Bianca, meu pai José, meu irmão João, minha irmã Francisca e minha namorada Luísa. Eu amo vocês e já eu tô aí para celebrar.
스파킹 선수가 한마디 더 해도 되냐고 요청을 해서 제가 한번 들어봤고요. 통역해 주시죠.
한마디 하나 더 있는데요. 오늘 아침 일찍 브라질에 오전 7시 일찍 일어나서 우리 응원해주는 모든 팬들에게 너무 감사드리고 하늘 위에 계신 우리 할머니에게도 이 순간을 기다렸던 할머니한테 너무 감사드립니다. 브라질에 계신 부모님, 가족 그리고 여자친구한테도 제가 가고 있다, 기다린다.
He wants to say a special shout out to the fans at home and of course all the family fans watching at 7 a.m. in Brazil. He wants a very special mention to his grandma in heaven and of course his family, his parents and of course his beloved girlfriend as well. All right, well, this is a very emotional moment, even for me as well, but BL is just standing there with big smiles, so let's hear it from BL. Well, you were here at 25, right? And you are definitely one of the key players that made so many highlight moments here. Well, you must be very, very proud of yourself, right? BL, what are you thinking?
Bom, primeiramente, antes de mais nada, eu queria agradecer a Deus, porque sem Ele eu não estaria aqui, é Ele quem me capacita e Ele que me dá condições para fazer esses highlights. Então eu queria que toda a honra, toda a glória seja dada a Ele. E, bom, eu estou muito feliz, sinceramente eu nem sei o que dizer, eu acho que a ficha não caiu ainda, porque eu não chorei, eu não fiz nada, eu fiquei de boa. Então, mano, eu quero agradecer a todo mundo aqui, agradecer a minha família, a meu pai, minha mãe, meu irmão, que sempre acreditou em mim desde o começo. Eu estou muito feliz pela oportunidade de estar aqui mais um ano e graças a Deus a gente conseguiu o título.
우선 BL 선수에게 2년 연속 PNC에 출전하면서 하이라이트 장면을 올해 정말 많이 이뤄냈다고 얘기를 해봤습니다. 그리고 스스로에게 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 소감을 한번 여쭤봤거든요. 뭐라고 답변을 하셨나요?
일단 하나님께 너무 감사드리고 이 순간을 주신 하나님 그리고 영광스럽습니다. 너무 기뻐서 뭐라고 할 수도 어떻게 말해야 될지 모르고 아직 안 믿겨져요. 그래서 보시면 저는 아직 눈물도 안 나올 정도로 이게 아직 안 믿겨집니다. 근데 너무 감사하고 브라질에 계신 이제 부모님, 형제 그리고 모든 분들에게 이런 기회를 주시고 더 감사합니다.
First and foremost, Bill would love to thank God first, and honestly, all the love that his family supports him, sends his way, he definitely wants to give them a special shout as well. And honestly, Bill, he said that it looks like the tears, the feelings, and winning this trophy hasn't hit him yet. You know, he is smiling, the tears are waiting, and it's so surreal that he doesn't even know where to describe how he's feeling at the moment. Yeah, rightfully so, and I'm sure the tears will hit back in a minute. All right, let's move over to Tony with the cool shades. All right, looking good with the shades, Tony. This is your first PNC, and it's not every day that someone, a professional PUBG player, gets to win a trophy at his very first international. How are you feeling? Are you just super happy?
Estou muito feliz e não sei como... Eu sei, não tenho palavras para descrever o que eu estou sentindo, porque foi muito difícil estar aqui. Lutei muito, passei por muita dificuldade, mas graças a Deus, Deus me colocou aqui e Jesus é o caminho, a verdade e a vida, porque toda vez eu pensei em desistir, muitas vezes, não foi uma nem foi duas, foi muitas vezes eu pensei em desistir e Deus me deu forças para estar aqui hoje. E eu confiei em Deus e por isso que eu tô aqui, por isso que a gente é campeão hoje, porque a gente confia em Deus e Deus é na frente de tudo. E eu queria agradecer todo o suporte, os brasileiros estão na torcida por nós. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que está em casa assistindo, minha família, minha namorada, minha mãe, meu pai, minha família toda. É muito bom estar aqui. Só tenho a agradecer a vocês, eu não tenho muita coisa para falar. Só Jesus is the way, the truth and the life.
우선 멋진 선글라스를 쓰면서 기다리고 있던 토니 선수에게 첫 PNC 출전하자마자 프로게이머 어느 누구도 첫 번째 국제대회에서 트로피를 이렇게 들어 올릴 수 있을 거라 예상을 못했을 것 같은데 지금 첫 국제대회에서 우승까지 성공한 소감에 대해서 여쭤봤습니다.
일단은 너무 행복하고 기뻐서 제가 어떻게 뭘 표현을 말해야 되는지를 모르겠습니다. 지금 이 순간 여기까지 올라온 것도 너무 힘들었고 하지만 헌신 노력하고 열심히 해서 여기까지 왔습니다. 일단 하나님께도 너무 감사드리고 하나님의 주관 때문에 덕분에 여기 왔습니다. 캐리어 하면서 이제 맨 순간에 슬럼프가 좀 많았지만 그래도 하나님을 믿어서 오늘 여기까지 이 자리에 덕분에 왔습니다. 그리고 모든 서포트 해준 분들께 응원해주고 뭐 가족, 형제 모든 분들께 그리고 팬들에게도 감사드립니다.
You know, any word doesn't do what Tony's feeling any justice, and honestly, he's had a couple of rocky patches throughout his professional career, but he is so glad and over the moon, and he wants to give a special shout out to Jesus because Jesus is the way, and of course his beloved family in Brazil and everyone that has supported him throughout his professional career that actually contributed to his win today. All right, last but not least, our coach, RDS, the man who's been standing there with the flag for the longest time. All right, let's hear it from the coach. What are you feeling? I mean, you were here last year, this year, and the first Brazilian coach to take a trophy home. All right, Hivi, what are you saying? What are you thinking, RDS?
Pessoal, tô aqui desde o começo do PUBG. Eu competi 6 anos aí como player e agora eu resolvi treinar. Nos últimos 2 anos eu tô treinando essa nova geração. Tô com um Kraken aqui, que é um moleque que desde o começo eu treinei ele liderar o grupo, ser o GL, ele se transformou em GL com o início do treino e até hoje tem 2 anos que a gente está trabalhando nisso e hoje a gente junto conseguir trazer um troféu desse aqui, que é o sonho de todo mundo que está no Brasil, o pessoal que jogou todas as screens desde o começo lá, quando a gente estava criando o nosso cenário, quando era grama ainda. Tenho certeza que está todo mundo muito feliz com esse momento aqui, grandioso. É isso, eu estou muito feliz e contente com o trabalho que os meninos entregaram. Estou muito satisfeito com o que foi feito aqui, o trabalho de cada um, a responsabilidade que cada um puxou, a alegria que a gente jogou. E é isso aí, isso aqui é Brasil, porra.
이제 RDS 코치님께서는 작년 PNC 코치로 이렇게 출전을 했고 그리고 지금 인터뷰가 진행되는 상황처럼 깃발을 가장 오래 들고 계셨는데 그만큼 선수들을 옆에서 보면서 지금 어떤 생각이 드는지 이 여정에 대해서 누구보다 잘 알고 계실 것 같아서 어떤 생각이 드는지 한번 여쭤봤습니다.
일단은 제가 플레이어를 6년 동안 했고 그리고 코치로는 2년 동안을 진행했습니다. 브라질에서 이제 브라질 모든 분들께 이렇게 가진 플레이어처럼 그 꿈을 일단 이 순간은 너무 기쁘고요. 각자 했던 자리에서 열심히 해줘서 너무 만족스럽고 오늘 경기도 너무 행복합니다.
I mean, RDS has spent 6 years as a professional PUBG player, a gamer himself, and 2 years as the coach. And honestly, just thankful and grateful for everything that he's been able to accomplish from this very moment, and wants to give out a very special shout out once again to all his beloved people and of course the fans. All right, well, this is your PNC 2026 champions, Team Brazil. 이렇게 해서 팀 브라질 PNC 2026 챔피언 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 시상식으로 돌아오겠습니다. We'll be back with the award ceremony and of course, let's hear this out. Yes, sure.
팬 3명 있는데 혹시 내려올 수 있는지.
Alright, let's get the trophy ceremony going on first.
An amazing and an emotional victory for Brazil. You could hear it in their words, how much it means to them here to come from humble beginnings, to be able to finally raise this trophy. I think for a lot of those players as well, they never thought it would happen, but they came with fortitude, they came with perseverance, they came with a fire here to PNC 2026 to be able to round this out. And look what just normal men are able to accomplish here on the battlegrounds for PUBG. That is Brazil becoming the champions for PNC 2026. That is Brazil taking on all comers, the very best the globe had to offer to become the champion. Joining me, Gibson, Mark and Matrim to talk about this fantastic victory we have seen. Mark, this is one for the history books.
Yeah, talk about sketching your name in the history books. That is the way to do it, Sparking, 5th time around. And you can see how much it meant to not just him, but the whole team, because a victory like this puts your name firmly on the map.
Gibson?
Look, what can I say? That had me emotional, them winning the way that they reacted. I think I couldn't be happier. Like, I don't think I've ever been more happy for any team winning a PNC. The job they do, I think Matt will agree with me, the work that the Brazilian players put in the PUBG scene is insane. They scrim every single day. They run their own events. They work harder than I think anyone else in the scene. And it's what a victory for them. What a victory for the West. And I know those guys, that'll just make them hungrier for more.
Yeah, this is the final game result, of course, as Vietnam was able to bump up the leaderboards. Brazil going out with a 0, but it did not matter. Do not take that into account here for this victory, as of course they post the most important result of them all. When we look at the overall leaderboards a little down the line, what a fight back from teams like Ukraine and Thailand, as well as neutral in these final moments as well. That podium, very important matchroom here for some of those teams to try and strike at.
And it was so many of the squads that were fighting for just a placement up in this very tail end section. Even the United States finding some successes in the later stages. Germany staying in that consistent positioning, but I 100% agree. Ukraine, Vietnam coming alive in the later stages, and Thailand on the hold on that other side where we saw so much of the movement. Korea trying to escape what was going on with neutral. It wasn't Brazil that ended up taking down Korea. It was everybody else around still in the hunt, stopping them in their tracks.
If you think about that podium as well, as we take a look back, it looks like we're going to have some more here coming from the main stage as everything is getting ready as well for their final trophy ceremony to occur. Let's check in and see what's going on.
무려 85킬을 기록하면서요. 엄청난 활약을 했습니다. 마지막 매치에서도 이 존재감을 드러내면서 마지막 매치에서 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 이제 선수들이 무대로 등장합니다. 여러분의 뜨거운 박수 보내주십시오.
Team Brazil has recorded 85 kills this Nations Cup. They deserve it because they were the most fearful team on the server.
네, 챔피언에게만 주어지는 챔피언 의상까지 해서 정말 멋진 경기를 만들어 줬습니다. 자, 그럼 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 킬 리더 시상에는 이번 유니폼 만들어주신 분 곳이죠. 무신사 고영대 본부장님께서 직접 수고해 주시겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
To assist our award presentation, Mr. Young Dae-ko, Director, Head of Sports Sales at Mushinsa, the sponsor of our very beautiful uniform, has joined here us at the venue today.
네. 그래서 이 무신사 유니폼이 난리가 났습니다. 많은 팬분들이 구하시려고 해도 마지막엔 전부 다 매진될 정도로 많은 사랑을 받았습니다. 예, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 브라질 팀에게는 $15,000의 상금이 수여되겠습니다.
Well, to Team Brazil, they will be taking home $15,000 because they deserve it. Congratulations to Team Brazil.
다시 한번 큰 박수로 축하해 주십시오. 그리고 시상을 도와주신 고영대 본부장님께도 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리면서요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁드리겠습니다. 잘해 주십시오. 박수 보내주십시오.
Special thank you to Director Ko for joining us for the award ceremony and for the beautiful uniforms.
네, 그리고 브라질 선수들도 앞으로 받을 상이 많기 때문에 잠시 대기석으로 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
And to Team Brazil, you have many more rewards to collect. So if you could step off the stage for now, we'll see you in a bit as well.
정말 멋진 드라마를 만들었던 브라질 선수들. 아, 저 유니폼 보니까 굉장히 멋집니다.
감사합니다.
자, 그렇죠.
네.
보면서도 깜짝 놀랐어요. 자, 다음 시상은요. 단 한 명의 선수만이 가질 수 있는 PNC의 가장 영광스러운 자리죠. MVP 시상이 기다리고 있는데요. 어떤 선수들이 경쟁 부분에 이름을 올렸는지 MVP 후보를 만나보겠습니다.
Well, next up, only one out of 120 players can earn this title, the MVP title. Let's see our nominees.
보시죠. 야, 스파킹 샤오디디 하카토리예요. 자, 이 세 명 선수가 MVP에 선정이 될 수 있습니다. 후보들이죠.
Yeah. Out of the three players on the graphics right now lies our 2026 MVP.
하이라이트를 만나보겠습니다.
Of course, the MVP, no doubt, going to be sparking, even though we are going to watch through all three of these players. I think, though, as well, when you look at these highlights as well, great stuff from Sparking alongside some really standout performances across the whole tournament here, Mark.
Yeah, for me, it's really good to see. And just actually looking back at not just Sparking, but the whole team, that kind of gives them the opportunity to flex out. Tony comes from console. Obviously, he's inserted himself very much in the region and performing really well at his first international stage. BL, we saw have critical moments where he held out. But each part of this team, each part of the puzzle allowed Sparking to do what he does best. And that is to go find the kills and get the points.
Xiao Wu looking great for China as well, alongside Hakatori that we just watched before. But again, the momentum just didn't quite shift in their favor. Ukraine ending up in 10th place, China in 4th. But of course, Sparking will be taking this spot. Let's check in back at the stage, of course, after this Xiao Wu highlight finally finishes out.
2016 PNC MVP Sparking!
Congratulations, Sparking. You take the MVP, the most valued player here at PNC 2026.
최고의 팀, 최고의 선수, 이번 시즌 역사의 한 페이지를 장식한 스파킹!
Congratulations, you are writing history as we speak.
이런 영광스러운 자리에는요, 이번에 메인 스폰서였죠. 와, 구글 플레이 글로벌 총괄 장현세님을 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
For the MVP award presentation, Mr. Hyunse Jang, VIP members Global Lead of Google Play, has joined us. Here he comes to award our MVP.
대한민국 게임 배틀그라운드에 또 이렇게 위대한 구글 플레이의 장현세 상무님께서 함께 해주셨습니다. 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리고요. 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. MVP에게는 $10,000의 상금이 수여가 되겠습니다. MVP의 주인공 스파킹!
Sparking writes his name in PNC's history and gets to take home $10,000 for his amazing performance.
다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 이렇게 대한민국 e스포츠 배틀그라운드에 함께해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 구글 플레이 글로벌 총괄 장현세님에게 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오.
Thank you to our
고맙습니다.
presenter, Mr.
감사합니다.
Jang, for joining us. And Sparking, you have many more to collect. I think you should wait down the stage for now again.
스파킹 선수에게도 다시 한번 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 탑3 시상이 이어지겠습니다. PNC 2016에서 최고의 퍼포먼스를 보여준 팀이죠. 여러분들이 많이 기대가 되실 텐데 다시 한번 선수분들에게 깊은 감사 말씀 드리면서요. 여러분들 오늘의 주인공들 만나볼 준비가 되셨나요? 되셨으면 주인공들을 불러볼 텐데, 자, 여러분들이 또 여기 한 팀 한 팀 올 때마다 한국 팀들뿐만 아니라 여기서 해외 팀들 올라올 때도 뜨거운 박수를 보내주셨어요. 정말 대단했죠?
맞습니다. All right, we are about to see the best teams of PUBG Nations Cup 2026. So please don't forget, send your loudest, your biggest cheers to these teams because they deserve it more than ever.
그래서 이 무대를 장식하기 위해서 이제 단상이 준비가 되고 있습니다. 전 세계 최고의 팀들이 이번 PNC에 참가를 해서 단 3팀만이 이 멋진 무대에 이름을 올려놓을 수가 있습니다. 과연 이 주인공들이 앞으로 있을 PGC 그리고 내년에 PNC에서 어떤 모습을 보이게 될지 계속해서 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼요, 탑3 시상을 진행해 볼 텐데요. 세 팀을 여러분의 뜨거운 박수로 불러보겠습니다.
Please welcome the top 3 teams of PNC 2026.
중립팀 그리고 브라질, 마지막으로 마지막까지 투혼을 발휘했던 대한민국.
Team Neutral, Team Brazil, and lastly home favorite Team Korea.
네, 자, 우선은 뒤에서 자리해 주시고 저희가 호명을 통해서 위로 올라오도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 3위팀 중립팀.
Our top team coming in third, Team Neutral.
네, 먼저 이 무대 위에 올라와서 세리머니 준비하고 있습니다. 자, 무대 위로 올라와 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 3위팀 중립팀 루트라.
Team Neutral coming in third at PUBG Nations Cup 2026. A climb, you did it. Congratulations.
다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 그리고 이어서 준우승 팀이죠. PNC 2016 준우승 대한민국.
Runner of PNC 2026, Team Korea.
정말 잘했습니다. 감동적인 승부를 보여줬어요. 자, 이렇게 대한민국 팀을 만나봤고 이어서 그랜드 파이널 챔피언 팀 브라질.
Lastly, champions of PNC 2026, Team Brazil.
최고의 경기력으로 우승을 차지한 브라질까지 만나봤습니다. 자, 이제 자랑스러운 선수들 시상을 위해 시상자분을 모시도록 하겠습니다. 펍지 프랜차이즈와 펍지 스튜디오 총괄 장태성님을 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
Befitting for this ceremony, here we welcome Mr. Tae-seok Jang, head of PUBG Franchise and PUBG Studios.
PNC를 축제의 장으로 이렇게 많은 분들이 함께 할 수 있는 무대에서 이 선수들이 최고의 경기력을 선보였습니다. 태성님, 다시 한번 감사 말씀 드리면서 이제 대표 선수들에게 메달 수여를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 선수들에게 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Special thank you to Mr. Taesuk Jang for making this PUBG Nations Cup come true. Starting with Team Neutral, he will be handing out the medals.
먼저 3위 팀 뉴트럴 팀에게 메달이 수여되고 있습니다. PNC 이번 대회에 3위를 차지하면서 이 엄청난 성적을 거뒀는데요. 노련함과 더불어 냉철함, 침착함을 보여주면서 이번 대회에서 3위를 차지하게 됐습니다. 다시 한번 선수들 고생 많았습니다. 자, 이렇게 3위 시상이 이어졌습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Congratulations to Team Neutral taking home the third place prize, $22,000, and making that last climb here. Congratulations, guys.
이어서 대한민국 잘했어요. 대한민국 팬분들이 정말 열정적으로 열심히 응원을 해줬습니다. 할 수 있는 최선의 플레이를 보여주면서 이번 PNC에서 2위를 차지했습니다. 마지막까지 포기하지 않고 최선을 다해준 대한민국 선수들에게 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
The runner-up Team Korea did not give up till the very last minute. They'll be taking home their share of the prize, $56,000 home.
이어서 우승팀 최고의 팀으로 거듭났습니다. 챔피언 팀 브라질.
The champions, the fiercest team on the server is our Team Brazil.
다시 한번 축하의 말씀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 스파킹 선수의 오열하는 장면을 보면서 이 선수들의 꿈의 무대가 얼마나 대단한지, 얼마나 많은 압박이 있는지 그 누구보다도 느낄 수 있는 상황이었습니다. 마지막까지 최선을 다한 플레이, 그리고 배틀그라운드에 맞는 승급 플레이를 보여주면서 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 다시 한번 최선을 다해준 선수분들과 시상을 도와주신 장태성님에게 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오.
Congratulations to all the players and our presenter, Mr. Taesuk Jang, for joining us today. Thank you so much.
이제 챔피언이 무대 앞에 챔피언의 이름과 영광스러운 순간의 역사를 새길 시간이 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 그러면 선수분들 이 단상 아래 쪽 내려와서 이제 마지막 퍼포먼스를 준비해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
Alright, it is time for the champions to write their names underneath the trophy. So if our runner-up and third place teams could please take the step down from the stage, because this is unfortunately the
네.
champions moment.
그리고 3위 팀과 2위 팀은 그리고 태성님은 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 네.
If you would take
다시
the
한번
step to the
감사 말씀
right.
좀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 자 여기서 우승팀 자 무대로 와서 함께 자리를 해주겠습니다. 그리고 저기 2위와 3위 팀에게는 여러분 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오. 자리해 주시죠. 이제 우승팀만 이 역사에 이름을 새길 수 있는 상황이죠.
맞습니다. Now it's time for the champions to write their names on that trophy because they are the ones that prove that they deserve it till the very end.
네. 그래서 이 무대에 증명해내면서 앞으로 있을 대회에서도 멋진 활약을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼요. 여러분의 뜨거운 박수로 무대에 사인을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 선수분들 자리해 주시죠. 뒤쪽으로.
Alright, Team Brazil, let's go sign that trophy right now.
자, 이 무대에서 직접 선수들은 사인을 합니다. 이 조형물에 자신의 이름을 새겨놓을 수 있는 영광을 가져가고 있습니다. 자, 각각의 이름을 새길 수 있는 영광스러운
Alright,
자리거든요.
team, are you ready to write your names one by one, your player names? Alright, first up is RDS signing that first blank.
네, 자 선수들이 정성껏 이름을 써 내려가고 있습니다. 영광스러운 자리고요. 앞으로 이 장면은 PUBG 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 역사에 생생히 기록이 될 겁니다. 자, 그래서 이렇게 오 완벽한 퍼포먼스까지. 자, 이름판을 아예 우리가 최고다. 자, 퍼포먼스 보여주는 이렇게 강력한 브라질의 힘이 느껴집니다. 정말 대단해요. 저희
Tony,
무대.
why are you breaking this?
그렇죠. 들어가서 다시 한번 여기서 하나하나. 와, 역시 힘이 넘칩니다.
장난 아니네요.
괴력의 사나이들 이 브라질 선수들이 여기서 지금 사인을 하고 있습니다. 자, 사인을 위에다가 좀 해주시기 부탁드리겠습니다. 자신의 이름은.
Here we go to write the names. I mean, it just shows how passionate Team Brazil is at everything. There goes Kraken with the smiley.
그렇죠. 웃으면서 이렇게 하나하나 자, 자신의 이름, 닉네임을 지금 쓰고 있죠. 지크라켄. 그리고 이어서 하나하나 이름을 지금 쓰고 있어요. 비엘 선수도 자신의 닉네임을 새겨 넣었고요.
And BL writes it in green, and here is Sparking.
스파킹 선수도 이번 대회에서 MVP뿐만 아니라 우승까지 차지하게 됐습니다. 정말 멋진 모습을 보여주면서요. 많은 배틀그라운드 팬분들에게 감동을 선사했죠. 자, 이렇게 선수들 마지막까지 최선을 다해서 이 조형물의 이름을 써 내려가고 있습니다. 이번 2026년 시즌 최고의 팀은 팀 브라질. 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Congratulations again to our PNC 2026 champions, Team Brazil. All signed, done and dusted, and here is your trophy.
이제 마지막 트로피 세레모니가 기다리고 있습니다. 자, PNC 6번째 챔피언으로 이름 올린 브라질이고요. 자, 이번 대회는 정말 멋진 드라마가 좀 많이 펼쳐졌습니다. 함께 해주신 여러분, 그리고 참여해준 선수분들에게 깊은 감사의 말씀 드리면서요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리고 다음 대회를 통해서 다시 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for joining us for our 6th PNC. This is your 6th PNC champions. This is Castor Park, and I'm Bella, and thank you for joining us.
마지막은 우승팀만이 할 수 있는 트로피 세레머니, 여러분 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Come on, guys, lift that trophy.
Amazing scenes. The Kraken, Biel, Tony the Royal Roader on international stage, and Sparking the captain have become the PNC 2026 champions. We got here in the end. The trophy's back in their hands. Gibson, I couldn't be happier here for these lads.
No, they deserve it. Like I said, they work like nobody else, and what a day for Sparking. He's a PNC MVP, he's an EWC MVP, and I think he's secured his legacy as the best South American PUBG player of all time.
Mark, fantastic to watch here. Just brilliant scenes here to see as this team has been able to ascend the mountain when there are so many strong rosters here for PNC.
Yeah, it was always worrying as well because they led so well at the start. Were they going to get caught up? I was worrying. A little bit of a fault at the start, but they closed it out so strong. And as Gibson says, though, Sparking leading the charge, MVP. What a way to bring the trophy home.
Yeah, very emotionally charged as well, Matt. Obviously, we got to hear the interview a little while back now here as we round out the day, but it's very nice to hear how much it actually means to them.
Oh, dude, I love Sparking. He's my land buddy, and it is so deserved. This guy has been fighting so hard to make something happen. The rest of the squad, you can see, is just going to have a resurgence around them. I cannot wait to see what all these players do now that they've got confidence of taking their team, getting themselves a LAN victory above, especially a PNC of all things, means the fact that this could be so just, this is going to totally change the way we might even see all of these players approach the game.
Yeah, South America's as well, just looking fantastic here. Not just Brazil, also Argentina being able to hold down their selves. Very important for Americas, very important for PAS, very important overall for Brazil. Let's get final thoughts before we wrap things up. I wasn't going to do it, but you know what? We've gone on this long towards it. We may as well get even more. Gibson, I'll start with you, mate.
Final thoughts. What an event. What a PNC. Nice to see the West, that's been dominated by Asia for so long. Great to see the West fight back. Brazil to get the win, and what can I say? Can they defend it next year?
Good question. Matrim?
America's Vamos Brazil! Love it, man. Yes.
You had to get him out the way first, didn't you? Look, well done. They played really well. It's been fun. Thanks for the invite for PNC, and it was close even down to the wire. So what a great event it's been.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant to see a new champion here for PNC 2026. And ladies and gentlemen, that does it for us here. So congratulations, Brazil. Once again, the new PNC champions. That does it for us here. There's plenty more PUBG on the way, no doubt, because 2026 is wall-to-wall PUBG. EWC's coming up and all the like. But that is it. Brazil is our champions. We'll see you next time for more PUBG action.
Việc thi đấu tại PNC thì đó là một ước mơ của mình.
Ser escolhido para representar o meu país na Nations Cup é sentimento inexplicável.
PNC is unlike any other tournament. We're having competition with other countries. The difference in the PNC tournaments is a good thing.
如果说在这样的比赛上我能拿到好的成绩，对我来说是一种很特别的荣誉。
Welcome, all the teams are live from Jangchung Arena in Seoul, South Korea.
Çok mutluyum, çok gururluyum. Yani buradaki herkes buraya hak ederek geldi.
I like it a lot, and it's great to see so many different players from different places.
Just need to somehow get some energy before the games and during the games and just smash it.
Gustav reads it, knows where they're coming from. Good shots, gets a knock on a one, gets the second one. Gustav, defense is strong.
Guns, they stack both guns well. Wade drafting finds one. Quick confirmation done. Sparky gets through. And Sparky wins the game.
Для меня это был уникальный опыт поиграть с игроками из других клубов. Это первый раз для меня, и я очень сильно надеюсь, что такие турниры будут проводиться почаще.
Це була моя перша участь у PNC. Незалежно від результату, я повністю задоволений цим турніром.
My thoughts on the event are it's awesome to always spend time with the fans. There's been so many of them, so it's been really fun, and I always love coming to a PNC.
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆคลับทุกคนด้วยนะครับที่มาดูเราถึงที่งานหรือว่าที่แบบรับชมอยู่ที่บ้านก็ขอบคุณมากๆครับ
제가 오랜 선수 생활 해오면서 가장 뜻깊은 경험이었고 앞으로도 이 경험 잊지 못할 것 같습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Cảm ơn những người đồng đội và những người cổ vũ mình. Mọi người đã vất vả rồi thì lần sau mình sẽ cố gắng và phát huy tiếp.
Kita sudah memperlihatkan semuanya dan semoga Indonesia bisa kembali lagi di PNC tahun depan.
Especially since we are going to win it, so that's going to be really nice.
I want to come next year again, please. PUBG, pick me.
Ciao.
ก็สวัสดีครับ บ๊ายบาย Tschüss.
Thanks for watching.